Naoki tilted his head in thought. Pecha berries usually cause poisoning when eaten. Is that reversed in this realm? He picked a plump, pink berry, its sweet fragrance pleasantly overwhelming. A shame they're poisonous, he mused. A poison type would probably enjoy them, but I don't have any on the ranch at the moment. With the inspection done, Naoki turned to Giratina. Looks like this realm can sustain plant life now. I didn't bring many seeds this time, so I'll head back to restock. Giratina gave a low, echoing growl in response, and a ripple of violet light shimmered through the air, tearing open a portal back to the real world. Naoki climbed onto Koraidon, motioned for Diglett and Calyrex to follow, and returned to the ranch. He didn't waste a second. He and Koraidon immediately set out for Kosagi Town. At Hugh's seed store, Naoki placed a massive order: grass seeds, flower seeds, and several types of saplings. Hugh scratched his head in confusion. You know, it's not the best season for planting, right? Snow's coming soon. These seedlings won't last in the cold. Naoki smiled. No worries. I've got a warm place in mind where they'll thrive. Hugh nodded, assuming Naoki had a greenhouse tucked away somewhere. Oh, that reminds me, Hugh said, brightening. We just got a shipment of tea plants. They do great in warm conditions. You could pick your own leaves for fresh green tea. Naoki perked up. Tea plants, huh? Yep. They're perfect for year-round growing if you've got the environment. I'll take 20, Naoki decided. Excellent choice. Hugh beamed, jotting it down. Also, we got apple saplings from Kitakami Township. Their apples are legendary, big, sweet, and perfect for fruit-loving Pokémon. Naoki paused. Kitakami? I've never heard of it. It's a rural place, Hugh explained. Simple living. Folks grow rice, rise early, and work hard. Their apples are well known across Paldea. Sounds like a place worth visiting. Naoki made a mental note to plan a trip once things settled down. Since the order was huge, the store offered to deliver. With that handled, Naoki rode back to the ranch, where Hugh's delivery would arrive shortly. Later that day, Naoki stood beside the lake. A flicker of purple light shimmered in the air as Giratina opened the portal once more. Naoki tossed the seeds and saplings through, then stepped into the distortion world with Diglett and Calyrex. Giratina stood there, silent but observant. This time, there was no menace in its gaze, only curiosity. It watched each item Naoki brought in, trying to sense if any would disrupt its realm. But nothing. Seeing Naoki's calm sincerity, Giratina's usual coldness softened. It didn't speak at first, but then its voice rumbled like distant thunder. With these, we can make this realm resemble the outside world. Naoki looked up at the floating islands. That's the plan. I'll plan on each island and bring them to life one by one. I'll leave it to you, Giratina said, surprisingly formal. Then, almost awkwardly, thank you, human. I will remember all you've done for me. Naoki blinked. Wait, is it still under the effect of that calming tea? He dared not ask. If he broke the illusion, who knew what might happen? Better to play along. He mounted Koraidon and soared to the first floating island, where pecha trees had just been planted. With care, he spread grass seeds across the soil. Calyrex stepped forward, releasing a soft glow, and the barren ground burst into green life. Naoki smiled. And that's the first Sky Island complete. He named it just that, First Sky Island. In the distance, another island beckoned, grander, with a waterfall cascading down its rocky side. Next up, Naoki called, and Koraidon leapt gracefully through the air. Once there, Naoki turned to Diglett. This one's yours. Squeak. Diglett dove into the soil, happily tilling the earth. Naoki envisioned apple trees here, their red fruit glistening in the strange light. Maybe Giratina would enjoy them when it wandered by. Near the waterfall, a crystal-clear pool reflected the flickering sky. Naoki had a hunch. Did Giratina watch the real world through reflections like these? Was it longing for sunlight, forests, flowers? When he turned to look, he found Giratina watching Diglett's work with almost childlike fascination. Naoki's heart warmed. For all its terrifying power, maybe Giratina was just lonely. Soon, The land was ready. Apple saplings were planted, grass and flowers scattered. Calyrex raised his staff, and the island transformed. Lush greenery, yellow flowers, and full-grown apple trees swayed in an unseen breeze. A soft chime rang in Naoki's mind. Sweet apple, a delicious, joyful fruit enhanced by Calyrex's magic. Eternal apple tree, altered by antimatter. Immortal, will never grow, wither, or die. Naoki picked a few apples and handed them out. One floated gently to Giratina. Giratina took a bite. Its crimson eyes widened. Delicious, it whispered. Naoki laughed. I'm glad you like it. Then Diglett squeaked urgently. Naoki turned and spotted something near the base of the waterfall. A hulking black mushroom, shadowed and ominous. A message appeared in his mind. Destruction mushroom. A rare ingredient infused with destructive energy and antimatter. Could be used in cooking. Naoki frowned. It looked suspiciously like the doom shroom from Plants vs. Zombies. Was this thing going to explode? Calmly, Calyrex examined it. Its energy matches this realm. Then let's make soup with it later, Naoki said, reaching down. No objections came. Not even from Giratina, who was more invested in the landscape than forging rules. It trusted Naoki now. The second island was done. Naoki noticed Diglett starting to tire. We'll stop here for today, he said, turning to Giratina. The portal shimmered open again. See you next time, Naoki called, waving as he stepped through. As they walked, the mushroom in Naoki's hand suddenly heated up. His heart jumped. Instinct kicked in. He hurled it away. Boom! The mushroom exploded midair. Corraden leapt in front of him protectively. Why? Naoki blinked at the empty air. No trace remained. Calyrex scanned the area. Two opposing energies collided and neutralized each other. The mushroom is gone. Naoki's eyes widened. It exploded because of the matter-antimatter reaction. He made a mental note. Only cook these things inside the distortion world. Still deep in thought, Naoki returned to the ranch. It was around 10 a.m. Dragonite and his team had come back after their morning delivery, now enjoying some poffins under a tree. But something was off. Naoki squinted. 1, 2, 3, 4. For Dragonites? Wait, what did we get a fourth? His Dragonite stood before the newcomer, puffing its chest and shouting. Whoa. Who said you could be here? This is our turf. Go back to Dragonite Island. The unfamiliar Dragonite blinked and sniffed at the poffin boxes held by the others, visibly drooling. They smell amazing. Give me one. The others huddled protectively around their snacks. No way. We worked hard for these. Work? The rogue Dragonite tilted its head. Yep. If you want poffins, you gotta earn them. Naoki stood frozen, a smile creeping onto his face. Well, looks like I've got one more mouth to feed. Dragonite 4's curiosity. Each morning, as the first rays of dawn broke over Dragonite Island, Dragonite 4 had observed the same pattern. 2 Dragonites and 5 Dragonairs lifting off with purpose, vanishing into the sunrise, and returning at sunset with enticing, mouth-watering food. At first, Dragonite 4 had thought little of it. Maybe they were foraging in the wild. But today, curiosity finally got the best of it. Silently, it trailed behind the group, flapping low and keeping to the clouds. What it found surprised it greatly. The Dragonairs and Dragonites didn't land in a forest. They arrived at a bustling place filled with Pokémon, food, and humans. And there, among them, was someone Dragonite 4 recognized, one of the clumsy Dragonites it had seen floundering around on the island before. Dragonite 4 blinked in awe. What is this place? Its stomach growled as the scent of sweet treats wafted toward it. As it crept closer to the 2 Dragonites feasting on colorful snacks, it asked innocently, What's work? The Dragonite on the left paused, tilting its head before responding, Work is helping humans. They give us poffins when we do a good job. Poffins, thought Dragonite 4. So that's what the delicious treats were called. The Dragonite on the right spotted Naoki approaching and gestured with a dismissive paw. Naoki's here. Ask him if you want to know more. Dragonite 4 turned. That human. It remembered him. He'd visited the island before. Naoki, recognizing the unfamiliar face immediately, let out a sigh. "Looks like we've got a stowaway from Dragonite Island," he muttered, spotting the greedy look aimed at the Poffins. Turning to his own Dragonite, he asked with a grin, "Did you explain the ranch rules to our new friend?" Dragonite shook its head solemnly. "Oh, not yet." Naoki chuckled and gave his Dragonite a pat on the head. "Then I'll leave it to you." Dragonite perked up at the gesture, nodding eagerly. A new worker joins the team. The next morning, Naoki saw an amusing sight. Dragonite stood at attention in the field, giving orders like a seasoned squad leader. Before it were 3 Dragonites, including the newcomer, equipped with backpacks filled with bottles of fresh moo milk. Dragonite pointed its claw toward a rough map drawn on the ground, directing who would cover which streets in Kosagi Town. "Awoo! No snacking. No fighting with other Pokémon. Be polite. Return when done." With synchronized flaps, the squad took off into the sky. Naoki watched them go, heart full. The ranch is really growing. Still, it wasn't a full-time job. Once the deliveries were done, the Dragonites often lazed around, enjoying the peaceful surroundings. Naoki sometimes dreamed of a future where they'd be equipped with tech-powered satchels or smart trackers, turning the ranch into a full-fledged delivery powerhouse. But for now, he had another task. As Giratina opened the portal to the distortion world, Naoki, Diglett, and Calyrex mounted Coraden and entered. A sunflower for the distortion world. They emerged into the familiar, strange dimension. Floating islands, twisted skies, and the towering presence of Giratina, whose crimson eyes immediately met his. But instead of a growl or roar, Giratina calmly asked, "What do you plan to plan today?" Naoki blinked. "You're asking?" Giratina said nothing more, but Naoki could sense its mood was less stormy than usual, almost reflective. "Today, we'll plant flowers," he finally replied. Before starting, Naoki had Coraden return to Apple Island. He was still curious about the destruction mushroom incident from the day before, but no new mushrooms were found. Instead, he noticed several trees had been picked clean. Naoki raised an eyebrow, glancing at Giratina. "Don't tell me you came here for a midnight snack?" Giratina caught his gaze and glared menacingly, perhaps more embarrassed than angry. Naoki whistled innocently and turned away. The Flower Island. They soon reached a relatively flat island. No waterfalls, no chaotic terrain, just a blank canvas. Diglett dug in eagerly. Naoki followed behind, planting flower and grass seeds, before handing things over to Calyrex. A soft blue light radiated from Calyrex, sweeping across the soil. Grass bloomed, and soon, vibrant flowers of all kinds appeared. Roses, sunflowers, lilies, and even delicate blossoms without names. Naoki marveled at the transformation. Then, Calyrex tilted his head. "This one is unusual." Naoki followed his gaze to a glowing sunflower. A prompt bloomed in his mind. Sunflower, mystic bloom. Once an ordinary flower, it was enhanced by Calyrex's magic. Emits light and warmth. Its seeds contain sunstone energy and can be used in cooking. The sunflower's disc glowed brighter, separating into a radiant orb that floated upward. In moments, it became a second sun, casting golden light across the dark realm. Naoki stared in wonder. A sun in the distortion world? Even Giratina looked stunned. Naoki chuckled. "You've got yourself a sun lamp now. Feel free to come bask whenever you want." Giratina murmured, "Humans can grow such things?" Naoki turned with a small smile. "Not just any human. This one was grown with Calyrex's power and a bit of mine." Giratina nodded, genuinely impressed. "Incredible." Satisfied, Naoki turned toward the next island. Meanwhile, at Paldea News Network, Alice, a sharp-eyed reporter at the Paldea News Network, sat at her desk, flipping through mail. Most letters were oddities. Wild Pokémon causing chaos. Ghostly rumors. Strange trainer behavior. She opened one letter. A man fell in love with his Gardevoir and is planning a wedding. Alice blinked slowly. "Mark, this one's yours." Her glasses-wearing colleague peeked over, grinning as he read it. "Oh, I have to follow up on this. Alice rolled her eyes and moved on to the next letter. Rare Pokémon sighting. Dragonite delivering milk in a small town. She paused. I saw several Dragonites flying into Kosagi town with backpacks. Locals say they deliver fresh supplies from a ranch owned by a quiet farmer. Alice raised a brow. A farmer? With multiple Dragonites? She opened another letter. Found a Pokémon tavern run by 2 NDDs. Dragonites deliver milk. All near Kosagi town. Now, it wasn't just one story. It was a pattern. Mark looked up. Find something. I'm going on a business trip, Alice declared, grabbing her camera bag. Wait now. What did you find? Alice flashed him the letters. Dragonites working for a farmer. If it's real, this will be front-page news.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Naoki tilted his head in thought. Pecha berries usually cause poisoning when eaten. Is that reversed in this realm? He picked a plump, pink berry, its sweet fragrance pleasantly overwhelming. A shame they're poisonous, he mused. A poison type would probably enjoy them, but I don't have any on the ranch at the moment. With the inspection done, Naoki turned to Giratina. Looks like this realm can sustain plant life now. I didn't bring many seeds this time, so I'll head back to restock. Giratina gave a low, echoing growl in response, and a ripple of violet light shimmered through the air, tearing open a portal back to the real world. Naoki climbed onto Koraidon, motioned for Diglett and Calyrex to follow, and returned to the ranch. He didn't waste a second. He and Koraidon immediately set out for Kosagi town. At Hugh's seed store, Naoki placed a massive order. Grass seeds, flower seeds, and several types of saplings. Hugh scratched his head in confusion. You know, it's not the best season for planting, right? Snow's coming soon. These seedlings won't last in the cold. Naoki smiled. No worries. I've got a warm place in mind where they'll thrive. Hugh nodded, assuming Naoki had a greenhouse tucked away somewhere. Oh, that reminds me, Hugh said, brightening. We just got a shipment of tea plants. They do great in warm conditions. You could pick your own leaves for fresh green tea. Naoki perked up. Tea plants, huh? Yep. They're perfect for year-round growing if you've got the environment. I'll take 20, Naoki decided. Excellent choice. Hugh beamed, jotting it down. Also, we got apple saplings from Kitakami Township. Their apples are legendary, big, sweet, and perfect for fruit-loving Pokémon. Naoki paused. Kitakami? I've never heard of it. It's a rural place, Hugh explained. Simple living. Folks grow rice, rise early, and work hard. Their apples are well known across Paldea. Sounds like a place worth visiting. Naoki made a mental note to plan a trip once things settled down. Since the order was huge, the store offered to deliver. With that handled, Naoki rode back to the ranch, where Hugh's delivery would arrive shortly. Later that day, Naoki stood beside the lake. A flicker of purple light shimmered in the air as Giratina opened the portal once more. Naoki tossed the seeds and saplings through, then stepped into the distortion world with Diglett and Calyrex. Giratina stood there, silent but observant. This time, there was no menace in its gaze, only curiosity. It watched each item Naoki brought in, trying to sense if any would disrupt its realm. But nothing. Seeing Naoki's calm sincerity, Giratina's usual coldness softened. It didn't speak at first, but then its voice rumbled like distant thunder. With these, we can make this realm resemble the outside world. Naoki looked up at the floating islands. That's the plan. I'll plan on each island and bring them to life one by one. I'll leave it to you, Giratina said, surprisingly formal. Then, almost awkwardly, thank you, human. I will remember all you've done for me. Naoki blinked. Wait, is it still under the effect of that calming tea? He dare not ask. If he broke the illusion, who knew what might happen? Better to play along. He mounted Koraidon and soared to the first floating island, where pecha trees had just been planted. With care, he spread grass seeds across the soil. Calyrex stepped forward, releasing a soft glow, and the barren ground burst into green life. Naoki smiled. And that's the first Sky Island complete. He named it just that, First Sky Island. In the distance, another island beckoned, grander, with a waterfall cascading down its rocky side. Next stop, Naoki called, and Koraiden leapt gracefully through the air. Once there, Naoki turned to Diglett. This one's yours. Squeak. Diglett dove into the soil, happily tilling the earth. Naoki envisioned apple trees here, their red fruit glistening in the strange light. Maybe Giratina would enjoy them when it wandered by. Near the waterfall, a crystal-clear pool reflected the flickering sky. Naoki had a hunch. Did Giratina watch the real world through reflections like these? Was it longing for sunlight, forests, flowers? When he turned to look, he found Giratina watching Diglett's work with almost childlike fascination. Naoki's heart warmed. For all its terrifying power, maybe Giratina was just lonely. Soon, the land was ready. Apple saplings were planted, grass and flowers scattered. Calyrex raised his staff, and the island transformed. Lush greenery, yellow flowers, and full-grown apple trees swayed in an unseen breeze. A soft chime rang in Naoki's mind. Sweet apple, a delicious, joyful fruit enhanced by Calyrex's magic. Eternal apple tree, altered by antimatter. Immortal, will never grow, wither, or die. Naoki picked a few apples and handed them out. One floated gently to Giratina. Giratina took a bite. Its crimson eyes widened. Delicious, it whispered. Naoki laughed. I'm glad you like it. Then Diglett squeaked urgently. Naoki turned and spotted something near the base of the waterfall. A hulking black mushroom, shadowed and ominous. A message appeared in his mind. Destruction mushroom. A rare ingredient infused with destructive energy and antimatter. Could be used in cooking. Naoki frowned. It looked suspiciously like the doom shroom from Plants vs. Zombies. Was this thing going to explode? Calmly, Calyrex examined it. Its energy matches this realm. Then let's make soup with it later, Naoki said, reaching down. No objections came, not even from Giratina, who was more invested in the landscape than forging rules. It trusted Naoki now. The second island was done. Naoki noticed Diglett starting to tire. We'll stop here for today, he said, turning to Giratina. The portal shimmered open again. See you next time, Naoki called, waving as he stepped through. As they walked, the mushroom in Naoki's hand suddenly heated up. His heart jumped. Instinct kicked in, he hurled it away. Boom! The mushroom exploded midair. Koraiden leapt in front of him protectively. Why? Naoki blinked at the empty air. No trace remained. Calyrex scanned the area. Two opposing energies collided and neutralized each other. The mushroom is gone. Naoki's eyes widened. It exploded because of the matter-antimatter reaction. He made a mental note. Only cook these things inside the distortion world. Still deep in thought, Naoki returned to the ranch. It was around 10 a.m. Dragonite, and his team had come back after their morning delivery, now enjoying some poffins under a tree. But something was off. Naoki squinted. 1, 2, 3, 4. For Dragonites? Wait, when did we get a fourth? His Dragonite stood before the newcomer, puffing its chest and shouting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who said you could be here? This is our turf. Go back to Dragonite Island. The unfamiliar Dragonite blinked and sniffed at the poffin boxes held by the others, visibly drooling. Oh, they smell amazing. Give me one. The others huddled protectively around their snacks. Oh, no way. We worked hard for these. Dragonite 4 had noticed that every morning, 2 Dragonites and 5 Dragonaires leave Dragonite Island at sunrise and return at sunset, always bringing back delicious, tempting food. Curiosity finally got the best of it, and today, Dragonite 4 decided to secretly follow them. It had originally thought the treats were simply gathered from trees in the wild. But to its surprise, the other Dragonites landed in a place bustling with many Pokémon, and even the clumsy Dragonite it once knew from the island was here too. Dragonite 4's curiosity grew. Looking at the two Dragonites enjoying their poffins, it innocently asked, "Oh, whoa, what's work?" The Dragonite, sitting to the left, thought for a moment, then replied, "Whoa, whoa. Work is when we help humans. In return, they give us delicious poffins." So this tasty snack was called Poffin, Dragonite 4 thought. Just then, the Dragonite on the right noticed Naoki approaching. Waving its paw dismissively, it seemed to signal for Dragonite 4 to ask Naoki directly rather than hovering around and drooling on their food. "Oh, whoa, Naoki's coming. If you want to know something, go ask him." Dragonite 4 turned and immediately recognized the human walking toward them. It was the same one who'd visited Dragonite Island before. Naoki quickly guessed where this new Dragonite came from. It must have followed the others from Dragonite Island, probably drawn by the allure of food. Glancing at the poffin boxes clutched by the two delivery Dragonites, Naoki thought, "Another Dragonite with a sweet tooth." He gave the new Dragonite a friendly smile and then turned to his own Dragonite. "Have you explained the ranch rules to our new friend?" With a sigh and a slightly exasperated look, Dragonite shook its head. "Oh," Naoki patted his Dragonite's head, smiling. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Dragonite perked up at the head pat, happily nodding its big head in agreement. The next morning, Naoki discovered there was indeed one more Dragonite joining the daily work on the ranch. In a somewhat boss-like manner, Dragonite stood on the grass, directing the three others to load bottles of milk into their backpacks and giving them instructions for the day. It went over each detail, who would cover which streets, reminders not to snack on the goods, not to tussle with customers' Pokémon, and to return to the ranch once all deliveries were complete. After its briefing, the four Dragonites flapped their wings and soared into the sky, heading off toward Kosagi Town. Watching them go, Naoki couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. His ranch was growing, with more Dragonites pitching in each day. Still, as the ranch was still developing, there wasn't always a lot for them to do. Once they completed their deliveries, the Dragonites usually spent the rest of the day relaxing around the ranch. Naoki smiled, shaking his head. Sometimes, he hoped the tech age would come sooner. One day, he imagined equipping these Dragonites with the best gear to fully harness their skills, delivering goods from the ranch to even farther destinations. After watching the Dragonites vanish into the horizon, Naoki turned back, ready to immerse himself in developing the next Sky Island. As the entrance to the distortion world slowly opened, Naoki, along with Diglett and Calyrex, leaped in, riding on Coraden. The moment they arrived in this strange dimension, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was none other than Giratina, the ruler of this realm. Giratina fixed them with its intense, blood-red gaze. Just as Naoki braced himself for the usual fearsome roar, Giratina instead spoke in a surprisingly calm voice. "Will you plan a plan today?" Naoki blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Giratina, pretending not to notice Naoki's surprised expression, seemed to have grown more tolerant toward him, even slightly fond. Reflecting on the time it had accidentally unleashed its full power on Naoki, Giratina now felt both regretful and relieved. Luckily, this particular human had proven resilient and wasn't harmed back then otherwise. Giratina would never have had the chance to see this desolate world bloom with life. After a moment, Naoki gathered his thoughts and replied, "Today, we'll be planting flowers." Having created the island of berries and apple or mouth to island the day before, today's goal was to start on a flower island. Before heading to the new island, Naoki guided Coraden back to Apple Island. He was still curious about the mysterious destruction mushroom that had exploded the previous day. Scanning the island of apples and waterfalls, Naoki searched for any trace of another destruction mushroom. Although he didn't spot any new mushrooms, he did notice that several apple trees had been picked clean. It didn't take much to guess who the culprit was. An image of Giratina shrinking down to a modest size, wandering through Apple Island's grassy fields, and munching on apples appeared in Naoki's mind. He wondered what Giratina's expression would have been like while sampling the apples. Glancing over at Giratina with a grin, Naoki's curiosity was evident. Giratina, feeling slightly self-conscious, gave him a fierce glare, as if daring him to say something. Naoki, choosing to play innocent, looked away without comment. Since he hadn't found any more destruction mushrooms, he decided it was time to set off for the next island. They finally chose a relatively flat island, free from backflowing waterfalls and rubble, a place that looked almost normal in the otherwise twisted landscape. As usual, Diglett set to work, tilling the soil, while Naoki scattered grass and flower seeds. He then handed things over to Calyrex for the final touch. With a soft blue glow, the barren land transformed before their eyes. The once desolate soil was now carpeted in lush green grass, dotted with vibrant flowers, roses, lilies, sunflowers, lily of the valley, and even some delicate, unnamed blooms. Naoki admired the vibrant flower field, feeling truly satisfied. Just then, Calyrex noticed something unusual. He focused on a particular sunflower and said, "I sense an unusual energy from this flower." "Really?" Naoki looked curiously in the same direction. Amidst the sea of sunflowers, one stood out, softly glowing with a gentle light. A prompt appeared in Naoki's mind, giving him more information. Sunflower, a unique plant. Originally an ordinary sunflower, it was transformed by Calyrex's energy, granting it magical properties. It can emit sunlight regularly, illuminating and warming an area. The seeds from this plant hold the power of a sunstone. When used in cooking, Naoki was stunned, processing the unexpected discovery. At that moment, the sunflower's disk began to glow more intensely, and as the light intensified, it separated from the flower, gathering into a radiant orb that floated above the island like a small, warm sun. The once dark environment now felt warm and welcoming, bathed in gentle light. Even Giratina seemed momentarily surprised, its fierce gaze softened by the sight. Was that a sun? Giratina glanced at Naoki, uncertain. Recovering from his initial surprise, Naoki turned to Giratina with a smile. "Well, looks like you have a sunny spot now. You can come here anytime you want to bask in the warmth." Giratina stared at the radiant sunflower, still baffled, and murmured in astonishment, What is that? Humans can actually grow such a plant?" Naoki smiled and replied, "Not every human can grow this kind of flower." Giratina turned to him, intrigued. Naoki clarified, "To be specific, it's called a sunflower. This special plant was born from the combination of my ability and power of Calyrex." Giratina seemed to grasp what he was saying and nodded in admiration. "That's incredible." Satisfied, Naoki checked the rest of the flower field. Finding no other unusual plants, he decided to move on with his Pokémon to the next Sky Island, where he planned to plant tea saplings and turn it into his own serene tea garden. Meanwhile, in Mesagoza, Paldea News Network, a blonde reporter in an office outfit, Alice, sat at her desk, sorting through letters sent in from across Paldea. These letters usually reported strange sightings and events, like rare Pokémon appearing, Pokémon causing disturbances in towns, or trainers witnessing spooky occurrences. When something noteworthy turned up, Paldea News Network would send special reporters to investigate, filming stories to captivate their viewers. "Let's see if there's anything exciting in here," Alice murmured eagerly. If there was something good, the show's ratings would surely get a nice boost. She opened the first envelope and read, "A horde of Magnemites causes havoc in town, leading to a widespread power outage. Their reason for absorbing electricity is actually Magnemite." Alice frowned, unimpressed. "That's not newsworthy. This kind of thing happens all the time." Setting the letter aside, she opened the next one. "A man falls in love with a Gardevoir, dressing it in a wedding gown and planning a ceremony in a church. How will this unusual story between human and Pokémon end?" Alice paused mid-sentence, staring at the page blankly, at a loss for words. At that moment, a male colleague with glasses walked over and asked, "Hey, Alice, have you come across any interesting news?" Alice handed him an envelope labeled Forbidden Romance. "Here, take a look yourself." The man took the envelope, and his eyes lit up behind his glasses as he skimmed the contents. Whoa, now this is something worth investigating. Then I'll leave that to you, Alice replied, casually passing him the assignment as she opened the next letter. Rare Pokémon sighting. Dragonite delivering goods in a rural town. Alice perked up with interest as she read the letter's headline. I recently visited Kosagi Town. One morning, while having breakfast with my Pokémon, I saw several Dragonites flying in, each with a backpack strapped on. The townsfolk say they work for a local farmer who has trained them to deliver supplies. A farmer? Alice's first reaction was disbelief. It was hard to imagine a countryside farmer capturing such a powerful and rare Pokémon as Dragonite. Though known for their gentle disposition, Dragonites are highly intelligent and typically bond with skilled trainers, not just anyone. Each Dragonite has a unique personality, and many value strength and seek powerful companions. Just then, the male colleague glanced at Alice's expression and asked curiously, "What's up? Did you find something big?" Alice didn't answer right away. Instead, she asked, "Mark, do you think a farmer running a ranch could actually capture and train a Dragonite?" Mark shook his head immediately. "Not a chance. Farmers aren't typically trainers, you know? Unless it's someone as famous as Champion Gita, I wouldn't buy it. Here." Alice handed him the letter. "See for yourself." Mark took the letter, scanned it, and shook his head even more firmly. "No way. There's no way this is real." He had thought there was just one Dragonite, but the letter claimed there were multiple. "That's ridiculous," he said, chuckling. "It's clearly someone trying to lure us there for an easy info fee." Alice agreed with him and set the letter aside, ready to sift through more reports. But to her surprise, the next letter was also about the mysterious farm and its delivery Dragonite. "Hello, I'm a traveling trainer. Recently, I came across a peculiar ranch filled with all kinds of Pokémon. Oddly enough, there was even a small tavern just for Pokémon run by two NDDs. And if that wasn't strange enough, there were several Dragonites who flew out each morning to deliver fresh milk to the nearby town. It's pretty unusual, right? Oh, and the ranch is near Kosagi Town. If you decide to investigate, don't forget my information fee." Alice was baffled. The same town, the same ranch, and the same delivery Dragonite. This was getting weird. Alice thought for a moment. If there were multiple sightings, maybe this place was worth checking out. Without a second thought, she started packing her things, ready to uncover the mystery herself. Mark, watching her gather her camera and gear, asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" "Business trip," Alice replied, already grabbing her camera and bag, a determined glint in her. "Whoa, work?" The rogue Dragonite tilted its head. "Whoa, yep. If you want poffins, you gotta earn them." Naoki stood frozen, a smile creeping onto his face. "Well, looks like I've got one." "Man and dragons. It's like the old man and the sea," Naoki thought with a chuckle. He had no objections and told Alice, "The title is up to you. Dragonite, and I will be happy to cooperate." "That's fantastic." Alice beamed. She then briefed Naoki on the filming process. "Actually, you don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. Just go about your routine. As a reporter and photographer, I'll find the right angles." "No problem," Naoki agreed. With that, Naoki resumed his tasks around the ranch, while Alice followed from a respectful distance, adjusting her camera and searching for the perfect shots. The Pokémon paid little mind to this curious visitor. Calyrex was resting in the greenhouse with Sinistia and Polteageist, while Spectrier and Glastrier munched on berries that Naoki had placed in their troughs. In the colder weather, Knacklestack preferred to stay underground, and Pokémon like Alchemy and Cyclizer gathered around the fireplace, playing with toys Naoki had set out for them. Outdoors, the hens were clucking cheerfully as Palmot herded them, while Go-Goats tended to the world tree sapling. A few Dragonites and a small group of Dragonairs roamed nearby. Alice had already spotted the 4 Dragonites earlier, having followed them to find the ranch. Watching their friendly interactions, she raised her camera to capture a few shots of them together. After a while, she turned her attention back to Naoki. She scanned the area, only to find a scene that left her jaw hanging. Naoki stood near a lake, surrounded by 5 dragonairs. One of them was a rare, shimmering pink, an incredibly precious, shiny dragonair. Alice's eyes widened, and she gasped, "Oh my goodness!" 5 dragonairs, plus the 4 dragonites from earlier that made a total of 9 dragon types at this ranch. She felt herself shiver in awe. Who was this Naoki? Could he be a dragon-type specialist? Even the prestigious dragon trainers in Paldea didn't have this many dragon types in one place. Alice was astonished to see how comfortable the dragonairs were around Naoki. The way they looked at him made it clear they adored him. "This is incredible," she murmured. As the day of filming wrapped up, Alice was still processing everything she had seen, her expression one of bewildered wonder. Naoki was busy filling up treat boxes with fresh poffins for the dragonites. Once each dragonite had its box filled, they looped them around their necks, waved goodbye to Naoki, and flew off toward the sunset, accompanied by the 5 dragonairs. Watching them soar into the distance, Alice couldn't help but ask, "Where are the dragonites going?" Naoki, gazing at the fading silhouettes, replied with a smile, "Oh, they're just heading back home." Alice looked puzzled. "Home? What do you mean?" "Just what I said," Naoki shrugged. "I didn't train them. They come here on their own." Alice was skeptical. "Really? That's hard to believe." Naoki laughed, spreading his hands helplessly. "Believe it or not, that's how it is. I'm as surprised as you are." She then glanced at the lone dragonite left on the ranch. "And what about this dragonite?" "This one," Naoki said warmly. "It's mine, my companion." Hearing this, Dragonite perked up happily, clearly thrilled to be acknowledged as Naoki's special friend. Proudly, it nodded along, chirping a woo, as if to say, "That's right." Alice was a bit taken aback, then shook her head with a smile. "Even if you didn't officially catch them, it's clear they chose you, too." Naoki responded with a quiet smile. What kind of person could naturally attract so many dragonites and dragonairs? Alice found herself intrigued and slightly puzzled. Her gut told her that if Naoki ever tossed a pokeball toward them, those dragonite and dragonair wouldn't hesitate to join him willingly. Maybe deep down they even hoped he would. It was truly enviable. "It's getting late. Let's wrap up today's filming here," Alice said, glancing at the sunset. She had pieced together much of the urban legends surrounding the Dragonite delivery service. Looking back at the fading light, she added, "Tomorrow morning, I'll return to the ranch to capture footage of the Dragonite at work. After that, I'll head back to the station to edit the episode. I have a feeling this will be a hit. I hope it brings more visitors to the ranch," Naoki said with a smile. Alice shared his enthusiasm. "It might even draw some powerful trainers." "I'd love that," Naoki replied. "If trainers find value in the ranch goods, it would make everyone here happy." Alliance Calendar Year 198, November 10th, Winter. That evening, a program titled Men and Dragons aired on Paldea's most prominent news station. The opening shot featured a group of dragonites, each carrying a satchel, hovering over a quiet country town. The sight of the dragonite immediately captivated trainers watching it. "Home, is that? Dragonite, such a rare Pokémon. How'd they end up here?" After a moment of awe, questions buzzed through the audience's minds. The camera then cut to show the Dragonite reaching the town. They split up, each heading in a different direction to make their deliveries, showcasing their intelligence and dedication as they touched down gracefully around the town. The camera zoomed in slowly on a Dragonite with a bright red bag strapped to its back, landing gracefully before a cozy little house. It reached out with its chubby claws and gave the door a gentle knock. A moment later, a kind and gentle old lady appeared at the door. Dragonite carefully took 2 bottles of milk from its bag and handed them to her with a warm smile before turning around and flying off into the distance. As Dragonite's silhouette faded in the camera's view, curiosity buzzed among the viewers. "Did I just see that? Was Dragonite delivering milk to that old lady? This is unbelievable. It looks like someone actually trained it to make deliveries. Wait, if that Dragonite is delivering milk, what are the other Dragonite doing? Are they also playing the role of delivery Pokémon? Oh my goodness, Isn't this like the Pidgey mail service, but way more extravagant? Who could possibly tame so many Dragonites and have them deliver supplies? The questions in the viewers' minds intensified. Just then, the screen shifted from the quaint town setting to a picturesque ranch in the countryside. Standing under the eaves of a small building was a young man, accompanied by Mon, gazing up at the sky. Moments later, several shapes appeared in the clear sky. It was the Dragonites. The delivery team was returning. Could this be the man who raised all these Dragonites? Hello, everyone. I'm Alice. Alice appeared on the screen, greeting the audience with a bright smile. I'm here to investigate the truth behind the urban legend of Dragonite delivery, a story that's intrigued many of you on your travels. As you can see, this legend is very real. I'm here in Kosagi Town, the birthplace of a tale. These Dragonites who deliver goods are all Pokémon raised by Mr. Naoki at his ranch. But it's not just 4 Dragonites. There are 5 Dragonaires in this ranch. That means there will be 9 Dragonites in total in the future. Alice's voice carried a tone of amazement. Back at home, the viewers were left speechless. 9 Dragonites? Did I hear that right? Dragonites are incredibly rare Pokémon, often dwelling in deep oceans or far-off regions. Many trainers have searched for them their whole lives, only to return empty-handed. Yet here was a single ranch with 9 Dragonites. Who was this man? Meanwhile, at the ancestral of a dragon tamer family, an elderly man with silver hair was being ushered in front of the TV by younger family members. Seeing the young man instructing Dragonite to make deliveries, his face displayed a mixture of shock and awe. Who was this person? How had he tamed so many dragon types, even surpassing the dragon? Tamer family? For a moment, he was lost in disbelief. Then, shaking himself from his stupor, he tapped his cane firmly on the floor and exclaimed, "This is outrageous. How could this young man let a noble Pokémon like Dragonite be used for deliveries?" To him, Dragon-type Pokémon were beings of honor and strength, born for the thrill of battle. The Dragon Tamer family had always taken pride in taming and nurturing powerful dragon types, preparing them for greatness. And now, here was someone using these magnificent creatures to run errands? Speaking of Mr. Naoki and the Dragonite, Alice continued, her voice carrying a touch of warmth. There's a heartwarming story behind their bond. This is why the Dragonite chose to stay at the ranch and help him. With that, Alice began recounting the tale of how Naoki had helped the young, struggling Dragonite grow stronger. She described how, under Naoki's care, Dragonite had evolved from a timid, gentle creature into a powerful Pokémon. At the end of the story, the Dragonite that Naoki had once helped didn't leave after becoming stronger, as some might have expected. Instead, the bond between the two deepened as they shared their lives together, and from that moment on, Dragonite chose to stay at the ranch. I have to say, Mr. Naoki is truly a charming person, Alice said with admiration. The other Dragonites were also drawn to his kindness and warmth, and that's what brought them to this ranch. With a warm smile, Alice faced the camera, concluding, and that wraps up our journey into the mysterious urban legend of Dragonite, the delivery Pokémon. Thank you all so much for watching. The screen shifted to a peaceful scene of Naoki gently handing out poffins to the Dragonites. Each one waited with a joyful expression, anticipation shining in their eyes. As the harmonious image of humans and Pokémon together filled the screen, the word "end" appeared, signaling the close of this heartwarming episode. Meanwhile, in a mansion, a young girl of about 6 years, energetic and bright-eyed, sat, riveted to the TV screen. So many Pokémon, she marveled. A human who can bring together that many Pokémon must be super strong. With a determined grin, she suddenly shouted, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to that ranch, and I'm going to challenge one of those Dragonites." The old butler standing beside her gave a resigned smile. "Miss Nimona, you're only 6 years old. You're not yet old enough to be a trainer. But I know how to battle Pokémon," Nimona argued. "And I already have 10 Pokémon." Before the butler could respond, Nimona was already racing out of the room, her mind set on her new goal. "Wait for me, Miss Nimona," the butler called, following with a sigh. From the other end of the sofa, a woman in her 30s shook her head with a gentle smile. "She's such a determined spirit. I wonder where she gets it from." The man across from her, lowering his newspaper, chuckled affectionately. "If Nimona wants to go, let her go. In just 4 years, she'll be old enough to start her journey as a trainer. Letting her experience a little adventure now might be just what she needs." At the Lighthouse Laboratory, young Arvin, a child often left on his own, sat curled up on the sofa with his loyal companion, Mabostiff, both watching the TV in front of them. Just then, a call came through from the depths of the Great Paldine Crater. The faces of Dr. Turo and Dr. Sada appeared on the screen. They looked at Arvin and asked, "Did you have dinner?" Arvin buried his face in Mabostiff's soft fur, avoiding their gaze, and answered quietly, "Yes, I made a sandwich." "That's good," Dr. Sada praised. "You're amazing, Arvin. You've even learned to make sandwiches now. We can rest a little easier knowing that." Arvin, as always, they were his research-driven parents. With a soft sigh, Arvin's face held a touch of sadness. Most kids his age had their parents close by, but he lived with only his Mabostiff for company. He had learned to eat alone, dress himself, and even take care of his own daily needs. Compared to other children, he often felt like an adult, but he didn't want to be this kind of adult. Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo exchanged a helpless glance at Arvin's response. "Arvin, please be patient," Dr. Sada said gently. "Our research is in a critical phase right now, but we promise, once it's done, we'll come back and take you to the amusement park." Just then, Dr. Turo noticed the TV program Arvin was watching. Seeing Naoki and Koraidon on the screen, a look of surprise crossed his face. Dr. Sada noticed it too, but knowing Naoki's character, she wasn't surprised for long. Smiling, she suggested to her son, "If you're feeling a bit lonely, why don't you visit Naoki in Kosagi Town and help out his ranch? I heard he's been gathering some rare Pokémon lately. If you go, I'm sure he'd love to introduce you to all the Pokémon on the ranch." Arvin thought about Naoki and the warm, lively atmosphere of the ranch he'd seen on TV, and he couldn't help but feel a pull to visit. Seeing the interest in his eyes, Dr. Sada smiled and said, "Then it's decided. We'll contact Naoki." Arvin stayed silent, which they took as his agreement. Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo ended the call and set to work contacting Naoki in Kosagi Town. In Levincia, after a long day of gym battles, the gym leader Iono returned home, exhausted, and flopped on her sofa. The little magnemite-shaped hairpin in her hair drooped alongside her, mirroring her tired expression. Iono turned on the TV, listening to the sound with her eyes half closed. "I have to say, Mr. Naoki is truly a remarkable person. It's clear that the Pokémon on his ranch sense his kindness and warmth, which is why they've stayed by his side." Iono opened her eyes just in time to catch a glimpse of Naoki, gently handing out poffins to several Dragonites, his face radiating warmth. Yawning, Iono observed the scene thoughtfully. It was evident to her that Naoki truly loved his Pokémon. Wait, a trainer who's raising 4 Dragonites. As she registered the program's content, Iono's expression shifted from tired to intrigued. As a gym leader, she knew exactly what it meant to have even 1 Dragonite, let alone 9. This Naoki was clearly no ordinary person. He was using rare and powerful Pokémon like Dragonite for deliveries, a unique choice that sparked Iono's curiosity. After dark, Naoki finished checking the ranch facilities and settled in with his Pokémon to watch TV. He tuned into Paldea News TV, where Alice's program, Man and Dragons, was airing. Naoki watched with interest. It was his first time seeing himself on TV, and the experience felt both exciting and surreal. Looking at his own image on the screen, Naoki thought, "Is this what it feels like to be on television? I hope this documentary helps spread the name of the ranch," he murmured to himself. Every journey begins with small steps, he reminded himself. Although the ranch wasn't well known yet, He was confident that one day the name Dragon Express would be recognized throughout the entire Paldea region. The next morning, life returned to its usual rhythm. Now that Naoki was back from the Gala region, he had no pressing matters outside of the ranch. He enjoyed his daily routine, working and spending time with his Pokémon. Each morning, Naoki began by milking his Gagote, bottling the fresh milk for the Dragonite to deliver to town. After the morning milking, Sister and DD, who worked as the ranch's caretaker, prepared breakfast, which Naoki enjoyed with everyone on the ranch. Once breakfast was over, the NDD siblings cleaned up the rooms, tidying up after Palmot and Cyclizer, who had been especially playful. Meanwhile, Naoki headed outside to care for the ranch. He filled the water troughs, scattered feed for the Pokémon, and stocked the stable with berries and carrots. He also collected moo milk, gathered honey from the Combi hive, harvested rock salt for Knucklestack in the underground cave, and picked up fresh eggs from the hen coop. With the morning chores done, Naoki returned to the kitchen to make grass dumplings for Gagote and check the progress of the fruit wine and rose jam brewing in the cellar. When everything was in order, it was time for lunch. Naoki dined with the Pokémon and then took a short break in the glass house, enjoying afternoon tea with Calyrex. By mid-afternoon, he'd head to the reverse world to continue transforming the Sky Island into a lush back garden for the ranch. Each Pokémon had its own activities playing or simply relaxing. The weather was beautiful, and as Naoki basked in the sun, listening to the joyful sounds of the Pokémon, he thought, this is the perfect life. Woo! Just then, he heard a small voice from outside. Naoki opened his eyes and stepped out to see Tinkatuff, the little blacksmith Pokémon, standing nearby with a hammer in one hand, glancing around as if searching for something. The moment Tinkatuff spotted Naoki, its eyes lit up. It ran over, proudly raising the hammer. Woo! It exclaimed with enthusiasm. Naoki's eyes brightened as he took the hammer from Tinkatuff. It's ready. Tinkatuff nodded eagerly, woo-woo, confirming that this hammer was its finest creation yet, crafted with all its skill and heart. Naoki lowered his head and examined the impressive hammer in his hands. The hammer gleamed with a striking silver metallic sheen, clearly different from the small, delicate hammer that the little blacksmith, Tinkatuff, held. Tinkatuff's hammer was modest in size, crafted perfectly for its small stature. But the hammer Naoki held was larger, with a sturdy, square head and a captivating silver luster. It was evident that this hammer had been custom-made by Tinkatuff specifically for Palmot. This is incredible. Naoki couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even though he'd heard stories about Pokémon like Tinkatuff and their crafting skills, witnessing its talent firsthand was astonishing. The fact that it could create such a beautiful hammer without any additional tools or high-temperature forging, just with its skillful hands and natural steel-type energy was remarkable. Seeing Tinkatuff's eager gaze, Naoki smiled warmly and praised, I really love this hammer. Thank you for making it, Tinkatuff. Woo! Tinkatuff's eyes lit up with happiness, visibly thrilled by Naoki's appreciation. It was no longer the timid, downcast Pokémon he had met after the forest fire. Recreating its own hammer had restored Tinkatuff's spirit and energy, revealing its true, lively self. Naoki felt a surge of joy for Tinkatuff's growth and healing. Gently patting Tinkatuff on the head, he glanced toward the chicken coop's roof and said, Let's go give this to Palmot together. Woo-oy! Tinkatuff nodded eagerly, following Naoki, its hammer in hand. They reached the base of the coop, and Naoki called out. Soon, Palmot, who had been sunbathing on the roof, bounded down. Paymo. Naoki handed Palmot the hammer, a smile in his eyes. Want to give a try? Palmot accepted the hammer, grasping the handle and immediately noticing how well it fit. However, after a moment of surprise, a puzzled expression crossed Palmot's face as it looked up at Naoki. Bammo, was this a gift? But what was it for? Seeing Palmot's confusion, Naoki realized that, unlike Tinkatuff, Palmot had no experience with tools like this. Naturally, it had no idea what to do with the hammer. Naoki cleared his throat, then sat down on the ground, prepared to share a story with his eager listeners. Seeing him settle in, the two Pokémon, Pawmot and Tinkatuff, also sat down in a row, looking up at him expectantly. Naoki began, "A long time ago, there was a powerful Pokémon named Thor. He wore a red cape that symbolized hope and wielded a mighty hammer. With his hammer, he protected the weak, fought for justice, and traveled across the world helping Pokémon in need. He could channel the lightning within his body into the hammer, surrounding it in electric energy to strike down his enemies. In this way, he stopped many evildoers. The humans and Pokémon he helped called him a superhero. Over time, this figure in a red cape, soaring through the sky with his hammer, became a beacon of hope." "Paymo," Pawmot murmured, enraptured. "Woo," Tinkatuff echoed, its eyes filled with admiration. Hearing the tale, Tinkatuff's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, remembering the time when Pawmot had flown through the smoke during the forest fire, cloaked in a red cape, searching for Pokémon in need. Tinkatuff turned to Pawmot with newfound admiration. "Whoa." Seeing Tinkatuff's expression, Naoki chuckled, nodding as Pawmot blushed slightly. "That's right. Pawmot is a superhero, too." At this, Pawmot's eyes shone. Inspired by Thor's story, it tightened its grip on the hammer, determined to follow in those heroic footsteps. Focusing hard, Pawmot called upon the electric energy within itself. In a flash, a crackling surge of electricity leaped from Pawmot's body, channeling into the hammer. The metal blazed with powerful lightning, lighting up the area around them. Pawmot stared in awe at the glowing hammer, a surprised cry escaping it. "Paymo! Paymo, Paymo! I am Pawmot, the god of thunder, for the glory of the ranch." 5 minutes later, Pawmot was zipping around the ranch, hammer in hand, gleefully flying through the air like a kid with a new toy. Naoki and Tinkatuff stood below, watching with smiles. After his initial surprise, Pawmot had quickly fallen in love with the hammer. To fully embrace the role of the superhero Thor, whom Naoki had just described, Pawmot had even gone back to his room to put on a red cape. Now he was the spitting image of the legendary thunder god. Naoki's thoughts drifted back to the moment Pawmot had electrified the hammer, and he mused, judging by how the hammer conducted electricity, the corviknight feathers used in its making are excellent conductors. They match Pawmot's electric abilities perfectly. With the electricity coursing through it, the hammer's power is amplified. And for what I can see, Pawmot has instinctively learned to swing it like a pro without any instruction. Could this be a self-made move? Thor's hammer. I wonder if the Paldea League battle rules would allow Pawmot to use a weapon like this in a battle, he pondered. But it should be allowed, right? He thought with a grin. After all, Pokémon like Tinkaton enter battles wielding hammers, and even Pokémon like Tandemaus and Dragapult bring their entire families along for support. In that sense, this hammer could be considered Pawmot's signature weapon. From this day forward, Pawmot wouldn't just be an ordinary Pawmot, but a unique individual in his species, one that the ranch would proudly call Thunder God Pawmot. Naoki felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing he was helping to create a new legend. He was excited to see just how far Pawmot, who had now embraced his Thunder God persona, would go in the future. At that moment, Sister Indy D stepped out of the house and called to him, "Ai." Naoki realized she needed something, so he turned to Pawmot and Tinkatuff. "You two play here." Pawmot, Tinkatuff's family has a natural talent with weapons like hammers. If you ever need guidance, feel free to ask her for advice. Pawmot's eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning to Tinkatuff, he asked eagerly, "Paymo?" Tinkatuff, caught a bit off guard by Pawmot's admiration, looked shy but nodded confidently. "Woo!" Tinkatuff responded with a proud grin. Naoki was right. Tinkatuff and her kind had an instinctive mastery of hammers, as if the skills were embedded in their very nature. Seeing Tinkatuff's response, Pawmot eagerly asked his friend to teach him the art of hammer wielding. The little blacksmith, Tinkatuff, was thrilled to finally be of help. Since being rescued, she'd been living at the ranch, enjoying meals and care. Now, she had the chance to use her talents, and she couldn't have been happier. Without hesitation, Tinkatuff agreed. With their hammers in hand, Palmot and Tinkatuff class pause and made their way to an open area to practice their hammer skills together. Meanwhile, Naoki turned and headed back inside. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard the sound of the video phone ringing. Who could be calling at this hour? Naoki wondered, a bit surprised. He stepped over to the phone and answered, and the screen lit up with the familiar face of Professor Sada. It's been a while, Naoki. Professor Sada greeted him with a smile. After a brief moment of surprise, Naoki quickly collected himself. It's good to see you again, Professor. Karaden's outside. I can call him in if you'd like. But Professor Sada shook her head with a gentle smile. No, I'm not calling for Karaden this time. I actually need to ask a personal favor. Naoki blinked, taken aback for a moment, then said, Of course. Go ahead. It's about Arvin. As she mentioned her son, a look of guilt crossed Professor Sada's face. The research in Area Zero is at a crucial stage. Professor Turo and I can't leave here for long periods. Arvin's had to live on his own for most of his childhood. We owe him a lot. When we spoke yesterday, he looked so alone sitting in that dim room. Compared to kids his age, he's far too solitary, far too mature. Turo and I always wanted him to experience more of the world, to find things that make him happy. But he's been withdrawn, uninterested in most things. When I mentioned your ranch yesterday, though, he seemed intrigued. So I'm calling to ask if you'd be willing to host Arvin for a few days to give him a chance to experience something new and refreshing. As a thank you. At this point, Professor Sada paused, then smiled, adding, The last time you visited Area Zero, I know you didn't get the opportunity to capture one of the Paradox Pokémon you were hoping for. Recently, the Paradox Pokémon Research Institute has made some significant advancements. If a Paradox Pokémon suited for this era is successfully integrated, Turo and I will do our best to make sure you have a chance to look after it. Naoki, he let out a sigh, a small smile tinged with sympathy appearing on his face. Of course, I'd be glad to help. But, Professor, as you know, this might only be a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Professor Sada sighed. I know, we've failed Arvin as parents, but it feels like there's nothing we can do right now. Naoki let out a quiet sigh, feeling the weight of her words. So be it. If Arvin was destined for a challenging future, Naoki wanted to give him some cherished childhood memories to carry with him. Without saying anything further, he silently accepted Professor Sada's request. Thank you so much, Professor Sada said gratefully. In a week, the Institute will have a break, and Turo and I will return to Paldea to pick up Arvin from your place. Understood, Naoki replied with a nod. After the call ended, Naoki stood thoughtfully for a moment before heading upstairs to prepare a guest room for Arvin. A guest will be arriving at the ranch in a few days, Naoki said to the NDD siblings as he made the bed. He's the son of 2 doctors. His name is Arvin. Aye. The elder NDD nodded cheerfully, promising that they'd take excellent care of their guest. Naoki smiled. He'd met Arvin before. He was a sensible and polite child, mature for his age. According to Professor Sada, if Arvin took the Squawkabilly flying taxi from Essagoza, he'd likely arrive at the ranch by tomorrow afternoon. With this in mind, Naoki tidied the room, ensuring it was cozy and welcoming, then waited with his Pokémon for Arvin's arrival. The next day, at around 3 in the afternoon, Naoki was down in the wine cellar checking on a batch of fruit wine when he heard a commotion outside. Arvin must be here, he thought, stopping his work to go out and greet him. But when he stepped outside, he was surprised to see a sleek, black luxury car pulling up in front of the ranch. Naoki blinked in confusion. Under his curious gaze, 2 people stepped out of the car. The first was an elderly man with silver hair, dressed sharply in a black suit over a white shirt, a distinguished butler. The second was a small girl with a ponytail, bright-eyed and full of energy. As soon as the girl stepped out, her eyes locked onto Naoki. With a determined look, she pulled a red and white pokeball from her pocket, raising it with a spirited grin. Battle me, Naoki. The old butler beside her gave an exasperated sigh. Miss Nimona, please, you're far too eager. Nah, Nimona? Naoki's mind reeled. Was this spirited young girl really Nimona? But why would she be here? At that moment, the old butler approached Naoki with a polite bow. My apologies, Mr. Rancher. This is Miss Nimona. After seeing you and your Dragonite on TV, Miss Nimona insisted on coming here to challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Hearing these words, Naoki quickly pieced together what was happening. He glanced at the spirited young girl before him and thought, she is indeed Nimona always, following her heart and doing what she wants. But just as Naoki opened his mouth to explain that he wasn't a trainer, a pink figure suddenly soared over the ranch. The figure was wearing a bold red cape and descended majestically, hammer in hand, with the wind making its cape billow. That Pokémon is... Nimona's attention was immediately captured. The elderly butler beside her looked stunned, his mouth dropping open. A flying Pawmot. He blinked, wondering if age was playing tricks on his vision. And it was a rare pink Pawmot. Completely unaware of the two guests watching, Pawmot landed proudly in front of Naoki. Paymo, I've mastered using the hammer. Eager to demonstrate, Pawmot didn't wait for a reply. With a surge of energy, blue electricity burst from its body, covering it in crackling energy and casting a light blue glow in its eyes. The powerful electric energy funneled into Pawmot's hammer, and with a mighty swing, Pawmot hurled it high into the air. The hammer spun rapidly, gaining speed and finally bursting into a blaze of lightning and sparks. At its peak, Pawmot let out a triumphant Paymo before diving from the sky, smashing down with its thunder-charged hammer. For a moment, bright electric sparks erupted in all directions, and the once flat ground now had a sizable crater left from the impact. Naoki's eyes widened, astonished by the display. What kind of move is this? And how is it so powerful? The sheer force and spectacle of it all were beyond anything Naoki could have anticipated. The old butler stood in shock, utterly speechless as he stared at the unusual Pawmot before him. That move, what was that? He couldn't recall seeing anything like it before. And this pink, delicate-looking Pokémon. Could this really be the familiar Pawmot? Nimona, standing beside him, was practically glowing with excitement as she watched Pawmot from a short distance away. She clenched her fists eagerly, eyes sparkling. That was incredible. Paymo. Only then did Pawmot notice the visitors. He turned around, his gaze landing on the old butler. And Nimona wasted no time. With a flash of white light, she released her small, fuzzy Sprigatito. From a Pokeball, her battling spirit blazing. Mr. Rancher, please have a Pokemon battle with me. Hearing this, Naoki glanced down at Pawmot, who also looked over at the tiny Sprigatito. The Sprigatito looked up at the towering Pawmot with wide eyes, visibly surprised to see such a powerful Pokemon that could even fly. Paymo. Pawmot tilted his head, confused, and looked back at Naoki. Naoki turned to Nimona and said, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Nimona paused, slightly taken aback. Naoki continued, "If there's a significant difference in strength, forcing a battle could be harmful. A qualified trainer knows not to push their Pokemon into situations like that." Nimona's expression softened, understanding the reasoning. She looked at her Pokemon, then back at her Pokeball, and finally returned Sprigatito. The old butler, having finally recovered from his shock, glanced around at the other Pokemon, gathering due to the commotion. He quickly realized this ranch was no ordinary place. And the man before him wasn't just any rancher, he was likely a powerful trainer living quietly in seclusion. Thanks to his years of experience, the old butler composed himself. Seeing that Nimona had given up on her battle request, he addressed her gently. "Miss Nimona, perhaps you could have a Pokemon battle with this trainer when you're a bit older." Nimona's eyes lit up, her previous disappointment melting away. The old butler, smiling, turned to Naoki and politely asked, "Mr. Rancher, may we take a look around your ranch? We've never seen so many Dragonites before. Miss Nimona and I would be happy to pay an entrance fee." Naoki blinked, then quickly understood their purpose. They wanted Nemona to experience powerful Pokémon like Dragonite firsthand, likely to inspire and enrich her training. As expected of a young lady from a wealthy family. With a friendly shake of his head, Naoki said, "No need for a fee. If you'd like to take a tour, please follow me." The old butler bowed slightly. "Thank you very much." Naoki was about to start the tour when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Excuse me." Turning, Naoki spotted Arvin, who had apparently just arrived. He stood a short distance away, raising a hand awkwardly in greeting. Naoki raised an eyebrow, amused. What timing! First Nemona, and now Arvin. All that's missing is Penny, and the trio will be complete. Mr. Naoki. Arvin clutched the straps of his backpack tightly, glancing at Naoki with a hint of apprehension. Naoki offered him a reassuring smile. "Welcome, Arvin. Don't worry, Professor Sada already told me you'd be staying here for the next few days." Hearing this, Arvin visibly relaxed. Having grown up alone, he'd become quite self-reliant. As for visiting someone else's ranch, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious about being a burden to Mr. Naoki. Arvin walked over with his backpack, his quiet demeanor catching the attention of Nemona and her butler nearby. Professor Sada. Nemona picked up on the name quickly. As a budding trainer, everyone in Paldea knew about Professor Sada, the pioneering Pokémon professor who developed the technology of terrestrialization, allowing Pokémon to transform during battles. "Wait, are you Professor Sada's son?" Nemona asked in surprise. Arvin looked over at the younger girl, nodding quietly. "Whoa!" Nemona's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Professor Sada and Professor Turo are Paldea's top researchers. By the way, do you know how to battle? Do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me?" Arvin. Naoki, sensing Arvin's hesitation, spoke up. "Nemona, Arvin just arrived. He must be tired from the trip and probably needs some rest." As he said this, a curious thought crossed Naoki's mind. It felt a bit like he was looking after a friend's child. "All right," Nemona said with a hint of disappointment. The butler standing beside her gave a resigned smile. "Miss Nemona, perhaps you could take a rest yourself?" Nemona shook her head energetically. "I'm not tired. Mr. Rancher, where are the Dragonites? Can I see them?" "Of course," Naoki replied, smiling. "They're just over there, basking in the sun under the trees." He led the group through the fields until they arrived at an open meadow. There, many Pokémon had gathered. In addition to 4 Dragonites and several Dragonaires, Glacian and Cyclizer were playfully running across the grass. Further ahead, Coraden lay on the grass, lazily enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Beyond them, in a pasture enclosed by a wooden fence, 3 go-goats were grazing. Just on the other side of the fence, 2 elegant horses, one midnight black and the other snowy white, galloped gracefully. On one of them was a small yet mysterious Pokémon with a grand-looking headpiece. The sight took Nemona's breath away. Dragonair, Dragonite, Cyclizer, Glacian, Gogoat, and so many others I've never seen before. She could hardly contain her excitement. Is this heaven? With that, Nemona dashed toward the Pokémon, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of so many rare and wonderful Pokémon. The old butler attempted to call her back. "Miss Nemona," but it was no use. With a sigh, the white-haired man gave a resigned smile. "Miss Nemona is always so full of energy." Naoki watched with an amused grin. "I noticed." Turning to Arvin beside him, Naoki added, "The ranch has changed a lot lately, and we've had many new Pokémon join us. Would you like to take a look around?" Arvin was interested, though he wasn't as quick to rush off as Nemona. Instead, he gave a polite bow. "Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki. Let's go then." Naoki and Arvin caught up with Nemona, who was now standing wide-eyed in front of Coraden, marveling at the large, powerful Pokémon. Coraden, who had been resting with its eyes closed, sensed the presence nearby and opened one eye. Recognizing Nemona, it closed its eyes again, dismissively. Who was it? Ah, it was the human again. Coraden remembered her well. Her name was Nemona, and over the years, she'd often visited the ranch, her love for Pokémon battles drawing her back time and again. Whether it was challenging the Go-Goats in their grass trials or Palmot in his lightning trials, or even attempting to face him. Koraidon recalled every visit. "Mr. Naoki, what kind of Pokemon is this?" Nimona asked, her voice full of awe. "This," Naoki replied with a warm smile. "This is Koraidon." "Koraidon," Nimona echoed. Naoki nodded. "It's the name Professor Sada gave him. Koraidon was discovered by Professor Sada herself." "So cool," Nimona said excitedly. "I bet it's incredibly strong." Naoki chuckled. "Yes, Koraidon is a powerful Pokemon. It's been guarding this ranch and helping us grow and thrive. Thanks to Koraidon, we've been able to develop the ranch into what it is today. A Pokemon this strong, I can't wait to battle it one day." Nimona's eyes sparkled with determination, though she knew she wasn't a trainer yet. But a thought rooted itself in her mind when she finally became a trainer. She'd come back, here to challenge both Koraidon and Palmot. After admiring Koraidon, Nimona dashed over to the Dragonites. Naoki, alongside Arven, followed her and addressed the two of them, gesturing to the Dragonites. These Dragonites work as delivery Pokemon here. Every morning, they arrive to help me deliver goods to customers who've placed orders. "Oh," the Dragonites chorused cheerfully, waving to Naoki. "So cute." Nimona's eyes sparkled as she watched the Dragonites, completely captivated by their adorable expressions. Meanwhile, the old butler beside her looked at Naoki with growing amazement. "Dragonite is such a rare Pokemon," he thought. Yet this young man not only raises several of them, but even uses them to deliver goods. How extravagant! To handle such a rare Pokemon with such ease. Surely, this boy was no ordinary person. At that moment, Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, passed by on his spectral horse, Spectrier. As he neared, he slowed his pace and gave Naoki a respectful nod from a distance. Another Pokemon she'd never seen. Nimona's eyes widened with excitement, feeling almost overwhelmed. "Mr. Rancher, what kind of Pokemon is that?" Naoki introduced them with a smile. "That's Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvest. The Pokemon he's riding is Spectrier, his loyal steed." The word king didn't immediately register with Nimona, but the old butler beside her caught it. "King." He was taken aback, glancing at the regal-looking Pokemon with a hint of awe. "Did you say king?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, that's exactly right. His name is Calyrex, and he's known as the king of bountiful harvests, a legendary Pokemon." The king of bountiful harvests? Nimona and Arven looked at Naoki, curiosity filling their faces. Naoki nodded gently, then began to share the tale. A long, long time ago, the king of bountiful harvests rode his beloved steed across the lands. His power was so great that when he raised his left hand, crops would ripen, and when he raised his right hand, fly. In ancient times, he used this power to bring prosperity and joy to the people, enriching the entire region. "That's amazing," Nimona exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Arven, catching the weight of the story, seemed almost in disbelief. The legendary Pokemon." The old butler's eyes widened as he took it all in. "A legendary Pokemon. So they're not just myths," he murmured. The notion of legendary Pokemon was something they'd all heard of, creatures of immense power, rarely seen by human eyes and believed only to exist in ancient lore. Arven thought of the legends he'd read about in Paldea, such as the mysterious, sealed disaster Pokemon from the era of the Old Kingdom. But those tales felt distant, almost intangible. "Mr. Naoki," Arven began, still trying to process, "I don't think I've ever heard of this particular legend in Paldea." Naoki smiled softly. "That's because everything I just shared comes from the ancient legends of the Galar region. Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, is a Pokemon I encountered there." "The Galar region? That makes sense." Arven's eyes lit up with understanding, marveling at the connection. The old butler accompanying Nimona looked equally astonished. His suspicions were confirmed that this young rancher was indeed no ordinary person. To think that such a powerful trainer would choose to live quietly in a place like this. He had a feeling that soon, The name of Naoki and his ranch would spread throughout the Paldea region. As the clock struck 5 in the evening, the old butler and a very satisfied Nimona prepared to depart. Nimona gazed out of the window with a smile. Though she hadn't had the chance to battle Dragonite, she had seen so many incredible Pokémon, but she wasn't one to give up. Watching the ranch grow smaller in the rearview mirror, Nimona set her mind one day, I'll come back here to challenge Dragonite, Palmot, and that incredible Pokémon, Koraidon. The old butler, noticing the determination in her eyes, offered his encouragement. Miss Nimona, one day, you'll make a remarkable trainer. Yes, I'll give it my all. Back at the ranch, Naoki stood at the doorway, watching the car carrying Nimona and the old butler fade into the distance. I didn't expect Nimona to visit the ranch so suddenly, he mused, chuckling softly. This time, she met Koraidon and Arven. If things play out as they're supposed to, I wonder what adventures lie ahead. The thought amused him, and he found himself looking forward to the future. All right, he said, stretching. It's time to turn in for the night. Naoki led Arven back inside as the evening grew darker, with each Pokémon heading to their cozy quarters for rest. Arven, now standing in the living room, looked around at the room full of Pokémon. Despite his initial excitement, he suddenly seemed a bit reserved. Seeing this, Naoki gave a reassuring smile. Don't be so nervous. Dr. Sada and I are friends. You can treat this place as your home. Thank you. Arven murmured quietly, expressing his gratitude. Naoki smiled warmly. The NDDs have set up a room for you on the second floor. I hope you'll find it comfortable. With that, he called over Elder NDD and asked him to show Arven to his room. The Elder NDD responded with a calm nod. Hey. Naoki added, Go ahead, I'll get started on dinner. The room had a gentle warmth, with a cozy fireplace crackling softly, filling the space with warmth and comfort. Feeling this welcoming atmosphere and Naoki's kindness, Arven's eyes suddenly grew misty, and he had to blink back a few tears. Lowering his head quickly, he managed to hold back his emotions, muttering a quiet apology to Naoki for the trouble before following NDD upstairs. Naoki watched him go with a small chuckle, shaking his head. He then switched on the TV to catch the evening news as he began preparing dinner for the Pokémon. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside, the Pokémon had gathered around the fireplace, lounging on soft carpets and the couch, warming themselves, some even stretching out comfortably to expose their fluffy bellies. The voice of the weather anchor echoed from the TV. Snow is expected across Paldea in the early hours of tomorrow. We advise all citizens to prepare for the incoming cold front. Snow. Naoki was pleasantly surprised, and after a moment's thought, he realized it was indeed the season. Snowfall would be perfect. He could already imagine taking his Pokémon out to build snowmen and have a fun snowball fight on the ranch grounds. Humming a cheerful tune, Naoki felt a rush of excitement and began eagerly looking forward to the coming snowfall. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, there was an island surrounded by a vast blue ocean. Mew and Teddiursa stood holding a bunch of green onions, waving goodbye to a Farfetch. They had just helped. Not long ago, they had arrived on this island and met Farfetch'd in the forest, who seemed to be in distress. Farfetch'd explained that a wild Pokémon with a taste for plants had recently shown up in the forest, eating the roots and onions that grew there. With its usual source of weaponry gone, Farfetch'd felt defenseless and turned to the Great Expedition team for help. Mew and Teddiursa took on the mission. When they reached the forest's edge, they discovered that the intruder was actually a small, hungry deerling. The poor deerling had migrated from a distant forest that had been cleared by humans, leaving it with no food. It had come here out of desperation. To resolve the situation peacefully, Mew and Teddiursa shared some of their treasured fruit stash with Deerling, helping it fill its empty stomach. Grateful for the kindness, Deerling promised not to eat any more of Farfetch'd's precious onions. With the matter settled, Farfetch'd gifted Mew and Teddiursa a fresh bundle of onions in Thanks. As Farfetch'd disappeared into the forest, Teddy Ursa looked down at the bundle in his paws and said, Ursa, they taste a bit strange. Mew tilted its head and chirped, Mew, should we eat them? Teddy Ursa sighed. Ursa, not very tasty. Remembering how Farfetch'd used these onions as weapons, Teddy Ursa thought they might be useful for other Pokémon. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. He decided to send the onion roots back to Naoki at the ranch to see if any of the Pokémon that could make use of them. Thinking of Naoki, the tall figure of his beloved caretaker came to mind, and Teddy Ursa's heart grew heavy with a twinge of homesickness. He missed Naoki, missed the ranch, and missed the delicious. On November 14th, in the year 198 of the Alliance calendar, the Paldea region experienced its first heavy snowfall of the season. The snow fell steadily for a full day and night. When it finally stopped, a breathtaking winter wonderland stretched as far as the eye could see. As soon as the snow ceased, the Pokémon, curious and excited to explore, asked Naoki to help them tie on scarves for warmth. Naoki obliged, and soon, with scarves wrapped around them, a large group of Pokémon burst out the door and into the snow. In an instant, the untouched snow was dotted with small, plum blossom-shaped footprints. Right in the middle of the commotion was Palmot, who, filled with excitement, accidentally tripped over a rock hidden under the snow. With a soft plop, he tumbled face first, leaving an imprint shaped like his body in the snow. Seeing this, the other Pokémon paused and gathered around to make sure Palmot was okay. Palmot, covered in snow and looking a bit dazed, grinned and let out a cheerful Paymo. Naoki and Arvin followed behind, smiling as they watched the scene unfold. Take it easy, Naoki called out. Paymo. Palmot replied with a happy bark, quickly scrambling up from the snow. Seeing his enthusiasm, the other Pokémon joined in, laughing and playing, running through the snow like children experiencing it for the first time. Beside Arvin stood Mabosstiff, watching the lively scene with a hint of longing in his eyes. Naoki noticed this and encouraged, Mabosstiff, you're welcome to join them. Woof! Mabosstiff looked up, surprised. Arvin gently patted his head, smiling. Go on and play with everyone. I'll be right here, don't worry. With an excited bark, Mabosstiff's eyes lit up. Naoki then called over Alchemy, asking her to play alongside Mabosstiff. The cheerful and lively Alchemy agreed happily, leading Mabosstiff over to join the others. Watching Mabosstiff, Naoki turned to Arvin and asked gently, Has Mabosstiff always been with you? Arvin replied sincerely, I've never really been alone. Mabosstiff has been there for me all along. My parents gave him to me. He's been by my side ever since I was born. Hearing this, Naoki nodded, thinking to himself that it made sense. No wonder, in the game, Arvin had traveled across Paldea in search of a cure for Mabosstiff. A child like Arvin must be deeply sentimental. Have you always lived in Mesagoza? Naoki asked. Arvin replied honestly, not always. Sometimes my parents would take me to the Area Zero research lab, and I'd stay there for a while. I see. Naoki paused, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, you'll be 10 next year, won't you? Arvin looked over, surprised. How did you know? Don't you remember? The professor mentioned it last time you came here, Naoki said with a smile. Arvin thought back and, after a moment, recalled it. Naoki continued, So, what are your plans for next year? Will you set out as a Pokémon trainer, or maybe attend Paldea Academy? I'm not very good at Pokémon battles, Arvin admitted hesitantly, and I'm not really sure what I want to do. Naoki paused, holding back a grin. Here was Arvin, who, in the game, could battle with 6 Pokémon above level 60, claiming he wasn't very good at battling. What would he be like if he actually tried? But Naoki also remembered that Arvin's true dream wasn't to become a powerful trainer. He wanted to become a chef who could create nutritious meals to invigorate Pokémon. Was this what they called a chef who can also battle? Suppressing a laugh, Naoki encouraged him. If you're uncertain, you could try Paldea Academy. Maybe you'll find your answer there. Yeah, Arvin nodded earnestly. By this time, The Pokémon playing in the snow had begun building snowmen under the leadership of Koraidon. However, Koraidon's technique left something to be desired. Its snowman had a giant head and a tiny body. Seeing this, Naoki approached with Arven, chuckling. To do this right, the snowball on top shouldn't be too big. As he was speaking, an image of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, popped into his mind. Naoki paused, then quickly changed his approach. Or actually, it can be big. You could even make snowmen that look like different Pokémon. Akka, Koraidon seemed to catch on immediately. It began to enthusiastically scoop snow with its large paws. The other Pokémon joined in, and soon, a series of strange, uniquely shaped snowmen dotted the snowy field. Naoki sighed, amused, but gave in with a smile. Well, they're Pokémon after all. You can't expect perfection. Naoki looked around the snowy landscape, his gaze falling on the NDDs nearby. An idea sparked in his mind as he remembered a beautiful hedge maze he had once seen at a grand estate, where Pokémon played hide-and-seek within its winding paths. A thought struck him. What if he created a small ice maze here for the Pokémon to explore? Excited, he approached Glacian, who was quietly watching the other Pokémon playing in the snow with a serene smile. To Glacian, who had grown up in the snow-covered Frost Mountains, this winter's scenery was nothing new. As Naoki approached, Glacian turned its head, eyes curious. "Bowie, got a moment? I have a favor to ask." Naoki grinned, explaining his idea for an ice maze. Glacian pondered the plan for a moment, then nodded eagerly. "Bowie, perfect. Let's give it a try, shall we?" Naoki asked, already feeling the thrill of setting the idea into motion. With an excited nod, Glacian followed Naoki to a wide, open area. "All right, Glacian," Naoki said, stepping back to give it space. "Start by using Ice Beam to create a wall of ice." "Bowie." Glacian responded with enthusiasm, taking a steady stance. It opened its mouth and unleashed a frigid beam that swept across the snowy ground, instantly forming a solid ice-blue wall wherever it touched. "Fantastic!" Just like that, Naoki cheered, seeing how smoothly the first wall formed. "Now, let's connect more walls to shape the maze." With a determined "Bowie," Glacian continued, precisely aiming its ice beam to create walls that stretched across the snow, section by section. Starting with 4 outer walls, Glacian outlined a large, square area. Then, with Naoki's guidance, it added a network of smaller walls of varying lengths, building pathways and turns within the space. Soon, the entire maze took shape, a grand ice maze playground with 2 entrances. The twisting paths connected, though only one true route led to the exit. As soon as Glacian finished creating the maze, a crowd of Pokémon gathered, gazing in awe at the towering walls of ND. Naoki was equally impressed by the impressive structure Glacian had managed to create. The ice walls even stood taller than him. Clearly, the creamy smoothies Glacian enjoyed all summer had fueled its energy well. "Great job, Glacian!" Naoki praised, gently patting Glacian's head. He then turned to the gathered Pokémon, explaining the rules of hide-and-seek with excitement. "All right, everyone, here's how hide-and-seek works," Naoki announced. One team hides, and the other team has to find all the hiding Pokémon. If the Seekers find everyone, they win. The first Pokémon caught will become the Seeker in the next round, he continued. Does everyone understand? Some Pokémon nodded eagerly, while others looked a bit puzzled. But soon Palmot's eyes lit up as it exclaimed, "Paymo!" It understood. Hovering a little off the ground, Palmot called out to the others, "Paymo!" It was volunteering to be the first Seeker. Naoki chuckled, but raised a hand to stop it. "Hold on, Palmot. No flying or using special moves while you're seeking." Palmot's face fell, surprised by this rule. "No flying? Then how would it find everyone?" Naoki grinned. "You'll just have to rely on your eyes, Palmot." Palmot paused, considering this. After a moment, it nodded confidently. Seeing no objections from the other Pokémon, Naoki clapped his hands. "All right then, everyone, you can start hiding. When Palmot counts to 50, it'll start looking for you. Try not to get caught too soon." The Pokémon scattered, each darting into the maze with excitement. They weaved through the icy pathways, searching for the perfect hiding spots. Even Karaden, usually calm and composed, was swept up in the excitement, rushing into the maze to hide. Closing its eyes, Palmot began counting aloud in Naoki's instructed way. Paymo, 1. Paymo, 2. Paymo, 35. Paymo, 36. Its voice echoed loudly, reaching every corner of the maze and all the Pokémon hiding within. Could hear the countdown growing closer to 50. As the countdown neared its end, the Pokémon hiding in the maze felt a surge of urgency. Inside the maze, Alchemy glanced around in a mild panic, searching for a place to hide. Suddenly, it noticed the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground and had an idea. With a sparkle in its eye, it burrowed into the snow, hiding its body completely, though it failed to. Notice the trail of little footprints left behind. In a hidden corner of the maze, Cyclizer crouched low, pressing itself tightly against the wall. It nervously glanced around, convinced that by curling up and staying perfectly still, it could blend in and avoid detection by Palmot. Paymo, 50. The countdown complete, Palmot eagerly entered the maze, ready to track down its friends. Palmot was a clever Pokémon, and it quickly noticed the trail of footprints in the snow. Paymo, I found you, it announced, pretending to be onto something. Following the prints, it traced the tracks all the way to a dead end, where a suspicious mound of snow lay ahead. Paymo, Palmot approached carefully, then gave the snowy mound a playful pat with its paw. The next second, a startled cry erupted from beneath the snow. Marie! It seems Alchemy was the first Pokémon found by Palmot. Naoki chuckled as he listened to the muffled squeal from a maze. Leaving the Pokémon to enjoy their game, he stretched and glanced over at the greenhouse, thinking it was a good time to check on the combies and their honey brewing. Would you like to join me, Arvin? He asked. Arvin shook his head. No, Mr. Naoki. I want to stay here. All right, Naoki replied with a warm smile. If you get cold, just head back to the living room. The fireplace is still burning. It'll warm you up in no time. Thank you, Arvin said gratefully. Naoki nodded and then headed off toward the glass greenhouse. Noticing that Calyrex wasn't around, Naoki figured he might be exploring the areas surrounding the ranch to familiarize himself with the new environment. After greeting Butterfree as he passed, Naoki approached the combi hive. The hive's honey stores were low, and the combi looked drowsy and lethargic. Naoki, guess they might be like certain Pokémon that need to conserve energy in the winter, becoming less active during the colder months. This was perfectly natural for a Pokémon like Combi. Seeing their low energy, Naoki went back to the house and took out some honey he had set aside earlier, intending it as a reserve to help the Combi get through winter. Carefully, he placed it inside the hive. Just as he finished, Calyrex returned, materializing in the greenhouse. With a dignified air, he addressed Naoki. I sensed a deep stillness on the mountain and absence of life. What has happened there? Naoki quickly realized what Calyrex was referring to. With a serious expression, he explained. Before you arrived, there was a terrible fire on the mountainside. It burned through the plants, and sadly, many Pokémon didn't survive. He gestured to the orchard area nearby. The Pokémon living here are those who managed to escape. I brought them to the ranch, and I promised them that come spring, we'll replant grass, flowers, and trees on the mountain to restore their home. I see, murmured Calyrex softly. Hearing of the many lives lost, the compassionate Pokémon King appeared deeply saddened. If only I'd been here sooner, I could have used my powers to guide them to safety, he sighed, his tone heavy with regret. Naoki sighed as well, nodding. All we can do now is help the survivors rebuild. Calyrex closed his eyes in solemn silence, mourning the Pokémon that had perished. After a moment, he opened them again, his gaze resolute. In that case, I will lend my strength to aid in the restoration. Thank you. Naoki nodded gratefully, mentally noting to gather supplies like saplings and grass seeds. The fire's impact had extended beyond the ranch. Some Pokémon had been rescued by the Paldea League, and were currently recovering at a shelter in town. When the time came to begin replanting, Naoki was certain the Paldea League would send help as well, working together to bring the forest back to life. Wait, are we really in second place this week, and almost at first? Okay, I might accidentally. Know that author Capricorn hasn't posted this week. No spying involved, I promise. But, hey, I'm incredibly grateful for all the stones you've showered me with, seriously. You all are the real MVPs. Let's keep this momentum going. P.S. If you're interested, you can read up to chapter 305 at patreon.com/keepsmiling818. Don't forget to drop those power stones. If Calyrex were to perform a miracle and make the trees on the hillside grow instantly, it would surely attract the attention of the Paldea League. Naoki's mind swirled with various thoughts. For instance, how would others react to Calyrex's existence? How would the Paldea League treat a Pokémon with such significant powers? Would they revere him, much like the Johto League did with Ho-Oh and Lugia, building towers and shrines in their honor? Or would they attempt to control him, as President Rose of the Galar League tried to do with Eternatus, using it as a source of energy for the entire region? Regarding the latter scenario, Naoki wasn't particularly worried. Calyrex had regained his full strength, and with both Spectrier and Glastrier by his side, any ordinary intruder would likely be blown away by the force of Astral Barrage or Glacial Lance. And as for Paldea's champion, Naoki was confident that Gita wouldn't try anything like that. He had met Gita a few times and found her to be an honorable champion. Knowing her, she'd likely prefer to ally with Calyrex and have him work with the Paldea League rather than attempt to control him, which left one other possibility. The Paldea League might work to spread Calyrex's legend across the region, perhaps by building shrines and encouraging people to honor him as the king of bountiful harvests. This approach would not only increase Calyrex's favor toward Paldea, but could also lead to a prosperous future for the region. The only downside? It would likely bring a flood of curious, inexperienced trainers to the small town of Kosagi. After weighing his options, Naoki made up his mind. Since it couldn't be avoided, he might as well welcome it. With the help of Calyrex, the Go-Goats wouldn't need to expend as much energy cultivating the World Tree as they had before. It would be a perfect opportunity to invite visiting trainers to participate in the grass trial, giving the Go-Goats a chance to hone their skills. Then, Naoki recalled a time when Palmot had been eagerly practicing with his hammer. Perhaps we could add a lightning trial alongside the grass trial. It would give Palmot the chance to gain more experience, improve his battle skills, and become even stronger. And as for Dragonite, his basic training seems to have hit a wall. To make further progress, he'll need practical battle experience. And where would that experience come from? Battles, of course. Thinking of Dragonite's abilities to call forth wind and rain, Naoki envisioned yet another challenge, the Storm Trial. With that, a complete cycle began to take shape. Trainers and travelers, drawn by tales of the legendary Calyrex, would come to the ranch to participate in the trials, which would in turn make the ranch famous and attract even more visitors. Once the ranch's reputation grew, the Rotom Phone would likely be released, ushering the world into a new era of connectivity. Then new industries like live streaming and online shopping would undoubtedly begin to thrive. By that time, he could formally establish Dragonite Express and invite all the Dragonites from Dragonite Island. Equipped with Rotom phones for navigation, tracking, and communication, each Dragonite would deliver goods from the ranch to customers across the Paldea region. The first step to bringing this plan to life was to await the arrival of trainers and travelers. These visitors would not only help strengthen the faith in the King of Bountiful Harvests, but also provide Pokémon like Dragonite and Palmot with the opportunity to stay active and refine their skills. It was a perfect plan, maximizing both benefit and enjoyment. Naoki's face lit up with a grin, so mischievous that it caught the attention of Calyrex beside him. "What's on your mind?" asked Calyrex, curiosity piqued. "I'm thinking about what I want to accomplish next year," Naoki replied, eyes gleaming. "Next year?" Calyrex looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the human concept of time. "Yes, It'll be a new year soon, Naoki explained. To make it clearer for the king, he added, for humans, a year has 365 days, and it's divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Right now, the snow means this year is coming to an end. When the ice and snow melt and life returns, when flowers and grass start to grow again, that marks the beginning of spring and a new cycle. Hearing this, Calyrex seemed to understand. I see. In the Crown Tundra, it snows all year round. The landscape remains unchanged, no matter the season. It has indeed been many years since I last witnessed a spring. He paused, nostalgia in his gaze. There was a time, long ago, when he rode his faithful steed across the Galar region and took in its beauty. The blossoming of spring, the intense heat of summer, the crisp air of autumn, and the gentle snow of winter, he had seen them all. Calyrex drifted into memories of a distant past. It had indeed been so long since he'd experienced spring that he couldn't even remember how many years had passed. You can experience every spring from now on, Naoki said with a smile. If all went well, they would share many more years together. For Naoki, knowing and living alongside so many Pokémon, sharing meals and watching them enjoy the food he prepared, made life fulfilling. I look forward to it, Calyrex replied, a smile forming. He was eager for the coming spring, and even more so, to share it with Naoki. All right, Naoki said, stretching. I need to find Dragonite and Palmot for a chat. As soon as Naoki stepped out of the glass greenhouse, he was eager to find Palmot and Dragonite to discuss ideas for the Lightning Trial and the Storm Trial. But seeing the group of Pokémon still engrossed in their game in the Ice Maze, he decided to let them enjoy their fun a bit longer. Naoki decided to head back to the house and prepare some warm cups of juice and milk for the Pokémon, so they'd have something cozy to drink once they came back in a rest. He turned around and began walking toward the house. Just as he reached the eaves and was about to open the door, he suddenly heard a familiar sound from behind. Teddy. Naoki froze, hardly believing his ears. He turned around, and there, bustling around, was the familiar sight of a little bear Pokémon. Teddiursa? Naoki called out, unsure if he was seeing things. Teddy, Teddy, Teddy. Teddiursa nodded enthusiastically, then tossed the bundle of green onions it was holding to the ground and dashed over to Naoki. As it got close, Teddiursa leapt up, flinging its soft, furry body into Naoki's arms. Naoki instinctively caught it, chuckling as he looked down at the little bear's shining, joyful eyes. Ursa! At that moment, another Pokémon descended gracefully from above. Naoki looked up to see the familiar pink figure of Mew. Surprised by the sudden return, Naoki asked, "What brought you back so suddenly?" Teddy. Although he couldn't fully understand, Naoki was delighted to see Teddiursa again. He quickly carried the little bear back inside. "Let's get you settled. Come on in, Mew. I've got some treats waiting for you." Mew. Mew chirped happily and floated after them into the living room. Naoki set Teddiursa down on the sofa, then went to the kitchen to fetch some. When he returned, Teddiursa was seated on the sofa, looking around the room with wide-eyed curiosity. Teddy. Naoki chuckled, understanding that Teddiursa was noticing the changes in the house. "It's a bit different, huh? After you left for your journey, I had the folks in town help rebuild it. The old house was too small." Teddiursa nodded, seeming to understand. Naoki set a plate filled with small cakes, puffs, and pastries on the table, along with a jar of Teddiursa's favorite honey. As soon as Teddiursa spotted the honey, its eyes sparkled with delight. Teddiursa picked up the honey jar, dipping its tiny paws into the golden sweetness, and then licking it happily. Meanwhile, Mew picked up a piece of soft, flaky pastry in its little hands, nibbling it with delight. Mew. Taking advantage of the cozy moment, Naoki grabbed a few seed crisps for himself and settled into the sofa, ready to chat with his 2 returning friends. "So, what brings you back so suddenly? You really surprised me," Naoki asked, smiling. Teddiursa looked up and replied, Ursa, we came back because we wanted to see you, Naoki." "To see me?" Naoki repeated, a bit taken aback. but the words made him feel a deep warmth. Inside, it seemed that Teddiursa truly cared about him. He didn't say much more and simply watched as Teddiursa and Mew enjoyed their treats. Feeling content, once they finished eating, Teddiursa began to look around the room, taking in the surroundings. Its eyes fell on a photo hanging on the wall to the right. Ursa, that's what we sent back with Pelipper. Naoki glanced at the photo and nodded. Yes, the Pokémon you asked for help were very reliable. They delivered everything to the ranch right on time. Teddiursa beamed. Ursa, they're all good Pokémon. Naoki chuckled and then asked, did you come across anything interesting on your journey? Mew kept nibbling on its pastry, its little cheeks puffed out with food. Teddiursa, now full and happy, replied excitedly. Ursa, so much. With great enthusiasm, Teddiursa began sharing stories of their adventures with Naoki. They talked about encounters with Zapdos, Lugia, Mewtwo, Ninetales, and even a solitary giant Dragonite. Teddiursa recounted how they had come across Zapdos, the legendary lightning bird, an abandoned power plant left by humans. Zapdos had been injured, so Teddiursa and Mew offered it some healing berries. From that day forward, they became friends with the mighty Zapdos. As they were leaving, Teddiursa noticed that a glowing feather from Zapdos had fallen to the ground, so it picked it up and brought it back to the ranch. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Wait, didn't you acquire from Zapdos using your super luck and quick escape skills? Teddiursa blinked innocently. Ursa, of course not. It shook its head, looking genuinely puzzled. But I've heard Zapdos has quite a temper, Naoki said, still a bit skeptical. Teddiursa thought for a moment, then replied slowly, Ursa, this Zapdos was actually quite friendly, a really nice Pokémon. But later, Mew and I ran into another Zapdos with a much worse temper. Another Zapdos? When they recalled this memory, both Mew and Teddiursa exchanged sheepish glances. Ursa, that Zapdos was guarding a shiny gemstone. Mew, and I thought no one needed it. So we tried to bring it back to the ranch. But that Zapdos chased us, Teddiursa admitted with a grin. In the end, they had managed to get away, but Teddiursa remembered how furious the Zapdos had been. They truly hadn't known the gem was so important. Seeing the embarrassment in their eyes, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. He was about to ask more, but Mew, now full and content, began looking around as if searching for something. Unable to find what it was looking for, Mew turned its gaze to Naoki and asked, Mew, where's Mewtwo? Mewtwo. Naoki immediately caught on. Mew seemed curious about its friend. Mewtwo did come by once, he explained. It stayed with the Pokémon here for a night, but the next morning it mentioned wanting to find a place to settle down, and then it left. Mew. Mew murmured with a hint of sadness. It really wished it could see Mewtwo again. Don't worry, Naoki said gently. Mewtwo is still out there in this world. If you keep exploring, I'm sure you'll cross paths again someday. Hearing his reassurance, Mew and Teddiursa exchanged determined looks, their spirits renewed. Mew, you're right. Ursa, absolutely. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naoki shared some stories about what had happened at the ranch. Since they'd been away, he told them about the giant Dragonite now residing on Dragonite Island and the visit from the majestic Ninetales. Mew and Teddiursa beamed, delighted to hear that everything back at the ranch had turned out so well. Teddiursa looked at Naoki, eyes sparkling. Ursa, the hero, and I formed an expedition team, and we helped so many Pokémon. I love it. Naoki chuckled as he listened to the tales of their adventures, marveling at the bonds formed between Pokémon. It sounds amazing, he said warmly. Just then, the door opened, and Elder NDD entered, holding a bundle of green onions. With a puzzled look, he asked, i.e., whose is this? It was left at the door. At that sight, Teddiursa perked up, remembering the gift it had meant to give Naoki. Quickly, it stood up, took the bundle of green onions from NDD, and presented it to Naoki. Ursa, this is for you, Naoki. Naoki blinked in surprise. Looking at the green onions, information about them floated into his mind. Leek, a rare, stem-like plant known for its rich, flavorful taste. Often used in cooking and famously wielded by Farfetch'd as a weapon. The thick base can also be a useful tool for certain Pokémon to carry. Teddiursa looked up at Naoki and chirped excitedly. Ursa, this is a gift from the Farfetch'd that the hero and I helped. It's its favorite onion. Naoki nodded, understanding Teddiursa's excitement. Pokémon like Farfetch'd are particularly fond of these special leeks, and the Pokédex even describes Farfetch'd as only living in places where these stem-like plants grow. He looked down at the bundle of leeks in his arms, realizing that these stem-like plants were indeed just large green onions. For some reason, the leeks in this world were unusually big, far larger than any he'd ever seen, even sturdy enough to be wielded like a sword. Curious, Naoki pulled one out and swung it through the air like a blade. The leek sliced through with a soft, whooshing sound. Teddiursa watched him and nodded in excitement. Ursa, that's right. That's how Farfetch'd swings its leek. Naoki chuckled, picturing a Farfetch'd battling with such an enormous leek. It was amusing and strangely impressive. However, he knew that wild leeks like these were becoming scarce, which had made life increasingly difficult for Farfetch'd. Since Farfetch'd couldn't survive without its leek, it would fiercely defend it against anyone who tried to take it away. In some areas, people had even started cultivating these leeks in the hope of attracting wild Farfetch'd to settle nearby. Farfetch'd, huh? Naoki mused, imagining having a few of these rare Pokémon on the ranch. But Farfetch'd only inhabited areas where leeks grew naturally, and, sadly, there didn't seem to be any in Paldea. He sighed with a hint of disappointment, setting the bundle of leeks aside. Just then, he noticed Ndidi, the elder sibling, watching Teddiursa and Mew with curiosity. Naoki remembered that the Ndidis had joined the ranch after Teddiursa and Mew left on their journey, so they hadn't yet met each other. Realizing this, he began introducing Teddiursa and Mew. After you left, we welcomed many new friends to the ranch. Teddiursa looked at Ndidi with curiosity and greeted him cheerfully. Ursa, hello. Ndidi seemed a bit surprised by the warm greeting, but managed to respond with a shy, Ndidi. Hello to you too. Naoki smiled. This is Elder Ndidi. He and his sister take care of the ranch and help keep everything running smoothly. Even if I'm not around, they make sure everything is in order. Hearing Naoki's sincere praise, Ndidi looked slightly embarrassed but grateful. These responsibilities were simply part of the job, but Naoki's acknowledgement clearly meant a lot. Teddiursa's eyes shone with admiration. Ursa, that's amazing. Ndidi, feeling even more flattered, gave a modest smile. Besides Ndidi, there are many other new friends, too, Naoki continued. But they're all busy playing hide-and-seek in the maze outside. I'll introduce you to them later. Naoki paused, then asked gently, You both must be very tired from all your travels. Would you like to take a nap? Teddiursa and Mew were indeed feeling a bit worn out. After making the decision to return to the ranch that very day, they'd rushed back from the distant Johto region without a moment's rest. They'd crossed oceans, climbed mountains, and endured many hardships to make it back here. Having expended so much energy and, now cozy and full from their recent meal, the warmth of the room only intensified their drowsiness. I'm so sleepy, Teddiursa murmured. Mew, I want to sleep too, whispered Mew. Seeing this, Naoki smiled warmly. Then go ahead and rest. He led the two little Pokémon back to their room, helping them settle into their soft beds. Teddiursa lay on the plush mattress, the faint scent of fresh pine filling the room. Feeling safe and warm, Teddiursa's sleepy eyes drifted toward Naoki, and with a soft, drowsy voice, murmured, Ursa, I'm so glad I found you, Naoki. What was that? Naoki asked, leaning in, but Teddiursa's eyes had already closed, drifting into a peaceful sleep. Beside him, Mew was also dozing off, mumbling incoherently, Mew. Before long, both Pokémon were fast asleep. Watching their peaceful faces, Naoki's heart melted. He gently adjusted the temperature in the room to keep them comfortable, then quietly slipped out and closed the door behind him. In the living room, Dragonite, who'd been playing outside all morning, returned, looking energized. Seeing Dragonite and the other Pokémon, Naoki remembered what he'd been planning to discuss with them. First, he poured warm juice and milk for the Pokémon and for Arven to help everyone warm up. Then he turned to Dragonite and Palmot with a determined look. "Do you want to get stronger?" Naoki asked. "Oh, Palmot." Though the effect of the translation seeds had worn off and Naoki couldn't fully understand their words, their expressions said it all. With a smile, Naoki continued, "I've got an idea." He went on to explain his concept for the Lightning Trial and the Storm Trial. Just like the Go-Goats who hold the Grass Trial, you get to challenge visiting trainers, battling their Pokémon and gaining experience. That will help you both grow stronger. "Oh, whoa, I'm in." Dragonite cheered, its eyes shining. Palmot barked in agreement, hopping up with excitement. Both Pokémon had seen the Go-Goats Grass Trial before. They admired how skilled and powerful the Go-Goats had become, and the thought of reaching that level themselves thrilled. "Nem, perfect." Naoki nodded with satisfaction. He'd been sure they'd be on board. The exact details of the trials, the strategies and move combinations for Dragonite and Palmot would come later, but for now, he was glad they were excited about this. Although Naoki wasn't a professional trainer, his past experiences from the games offered him some tactical insight that could guide Dragonite and Palmot in their training. At that moment, some of the other Pokémon in the living room overheard his conversation with Dragonite. Alchemy perked up, looking at Naoki with eager eyes. "Marie, will I get my own trial too?" Naoki hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. After all, Alchemy wasn't exactly suited for battles. If he were to create a trial for her, would it be a buttercream swirl challenge? Or maybe a metronome luck test? Neither seemed quite right. After thinking it over, Naoki replied, "I haven't decided yet. Give me a little time to come up with something fitting." Alchemy nodded enthusiastically, clearly excited at the idea. Marie, when the time came, she'd use her special metronome move to surprise her opponents. Seeing her excitement, Naoki suspected that Alchemy just wanted to join in on the fun and wasn't all that interested in actual battling. "Why not?" he thought with a chuckle. "Since she's excited, let her have a little trial. Experience too." Just then, Naoki noticed Cyclizer looking up at him. Come to think of it, Cyclizer didn't have any standout battle qualities at the moment. Sure, eating birthday treats could potentially increase his stats, but this was only his first year, so it wasn't yet clear what effects that would bring. But seeing Cyclizer's hopeful gaze, Naoki thought for a moment and said, "I'll figure something out for you too." Jow, Cyclizer beamed with joy. As for Koraidon, Naoki glanced at Koraidon, who lay lazily nearby, clearly content to watch rather than participate. Unlike the other Pokémon, this legendary creature had no desire for competition. But that was probably for the best. Given Koraidon's power, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary trainers to challenge him successfully. By the time Mew and Teddiursa woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The two Pokémon slowly opened their eyes, blinking as they adjusted to the cozy surroundings. For a moment, they thought they were still resting in a tree hollow outside. Then, as they took in the familiar setting, they realized, they had returned to the ranch. Teddiursa looked around, immediately searching for Naoki. Leaping off the bed, it dashed out of the bedroom, with Mew floating close behind. When they didn't find Naoki in the living room, Teddiursa continued its search outside. Sure enough, there he was, working in the pasture. Naoki was guiding a group of Pokémon as they cleared snow from the paths. The snow didn't seem like much trouble now, but soon enough, it would start freezing over, turning into slippery ice that could make it difficult to walk. To prepare for that, they were clearing pathways ahead of time, leading to the Pokémon house, the chicken coop, the orchard, the greenhouse, the tavern, the stables, and even the underground cave. Arven was also there, lending a hand. He was watching Naoki closely, and as he observed him, Arven began to suspect that Mr. Naoki could somehow understand what the Pokémon were. Saying, "Of course, it's Mr. Naoki we should expect nothing less. Arvin thought, feeling impressed. Just then he noticed a soft pink glow approaching from a distance and looked up astonished. "Mr. Naoki, what is that Pokémon?" Naoki glanced over and smiled warmly. "Them? That's Mew and Teddiursa." Arvin had read about Teddiursa in the Pokémon Encyclopedia, but had never seen anything quite like Mew before. Watching the small, floating pink creature with wide eyes, he murmured, "Mew?" "Yes, that's Mew," Naoki replied with a nod. According to legend, Mew is an incredibly rare Pokémon. It's said they've been in this world since ancient times. Some scholars even believe that Mew might be the ancestor of all Pokémon. Arvin's eyes widened. "An ancestor?" Naoki continued. "Mew's genes contain traces of every Pokémon, allowing it to use every known move." "Wow, that's incredible," Arvin exclaimed, amazed that such a Pokémon existed in the world. "Of course, it might just be a legend," Naoki said with a smile. "This Mew isn't my Pokémon. After all, it's a friend of Teddiursa's." Just then, Mew and Teddiursa arrived in front of them. Teddiursa looked up, its bright black eyes shining with excitement. Naoki knelt down, gently patting its head. "I'm just clearing the snow. I left some sandwiches for you in the living room. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourself." Teddiursa nodded eagerly. At that moment, Mew, who had been curiously glancing around, seemed to spot something interesting. Tilting its head, it fixed its innocent blue eyes on something off in the distance. "Mew, what's up?" Naoki asked, a bit surprised. But Mew was already floating toward the spot it had noticed. Naoki and Teddiursa turned in the direction Mew was heading. There, they spotted a small sapling with bright green leaves sprouting up through the snow-covered ground. It was the World Tree sapling. Mew hovered around the sapling, circling it with fascination, chirping in delight and wonder. "Mew, Teddiursa looked on in confusion, eyes wide. Naoki watched in amazement too, thinking, does Mew really have such an affinity for the World Tree? Recalling the connection between Mew and the World Tree in Lucario and the mystery of Mew, Naoki couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Mew's fascination than he knew. "Mew!" Mew let out another cheerful cry, filled with joy. Naoki, with Teddiursa close beside him, walked up to join Mew. Turning to them, Mew, "Chirp happily, Mew." Teddiursa's eyes widened in awe. "Ursa!" Naoki was baffled by what Mew was trying to convey, so he quickly called out to Coraden to fetch some translation seed crisps. "Rayo!" Coraden sighed, though it dutifully went to retrieve the crisps. Soon enough, Coraden returned with the translation seed crisps. Naoki took a piece, and as he ate it, Mew's voice became clear to him. "Mew, there's an incredible life energy in this tree. I really love it here." Teddiursa, however, didn't seem to sense it. Looking at the sapling with a puzzled expression, he murmured, "Ursa, what kind of tree is this?" Mew shook its head. "Mew, I'm not sure either." Despite its curiosity, Mew could feel that the tree's vibrant life energy made it an ideal and welcoming place for Pokémon. Seeing that Mew didn't know what type of tree it was, Teddiursa turned to Naoki. "Ursa, do you know what kind of tree this is, Naoki?" Mew looked over as well, clearly eager for an answer. Naoki smiled and said, "This is the World Tree." "Mew, World Tree." Mew had never heard of such a tree before. It seems not every Mew has a connection with the World Tree, Naoki thought. This Mew is likely drawn to it because it can sense the same life energy that Calyrex is attuned to. "Yes, the World Tree," Naoki explained. "It will take quite some time to grow, but eventually it will be enormous larger than the entire ranch. When it's fully grown, you'll all be able to live in it." Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mew immediately began imagining a secret base for their hero expedition team nestled within the World Tree, while Teddiursa thought joyfully about inviting Zapdos to visit. "Mew, that's a great idea." Naoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Zapdos!" Teddiursa nodded enthusiastically. Ursa, We met Zapdos, an old power plant. Zapdos told us that it was often disturbed by humans and attacked by their Pokémon. It said it would love to live somewhere peaceful where it wouldn't be bothered. Hearing this, Naoki's heart softened. Then we should absolutely invite it to stay here. Teddiursa beamed with joy, thrilled that Naoki was open to welcoming its friends to the ranch. Naoki chuckled and added, but we'll need to wait until the world tree has fully grown, which will take about 4 years. Once it's big enough, you're welcome to invite any good friends you make on your travels to live here in the world tree. Like Zapdos or even Farfetch'd, the world tree would be vast, with plenty of room for all sorts of Pokémon to settle and make it their home. It's like building a living encyclopedia of Pokémon, Naoki thought with a rush of excitement. Just imagining a whole community of him with joy. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Ursa, Naoki, you're amazing. Naoki just smiled, feeling warm inside. Rayo, Koraidon sighed from the side, clearly amused by the whole exchange. It could almost hear the gears turning in Naoki's head, calculating this grand plan. World Tree, Zapdos. Arven was getting more confused by the minute. What is the World Tree? What is Zapdos? Are they Pokémon? Wait, he paused, eyes widening in realization. Mr. Naoki really can understand what Pokémon are saying. Unable to contain his curiosity, Arven asked, Mr. Naoki, can you actually talk to Pokémon? Naoki smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering Arven was still there. He handed Arven a small snack. Here, this is a special snack I made. When you eat it, you'll be able to understand Pokémon speech for a short while. Arven accepted it, examining the unfamiliar snack with a mix of skepticism and excitement. Naoki continued, feigning seriousness. This is the power of good food. A true chef can unlock the hidden effects of ingredients. There are even stories of a mysterious ingredient out there that can heal even the most gravely ill Pokémon. Arven's eyes went wide, his awe unmistakable. How amazing, he thought. Go on, give it a try. Naoki encouraged him, smiling. You might even understand what Mabosstiff says. Arven glanced at Mabosstiff, who stood loyally by his side. At Naoki's suggestion, a hopeful gleam appeared in Mabosstiff's eyes. Woof woof. Arven popped the snack into his mouth. As he chewed, a sweet flavor spread through his mouth, and he looked at Naoki, delighted. It was delicious. After swallowing, he heard Mabosstiff speak. Woof woof. Arven gasped. Mabosstiff? Are you talking? Mabosstiff nodded, his tail wagging happily. Woof woof. Yes, it's me, Arven. Arven stood there, speechless, feeling a mix of amazement and joy. He could truly understand Pokémon's speech and experience he had never imagined. Naoki watched the heartfelt moment unfold with a warm smile. He glanced at Mabosstiff and said gently, Mabosstiff, is there anything you'd like to say to Arven? Now's the perfect time to tell him. Arven blinked, taken aback, then looked down at Mabosstiff, who gazed back up at him with a look of deep affection. This was the child Mabosstiff had watched grow from day one. Arven was just a baby when Mabosstiff first met him. Back then, Professors Sada and Turo had brought Mabosstiff into Arven's life, telling it that Arven would be its companion from that day on. So from that moment forward, Mabosstiff stayed by Arven's side, watching him grow. It saw Arven transform from a lively, carefree boy into a more reserved, sometimes lonely young man. And in that time, Mabosstiff also changed from a small, playful puppy into the steadfast, loyal companion Arven now called his godfather Mastiff. Thinking of all they had been through together, Mabosstiff's eyes filled with sadness. It knew that Arven's life had not been easy. His parents' constant work often left him alone, even during the holidays. Mabosstiff looked up at Arven and softly barked, Woof woof. I will always be here for you, Arven. Mabosstiff. Arven's eyes grew misty, and he managed to say, Thank you, his voice thick with emotion. Naoki, Koraidon, and the other Pokémon quietly observed, moved by the bond between Arven and his loyal friend. No wonder Arven traveled all over Paldea to find a cure for Mabosstiff. Naoki thought, reflecting on their deep connection. Arvin wiped his eyes, took a steadying breath, and turned to Naoki. Thank you, Mr. Naoki. Really? Naoki took a deep breath, then grinned. All right, let's forget the sad stuff for now. You're at the ranch, so let's make the most of this wintry countryside. This isn't something you get to enjoy in a big city. Right, Arvin replied with a smile, leading Mabostiff outside to play in the snow. Meanwhile, Naoki introduced the other Pokémon to Mew and Teddiursa, who had recently returned to the ranch. After all their adventures, Teddiursa seemed different. Perhaps from meeting so many new Pokémon along the way, it had become even more lively and cheerful, able to make friends quickly with anyone. Maybe it was just Teddiursa's natural charm. As night fell, darkness blanketed the snowy world outside. Inside, in the cozy warmth of the ranch house, Naoki gathered everyone around the fireplace to enjoy the heat on this chilly evening. The soft orange glow of the fire cast a warm light on the Pokémon, filling the room with a cozy atmosphere. Coraden lay sprawled on the carpet, head resting on its arms, looking completely at peace with its eyes closed. Cyclizer stretched out comfortably, tail wagging contentedly. Nearby, Palmot and Alchemy chased each other playfully around the Christmas tree, laughing and tumbling as they went. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddiursa enjoyed the honey pudding and honey tea Naoki had prepared, savoring each bite. Arvin was there, too, gently grooming Mabostiff's fur. Naoki watched Teddiursa enjoy its honey pudding and, with a smile, said, "You've really changed a lot, you know." Teddiursa paused, looking up in mild confusion. "Ursa, what do you mean?" Naoki chuckled, reminiscing ABO their tea encounter. "Back then, you pretended lost, helpless little bear and snuck into the ranch, hoping to steal some honey when I wasn't. Hey, looking, Ursa." Teddiursa felt a bit bashful, remembering that day. Naoki laughed and shared a little secret with Teddiursa. "Actually, I already knew about you before we met. The other ranchers nearby had warned me to keep an eye out for a honey-thieving baby bear." Teddiursa's eyes widened in surprise, realizing what that meant. "Ursa, so you knew I'd come to the ranch to steal honey all along?" Naoki nodded, smiling. "Yes." Teddiursa's expression turned thoughtful. "Ursa, then why didn't you chase me away? Why? Did you let me stay?" Any other person, Teddiursa thought, would probably have driven off a thief the moment they saw one. Teddiursa looked up at Naoki, putting down its honey pudding, eager for an answer. Naoki thought for a moment before responding. "Maybe it's because we were meant to meet. Speed and attack. Offer. I believe fate brought us together. Just like the message players sometimes see about a Pokémon in the game. This Pokémon crossed time and space to meet you." Ursa. Teddiursa didn't fully understand, but it liked how meaningful those words sounded. It smiled and replied happily, "I'm glad I met you too, Naoki." Naoki smiled back and asked, "Are you planning to continue your journey?" At this, Teddiursa and Mew exchanged glances. Mew nodded with a gentle mew. "That's right," Teddiursa added excitedly. "Ursa, the journey of the Hero Expedition team isn't over yet." But just as it spoke, Teddiursa's excitement faded a little. "Ursa, if that's the case, I'll have to leave you again, Naoki." "Don't worry," Naoki reassured it, reaching out to gently pat Teddiursa's head. Teddiursa looked up, its expression softening. "If you want to go, then go. I'll be here at the ranch, waiting for you. Anytime you're tired, you can come home, and I'll have a delicious dinner ready for you." Ursa. Teddiursa's eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude. It wiped them away, then looked up with determination. "Ursa, I'll always remember you, Naoki." No matter where its adventures took it, Naoki would always hold a place in its heart. Naoki chuckled, yawning as sleepiness crept over him. "All right, it's getting late. Time to rest." "Ursa." Teddiursa agreed, nodding. November 25th, year 198 of the Alliance calendar. On this day, Dr. Sada returned from her research at Area Zero and came to the ranch to take Arvin home. "Thank you for looking after Arvin," Dr. Sada said gratefully. Naoki smiled, shaking his head. "It was no trouble at all. Arvin's been a great help around the Ranch. Dr. Sada smiled warmly, then turned to say goodbye to Naoki. We'll be heading back now. We'll come visit again when we get the chance. Naoki nodded, looking at Arvin. Goodbye, Arvin. Feel free to come by any time you want to visit. Arvin, who had enjoyed his time here with Mabostiff, nodded, waving to Naoki. Goodbye, Mr. Naoki, he called as he and Mabostiff set off with Dr. Sada. Naoki stood in the pasture, watching until Arvin and his mother disappeared from view. Only then did he turn and head back to the living room. It was November 25th, with the new year just around the corner. Reflecting on it, he realized it had almost been a full year since he arrived in the Pokémon world. The weather forecast predicted steady snowfall in Kosagi Town over the next 2 weeks, enough to bury the roads. Naoki decided it would be wise to stock up on New Year's supplies early. At that time, he planned to stay home, cozying up with his Pokémon by the fireplace, reading books, and enjoying the peaceful winter days. Naoki checked the inventory at home. There's not much steak left, and we're running low on flour and seasonings. But we have plenty of eggs, thanks to the ranch, so there's no need to buy those in town. It's a shame the large greenhouse isn't finished yet. Fresh, homegrown vegetables would have been perfect, but no worries, it'll be ready next year. Besides the basics, I should also pick up some berries. I can use them to make poffins as treats for everyone. After making his list, Naoki grabbed a pen and paper, jotting down everything he needed to buy. That afternoon, he rode Corate into the town, with his 3 go-goats following along to help carry the supplies. In winter, Kosagi Town looked like a whole new place. Snow blanketed the rooftops, and both people and Pokémon walked the streets bundled up in thick winter coats and scarves. Despite the cold, the market bustled with life. Naoki moved through the crowd, picking up everything on his list. He loaded the bags onto the go-goats, who dutifully carried the goods. Once the 3 go-goats were fully loaded, Naoki wrapped up his shopping and made his way back to the ranch. Naoki called over Pokémon like Cyclizer and Palmot to help carry the supplies back into the home, while he himself carried a few bags. By the time everything was unpacked, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Glancing at the calendar, Naoki remembered that the fruit wine he'd stored in the wine cellar should be ready. He headed down to the cellar, found the oak barrels he used for brewing, and uncorked one. Immediately, a rich, fruity aroma mixed with the scent of wine filled the air. Naoki's eyes lit up as he poured a glass. This particular wine, made from pecha berries, was a soft, pink color, clear and inviting under the dim light. As he inspected it, details about the wine appeared in his mind. Pecha berry wine, brewed from pecha berries, this wine combines the fruit's sweetness with a smooth, mellow flavor. It's especially appealing to certain Pokémon. Effect grants poison resistance. Drinking this wine will remove poisoning effects from Pokémon and provides them with mild poison resistance, helping them withstand poison attacks. This effect does not stack. Note, a little goes a long way, don't overindulge. Seeing its effect, Naoki was pleasantly surprised. Poison resistance could be quite useful, especially against poison-type moves. The effect wasn't overwhelming, but would reduce poison damage and even provide a slim chance to avoid poisoning altogether. Encouraged by this, Naoki opened another barrel, this one containing sherry berry wine. He poured a glass to see its effects. Sherry berry wine, made from sherry berries, this wine has a slight kick and fire type. Pokémon might find it particularly enjoyable. Effect grants paralysis resistance. It removes the paralysis condition from Pokémon and provides mild resistance to it, lowering the chance of becoming paralyzed. Effect does not stack. Note, a little warmth goes a long way. Paralysis resistance, too. Naoki mused. He decided he would offer a taste to every Pokémon. At the ranch, just a sip might be enough to give them that little edge. Finally, he opened the last barrel, containing citrus berry wine. He poured a glass and examined it. Citrus berry wine, brewed from citrus berries. This wine has a sweet yet tangy flavor that some Pokémon might find refreshing. Effect restores stamina. Drinking this wine helps to recover physical energy. Note: remember to enjoy responsibly. Naoki paused, feeling slightly underwhelmed by this last effect. While useful, it didn't quite match the benefits of poison or paralysis resistance. Looking thoughtfully at the 3 barrels, Naoki wondered aloud. If pecha berries provide poison resistance and sherry berries give paralysis resistance, then what effects would wines made from salic berries or lychee berries ones known for boosting? That night, Naoki moved the 3 oak barrels of fruit wine into the Pokémon tavern. As evening approached, Pokémon from the town began gathering at the tavern. Naoki was polishing glasses at the bar, while Sister and DD greeted each guest warmly. AIE welcome. When 2 Macamp noticed Naoki behind the bar, they looked surprised. Naoki gave them a nod and asked, "We got some new drinks today. Would you like to try them out?" The Macamp exchanged curious glances. Naoki then introduced the 3 barrels of fruit wine he had brought in. These are special fruit wines. The barrel on the left is pecha berry wine. It's sweet and can cure poisoning. The one in the middle is made from sherry berries. It has a spicy kick. Just 1 glass will warm you up on a cold winter night, and it also helps recover from paralysis. So if you've been hit by stun spore or an electric type's thunder wave, this will get you back on your feet. The barrel on the right is made from citrus berries. It has a sweet yet tangy taste. Perfect if you're feeling tired. Just 1 glass will quickly restore your strength. The Macamp looked at each other in awe, clearly intrigued by the effects of these drinks. Seeing their hesitation, Naoki asked, "Had a long day at work?" The Macamp shook their heads. The heavy snowfall had meant they'd taken the day off to rest. "Ah, I see." Naoki pulled out 2 glasses. "Then I'd recommend trying the sherry berry wine. This weather is perfect for something with a little heat." The Machamps gave a nod of approval. Given the long walk between town and the ranch in the cold wind and snow, something to warm up was just what they needed. Naoki poured each of them a glass of the sherry berry wine, and the Machamps slid a coin each across the bar as payment. After paying, they took their glasses to a nearby table and began to sip. Naoki watched them with interest. As soon as they took their first sip, both Machamps' faces turned red almost immediately, a reaction visible to the naked eye. They gasped, feeling the fiery warmth. "Macamp, spicy, so spicy." But just as one of the Macamp commented on the spiciness, he suddenly noticed a wave of warmth spreading through his body, driving away the chill from outside. The initial spiciness faded, leaving a pleasant warmth in their mouths and a lingering, comfortable heat throughout their bodies. One of the Macamp looked astonished. "Macamp, my body, I feel so warm." Naoki watched with a smile and remarked to Sister and DD, "Looks like they're getting used to the sherry berry wine." "Indeed, that's right." Just then, Naoki picked up the coin one of the Macamp had placed on the bar as payment. Initially, he thought it was a regular, small-denomination alliance coin, but upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't an alliance coin at all. It was a Gimmighoul coin. The coin had intricate, ornate patterns engraved on it, making it look valuable and rare. "Is this gold?" Naoki thought, surprised. "Where do they get this from?" Curious, he asked the Macamp. One of them, feeling warm and satisfied from the wine, cheerfully explained, "Macamp, we found it in the corner of Kelly's storage room." Kelly's storage room? Naoki quickly thought of the large shed behind the Kelly workshop. The Macamp nodded enthusiastically. "Macamp, yep." Naoki pondered aloud. Could this have been passed down by Kelly's ancestors? The Macamp caught on to what he meant and quickly shook their heads. Macamp. No, it wasn't there before. We only noticed it yesterday. Kelly found them and gave us some to use for the tavern." "Interesting," Naoki mused. It seemed odd that such coins would suddenly appear. They'd never been seen in the storage room before yesterday. Then a thought occurred to Naoki. Perhaps a Gimmighoul was involved. Gimmighoul was known for its fascination with coins. This elusive Pokémon often carried a single gold coin on its back and would hide in obscure places across the Paldea region. Trainers frequently reported seeing it, but it always fled before anyone could catch it. Could this gold coin be a Gimmighoul's treasure? Naoki hadn't encountered a Gimmighoul before, so he wasn't entirely sure. After a moment of thought, he decided to place the coin in a prominent spot on the wine rack. If it truly belonged to a Gimmighoul, the Pokémon might return to retrieve it. Just as he was setting up the coin, another Pokémon guest arrived at the tavern. Naoki set aside his thoughts about the mysterious coin and busied himself helping Sister and DD to entertain the Pokémon guests who filled the tavern. As the evening wore on, one by one, the guests gradually said their goodbyes and left. Naoki closed up the tavern, heading back home with Karaden and Sister and DD. After washing up and preparing for bed, they turned off the lights, and the ranch was soon wrapped in the quiet of the night. With everything still and silent, a tiny figure, no more than 0.3 m tall, crept out from the shadows. It cautiously scanned the room to ensure there was no danger. Then, spotting the tavern, it made its way to the massive wooden door and squeezed through a crack, entering the dark room beyond. Its gaze immediately locked onto the glinting golden coin left high up on the wine rack. Eyes brightening with excitement, the little creature emitted a gleeful squeak as it scrambled up onto the table and, with a powerful leap, reached the wine rack. Hugging the coin close, it glanced around once more before disappearing back into the shadows, the coin on its back. The next morning, as Naoki sat down for breakfast, he suddenly remembered the coin he had received from the mock camp. Curious, he finished his meal quickly and headed straight to the tavern. Pushing open the door, he looked up at the wine rack and froze. The coin was gone. Wide-eyed, Naoki was certain he had placed it there before closing up the previous night. Now, though, it had mysteriously vanished. Realization dawned on him. The Gimmighoul, the treasure-seeking Pokémon, must have returned to retrieve the coin it lost. At that moment, Teddy Ursa, who had followed H. into the tavern, noticed a trail of tiny footprints in the snow outside. It let out an excited Ursa to get Naoki's attention. Turning around, Naoki spotted the line of small footprints leading from outside the ranch all the way to the tavern's door. Strangely, there were no footprints leaving the building. This could only mean one thing. The treasure-seeking Gimmighoul must still be inside the tavern. The Gimmighoul in its roaming form isn't too much trouble, but the Gimmighoul in chess form often ends up mistaken for an antique. As a result, it's frequently taken or sold to antique shops by unsuspecting collectors. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddy Ursa continued examining the little footprints left in the snow. But Naoki had already deduced who the owner of the footprints was. Clearly, it was a Gimmighoul in its roaming form. Gimmighoul is a fascinating Pokémon, both ecologically and evolutionarily. It is said that Gimmighoul originated from the intense desire of ancient explorers and treasure hunters to gather treasure chests and gold coins back in the days of the Kingdom of Paldea, about 1,500 years ago. Its evolution is equally unique. To evolve into Goldengo, a Gimmighoul must collect 999 Gimmighoul coins, a daunting task. For ordinary trainers, this requirement is nearly impossible, and even for the wealthy, collecting all those Gimmighoul coins would demand an immense effort. Naoki, intrigued by this unique Pokémon, wanted to catch a glimpse of it himself. He entered the tavern and scanned every corner, but Gimmighoul was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Naoki decided to enlist Mew's help. Mew, can you use your psychic powers to scan the room? I got a hunch that something is hiding in here. Eager to assist, Mew readily agreed. Mew, it replied, floating up and closing its eyes. Mew released a wave of psychic energy, creating a transparent ripple that spread through the tavern. Nothing could hide from Mew's psychic search. After a moment, Mew opened its eyes and drifted toward the cabinet beneath the bar. Mew? It mewed as if to say, is it there? Naoki hurried over, opening the cabinet door under the watchful eyes of Mew and Teddy Ursa. There, hidden in the darkness, was a small figure clutching the gold coin tightly, with half of its body obscured in shadow. Wow! Naoki exclaimed, delighted. It's really Gimmighoul. Mew and Teddy Ursa gazed curiously at this Pokémon they'd never encountered before. Gimmighoul was startled, dropping the gold coin in its grasp, and immediately turned to flee. Naoki could only sigh. So this is how players end up with Gimmighoul's coins in the games. He thought, finally understanding. As Gimmigal scurried off, Mew and Teddy Ursa watched in surprise, unsure what had just happened. Teddy Ursa even tried to call out, "Ursa, wait!" But it was no use. Naoki explained, "It's pointless. Gimmigal's instinct is to escape. Once it decides not to stick around, it's gone for good." Mew. Mew seemed puzzled by why the Pokémon ran away so quickly. Naoki stepped outside and called after the fleeing Gimmigal. "Gimmigal, don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. I won't take your coin. I'll leave it here for you. You're always welcome to come back and stay at the tavern if you like. But if not, that's fine too. We won't disturb you anymore." Whether Gimmigal heard him or not, Naoki didn't know. But he left the coin on the shelf, hoping Gimmigal might return. Then, with Koraidon by his side, he headed off to start his daily snow-clearing chores around the ranch. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddy Ursa spent their time playing and exploring around the ranch, taking a break from their adventures. They planned to relax here for a while before resuming their journey. Naoki had mentioned that the new year was fast approaching, a time for family gatherings. In human culture, people would travel from far and wide to reunite with their loved ones, sharing warmth and memories. Teddy Ursa loved the sound of this festival and decided, along with Mew, to stay until after New Year's before setting off again. As Naoki and Koraidon continued shoveling snow, Mew and Teddy Ursa wandered into the glass greenhouse to explore. Inside, they encountered a gentle-looking Pokémon with a large head and kind eyes. This was Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. The previous day, he hadn't been at the ranch. He had ridden his spectral steed to the mountains to pay respects to Pokémon who had passed, offering prayers for their peace. Because of this, Mew and Teddy Ursa hadn't yet met Calyrex. When the king of bountiful harvest saw the two little Pokémon, he was initially a bit surprised, but then smiled warmly at them. "I am Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, a friend of Naoki's. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Ursa. Teddy Ursa blinked and tilted its head, curiously studying the Pokémon before it. Meanwhile, Mew sensed a familiar aura, similar to that of the World Tree, emanating from Calyrex. It understood instantly. "Mew, you're the one nurturing the World Tree." Calyrex looked slightly surprised, clearly not expecting the small Pokémon to recognize his connection to the World Tree. He nodded gently. "Yes, indeed. The World Tree is a source of life, and I am honored to contribute to its growth and vitality." Teddy Ursa's eyes went wide with admiration. "Ursa, that's amazing." Mew's eyes sparkled with joy as it grinned. "Mew will help too." Calyrex smiled, noting Mew's aura and deep, powerful energy. Despite its small and cute appearance, this Pokémon was clearly very old, one that had existed in the world for countless years. Thinking of this, Calyrex raised his hand, summoning a steaming pot of tea and 2 cups, inviting Mew and Teddy Ursa to join him for tea. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Mew and Teddy Ursa blinked, then nodded happily in agreement. Ursa dash. Mew. Later that afternoon, Naoki made his way to the tavern to check on things. He opened the cabinet under the bar and was surprised to find the gold coin he'd left there was gone. Clearly, Gimmigal had returned to claim its coin. Naoki wondered if Gimmigal had heard his invitation to come and go freely. After a moment of consideration, Naoki asked Mew for help with finding Gimmigal. Mew released a wave of psychic energy, scanning the room. After a brief moment, it opened its eyes and directed its gaze toward a shadowy corner of the tavern. Naoki whispered, "Is it still here?" Mew nodded with a soft mew. Naoki let out a sigh of relief. At least it meant that Gimmigal had heard his message. "This week, I'm sticking with the regular release schedule of 1 to 2 chapters per day. After putting in a massive amount of time last week to deliver high-quality chapters, all while juggling college and my internship, I need to pace myself a bit. Hope you all understand." At the end of December in the 198th year of the Alliance calendar, the Paldea region was blanketed by a snowstorm that had lasted nearly 2 weeks. A thick layer of snow covered the roads, completely blocking access to the ranch. Even Zach's delivery truck couldn't make it through. With no other choice, Zach decided to take a few days off, planning to resume work once the snowfall lightened up. Early in the morning, Naoki grabbed his tools and headed out with Koraidon and Cyclizer to clear the snow. Standing in the crisp winter air, Naoki looked out toward Kosagi town and muttered to himself, "Just as I thought." As he anticipated, the road was completely snowed in, making it impassable for vehicles. Good thing I stocked up on supplies beforehand, Naoki thought, relieved he wouldn't need to make the trek to town in these snowy conditions. In this kind of weather, most people stayed indoors, and even the usual trainers and travelers were absent. With the road to town blocked and no visitors, the ranch felt wonderfully secluded, like a hidden haven, separated from the rest of the world. Everywhere he looked, there was an endless stretch of white. Being surrounded by it felt cleansing, almost as if his soul were being purified. Naoki savored the peaceful isolation, standing in the snow with his eyes closed, enjoying the quiet solitude. But in the next moment, the sound of galloping hooves disrupted the silence. Naoki opened his eyes to see Glastrier sprinting through the snow, enjoying its newfound freedom. Naoki sighed, realizing his moment of peace was over. The whole ranch had come to life now that the snow had stopped. Plumes of smoke rose from the snow-covered rooftop as Sister NDD prepared breakfast for everyone. Palmot flew out of the living room and made its way to the chicken coop to tend to the hens. Glacian led Dolive and Alchemy in a playful game of drawing patterns in the snow with their footprints. Dragonaires and Dragonites, who took up delivery duties, arrived at the ranch as well. Dragonite, leading the way with his satchel, gathered fresh goat and Momo milk to bring to the customers waiting in Kosagi town. Naoki couldn't help but smile as he took in the lively scene. Even though the ranch was cut off from the rest of the world, he didn't feel lonely in the slightest. Koraidon and Cyclizer stood at Naoki's sides, looking at the lively ranch, happily chattering. "Rayo, aga." Noticing Cyclizer's scarf was about to come loose, Naoki walked over to help tie it again. Seeing this, Koraidon stepped forward, lifting its head with a hopeful look. All right, Naoki chuckled, patting Koraidon affectionately. "I'll retie yours too. Honestly, you're like a little kid." Rayo Koraidon gave a playful, almost puppy-like sound, wagging its tail in excitement. It resembled an overgrown, affectionate golden retriever with its boundless energy and eagerness. Naoki gently nudged its head aside with a smile, focusing on his snow-clearing tasks. Along the way, he checked on the ranch facilities to ensure everything was running smoothly. Last month, as temperatures started dropping, he had set up heaters in the chicken coop and Pokémon house. Since then, the hens and Miltank had happily settled in their warm rooms, rarely venturing outside. Arriving at the Pokémon house, Naoki greeted the Miltank inside with a bright smile. "Good morning, everyone. Another day awaits." Moo, the Miltank, cozy on their soft hay beds, responded cheerfully. "Excellent," Naoki murmured as he picked up a brush to give them each a gentle combing. He filled their troughs with fresh fruits and hay, then bid them farewell before heading off to the chicken coop. At the coop, Palmot was busy chatting with the hens, gesturing with tiny paws and calling out enthusiastically, "Palmot, Palmot, Palmot." The hens clucked and gathered around, clearly captivated by their friend's lively storytelling. When Naoki approached, Palmot scurried over to him. "Palmot, can they understand you?" Naoki asked, amused. Palmot nodded eagerly. Palmot, it seemed proud to have such good friends among the hens. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at this interaction. Could Pokémon really communicate with regular animals? In his time here, he had learned that not all animals in this world were Pokémon. There were indeed ordinary creatures around chickens, cows, ducks, pigs, fish, and so on. But unlike in his previous world, larger predators like lions, tigers, and sharks were absent. The main distinction between regular animals and Pokémon, he mused, seemed to be the ability to use moves. While most wild creatures had limited abilities, Pokémon exhibited special powers and skills unique to each species. Though some people regarded specific parts of Pokémon as delicacies, for instance, Slowpoke Tails and Cloth Claws Naoki had yet to try any of these unusual dishes. Despite his curiosity, he preferred sticking to familiar food. Naoki wasn't a saint. He just saw Pokémon as having emotions and intelligence on par with humans. Many people treated them as companions or even family. With that perspective, eating Pokémon felt indescribable. After pondering for a moment, Naoki said goodbye to Palmot and left the chicken coop. Inside, Sister NDD had already prepared breakfast. Naoki, alongside Cyclizer and Koraiden, washed their paws and joined everyone for breakfast. After they had eaten, snow began falling outside once more. With nothing urgent to do, Naoki moved a rocking chair in front of the fireplace, sat down to warm up, and began reading a book. The Pokémon stayed indoors, gathering around the fireplace to share in the warmth with Naoki. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted down while the cozy heat from the fire filled the room. Naoki glanced around at the Pokémon nestled close by and couldn't help but smile. This feeling was perfect. Only a few days until New Year's, Naoki thought with surprise. Time had flown by. His first New Year in the Pokémon world felt deeply significant. He pondered over what he could do to make this New Year memorable for the Pokémon. After thinking for a while, he settled on preparing a feast for them, a New Year's Eve dinner filled with all the dishes he'd made throughout the year. We have plenty of ingredients at home, so let's go all out, he thought happily. In the afternoon, Calyrex appeared before Naoki, a hint of excitement in his voice. My strength has returned, and I'm ready to begin the second phase of nurturing. Naoki's eyes lit up. Ignoring the ongoing snowfall, he hurried to the World Tree with Calyrex. By his side, noticing the two heading toward the tree, Mew and Teddiursa followed with curiosity. Koraiden, Cyclizer, Palmot, Alchemy, Dragonite, Glacian, the Go-Goats, and the NDDs also gathered around, creating a large circle of Pokémon around the World Tree. Naoki and Calyrex stepped forward, anticipation clear on their faces. Calyrex looked around, smiling as powerful energy surged from his body. This vital energy expanded outward, forming a dome-shaped energy shield that encircled the World Tree. The moment this shield appeared, all the snow on the ground, fresh, green grass began sprouting from the earth within the vibrant energy field. The World Tree reacted immediately. Its trunk grew thicker and more upright, and the bare branches began to fill with lush green leaves. Naoki kept his gaze fixed on the World Tree as it transformed. Under his watch, the age of this World Tree was shifting at an incredible rate. World Tree Sapling, a seedling that has absorbed immense grass-type energy. Due to an anomaly in its growth, it has begun a unique evolution. An intense life force is brewing within, ready to burst forth. Approximately 97,995 years until full maturity. 97,980 years. 97,500 years. 96,980 years. 96,001 years. Finally, the countdown halted at 95,995 years. Before him now stood a tree about 1.8 meters tall, roughly the height of an adult. Its branches were full of vibrant, glowing leaves with faint tendrils of green energy flowing among them. Just standing near it, one could feel its immense vitality. The Pokémon nearby noticed the transformation and were in awe. Mew and Teddiursa stared, eyes wide with amazement. Ursa, the leaves are glowing. Mew, Calyrex is so powerful. Calyrex observed the tree with a satisfied expression. Naoki, recalling the depiction of the World Tree from a movie he'd once seen, guessed it might grow hundreds, maybe even 1,000 meters tall. But just after he said this, a thought struck him. If the World Tree grew that tall, it would surely engulf the entire ranch and then some. That might be a bit of a problem, Naoki muttered. Naoki fell into deep thought. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. Calyrex considered this, recalling the vision he'd seen when peering into the future. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Naoki, frowning, clearly lost in worry. "What troubles you?" Calyrex asked, puzzled. Naoki looked up, voicing his concerns. "If this tree grows that enormous, it might overrun the ranch. This is my home. I don't want it to disappear." Hearing this, Calyrex remembered the future he had glimpsed. "You needn't worry," Calyrex reassured him. "I have foreseen the tree's future. After a very long time, it will leave the earth, rise into the sky, and float among the clouds." "What?" Naoki blinked, trying to process this. "The world tree, flying into the sky. How would that even work?" he asked in surprise. Calyrex shook his head gently. "I cannot say. The vision only allows me to see the end result, not the journey to get there. Much like when he'd foreseen the arrival of Eternatus in the Galar region." "I see," Naoki murmured, still a bit dazed. A tree that big, floating in the sky, it defied all logic. How it overcome gravity? Did someone plan on installing some kind of anti-gravity system? As Naoki pondered these possibilities, he noticed that Calyrex seemed tired from his exertions. "Well," Naoki said, setting aside his concerns with a sigh, "if that's the future, I'm sure we'll figure out when the time comes. Thank you for all your hard work. Go get some rest. I'll prepare some dumplings and grass cakes for you right away." Calyrex nodded appreciatively, then vanished, returning to the glass greenhouse to recover. Naoki headed back to the living room with the other Pokémon, letting them enjoy some playtime while he went to the kitchen. There, he began preparing snacks and afternoon tea for Calyrex treats that would help him restore his energy. On his way to deliver the snacks to the glass greenhouse, Naoki spotted his 3 go-goats, gathered around the world tree, lounging on the grass that Calyrex had summoned and chewing something contentedly. "Were you eating?" Naoki couldn't help but ask. "Me?" One of the go-goats turned to him, revealing a vibrant green leaf tucked in its mouth. Naoki's eyes went wide. "Oh no, are they eating the world tree?" Just as he feared, his go-goats had taken a liking to the world tree's leaves, 3 fresh leaves, shimmering with a gentle green glow, detached from the branches above and drifted down, landing neatly in front of the go-goats. "Me?" The go-goats' eyes lit up, and they eagerly bent down to munch on the newly fallen leaves. "Naoki, what's going on?" He stared at the scene in confusion. Could the world tree have its own consciousness? Or was it somehow connected to nature's? Will deliberately sharing its leaves with the go-goats? Perhaps it even saw them as its chosen companions? Naoki fell deep in thought, recalling the tree of beginning from a movie, which was equipped with a defense system that summoned guardians to protect it from intruders. No way. In disbelief, Naoki approached the world tree. As he drew near, the tree seemed to sense his presence. Another leaf, glowing faintly with green energy, floated gently down. Watching the leaf descend, a wild idea popped into Naoki's mind. He and his go-goats had tended to this tree, watering and fertilizing it since it was planted. Maybe, just maybe, the world tree recognized him as an ally. On impulse, he reached out and caught the leaf. As he held it, information about the leaf appeared clearly in his mind. Unripe world tree leaf. A mythical item, a leaf infused with the raw power of nature. It is a treasured resource for grass-type Pokémon, highly sought after and incredibly rare. Its exact effects are... That night, Naoki moved the 3 oak barrels of fruit wine into the Pokémon Tavern. As evening approached, Pokémon from the town began gathering at the tavern. Naoki was polishing glasses at the bar, while Sister and DD greeted each guest warmly. "AIE welcome." When 2 Macamp noticed Naoki behind the bar, they looked surprised. Naoki gave him a nod and asked, "We've got some new drinks today. Would you like to try them out?" The Macamp exchanged curious glances. Naoki then introduced the 3 barrels of fruit wine he had brought in. These are special fruit wines. The barrel on the left is Pecha berry wine. It's sweet and can cure poisoning. The one in the middle is made from cherry berries. It has a spicy kick. Just 1 glass will warm you up on a cold winter night, and it also helps recover from paralysis. So if you've been hit by stun spore or an electric type's thunder wave, this will get you back on your feet. The barrel on the right is made from citrus berries. It has a sweet yet tangy taste. Perfect if you're feeling tired, just one glass will quickly restore your strength. The Macamp looked at each other in awe, clearly intrigued by the effects of these drinks. Seeing their hesitation, Naoki asked, "Had a long day at work?" The Macamp shook their heads. The heavy snowfall had meant they'd taken the day off to rest. "Ah, I see." Naoki pulled out 2 glasses. "Then I'd recommend trying the sherry berry wine. This weather is perfect for something with a little heat." The Machamps gave a nod of approval. Given the long walk between town and the ranch in the cold wind and snow, something to warm up was just what they needed. Naoki poured each of them a glass of the sherry berry wine, and the Machamps slid a coin each across the bar as payment. After paying, they took their glasses to a nearby table and began to sip. Naoki watched them with interest. As soon as they took their first sip, both Machamps' faces turned red almost immediately, a reaction visible to the naked eye. They gasped, feeling the fiery warmth. "Macamp, spicy, so spicy." But just as one of the Macamp commented on the spiciness, he suddenly noticed a wave of warmth spreading through his body, driving away the chill from outside. The initial spiciness faded, leaving a pleasant warmth in their mouths and a lingering, comfortable heat throughout their bodies. One of the Macamp looked astonished. "Macamp, my body, I feel so warm." Naoki watched with a smile and remarked to Sister and DD, "Looks like they're getting used to the sherry berry wine." "Indeed, that's right." Just then, Naoki picked up the coin one of the Macamp had placed on the bar as payment. Initially, he thought it was a regular, small-denomination Alliance coin, but upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't an Alliance coin at all, it was a Gimigal coin. The coin had intricate, ornate patterns engraved on it, making it look valuable and rare. "Is this gold?" Naoki thought, surprised. "Where did they get this from?" Curious, he asked the Macamp. One of them, feeling warm and satisfied from the wine, cheerfully explained, "Macamp, we found it in the corner of Kelly's storage room." "Kelly's storage room?" Naoki quickly thought of the large shed behind the Kelly workshop. The Macamp nodded enthusiastically. "Macamp, yep." Naoki pondered aloud. Could this have been passed down by Kelly's ancestors? The Macamp caught on to what he meant and quickly shook their heads. Macamp. No, it wasn't there before. We only noticed it yesterday. Kelly found them and gave us some to use for the tavern." "Interesting," Naoki mused. It seemed odd that such coins would suddenly appear. They'd never been seen in the storage room before yesterday. Then, a thought occurred to Naoki, perhaps a Gimigal was involved. Gimigal was known for its fascination with coins. This elusive Pokémon often carried a single gold coin on its back and would hide in obscure places across the Paldea region. Trainers frequently reported seeing it, but it always fled before anyone could catch it. Could this gold coin be a Gimigal's treasure? Naoki hadn't encountered a Gimigal before, so he wasn't entirely sure. After a moment of thought, he decided to place the coin in a prominent spot on the wine rack. If it truly belonged to a Gimigal, the Pokémon might return to retrieve it. Just as he was setting up the coin, another Pokémon guest arrived at the tavern. Naoki set aside his thoughts about the mysterious coin and busied himself helping Sister and DD to entertain the Pokémon guests who filled the tavern. As the evening wore on, one by one, the guests gradually said their goodbyes and left. Naoki closed up the tavern, heading back home with Karaden and Sister and DD. After washing up and preparing for bed, they turned off the lights, and the ranch was soon wrapped in the quiet of the night. With everything still and silent, a tiny figure, no more than 0.3 m tall, crept out from the shadows. It cautiously scanned the room to ensure there was no danger. Then, spotting the tavern, it made its way to the massive wooden door and squeezed through a crack, entering the dark room beyond. Its gaze immediately locked onto the glinting golden coin left high up on the wine rack. Eyes brightening with excitement, the little creature emitted a gleeful squeak as it scrambled up onto the table and, with a powerful leap, reached the wine rack. Hugging the coin close, it glanced around once more before disappearing back into the shadows, the coin on its back. The next morning, As Naoki sat down for breakfast, he suddenly remembered the coin he had received from the mock camp. "See you, Rias." He finished his meal quickly and headed straight to the tavern. Pushing open the door, he looked up at the wine rack and froze. The coin was gone. Wide-eyed, Naoki was certain he had placed it there before closing up the previous night. Now, though, it had mysteriously vanished. Realization dawned on him. The Gimmighoul, the treasure-seeking Pokémon, must have returned to retrieve the coin it lost. At that moment, Teddy Ursa, who had followed him to the tavern, noticed a trail of tiny footprints in the snow outside. It let out an excited Ursa to get Naoki's attention. Turning around, Naoki spotted the line of small footprints leading from outside the ranch all the way to the tavern's door. Strangely, there were no footprints leaving the building. This could only mean one thing. The treasure-seeking Gimmighoul must still be inside the tavern. The Gimmighoul in its roaming form isn't too much trouble, but the Gimmighoul in chess form often ends up mistaken for an antique. As a result, it's frequently taken or sold to antique shops by unsuspecting collectors. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddy Ursa continued examining the little footprints left in the snow. But Naoki had already deduced who the owner of the footprints was. Clearly, it was a Gimmighoul in its roaming form. Gimmighoul is a fascinating Pokémon, both ecologically and evolutionarily. It is said that Gimmighoul originated from the intense desire of ancient explorers and treasure hunters to gather treasure chests and gold coins back in the days of the Kingdom of Paldea, about 1,500 years ago. Its evolution is equally unique. To evolve into Goldingo, a Gimmighoul must collect 999 Gimmighoul coins, a daunting task. For ordinary trainers, this requirement is nearly impossible, and even for the wealthy, collecting all those Gimmighoul coins would demand an immense effort. Naoki, intrigued by this unique Pokémon, wanted to catch a glimpse of it himself. He entered the tavern and scanned every corner, but Gimmighoul was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Naoki decided to enlist Mew's help. "Mew, can you use your psychic powers to scan the room? I've got a hunch that something is hiding in here." Eager to assist, Mew readily agreed. "Mew," it replied, floating up and closing its eyes. Mew released a wave of psychic energy, creating a transparent ripple that spread through the tavern. Nothing could hide from Mew's psychic search. After a moment, Mew opened its eyes and drifted toward the cabinet beneath the bar. "Mew," it mewed as if to say, "Is it there?" Naoki hurried over, opening the cabinet door under the watchful eyes of Mew and Teddy Ursa. There, hidden in the darkness, was a small figure clutching the gold coin tightly, with half of its body obscured in shadow. "Wow!" Naoki exclaimed, delighted. "It's really Gimmighoul." Mew and Teddy Ursa gazed curiously at this Pokémon they'd never encountered before. Gimmighoul was startled, dropping the gold coin in its grasp, and immediately turned to flee. Naoki could only sigh. So this is how players end up with Gimmighoul's coins in the games, he thought, finally understanding. As Gimmighoul scurried off, Mew and Teddy Ursa watched in surprise, unsure what had just happened. Teddy Ursa even tried to call out, "Ursa, wait!" But it was no use. Naoki explained, "It's pointless. Gimmighoul's instinct is to escape. Once it decides not to stick around, it's gone for good." Mew! Mew seemed puzzled by why the Pokémon ran away so quickly. Naoki stepped outside and called after the fleeing Gimmighoul. "Gimmighoul, don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. I won't take your coin, I'll leave it here for you. You're always welcome to come back and stay at the tavern if you like. But if not, that's fine too, we won't disturb you anymore." Whether Gimmighoul heard him or not, Naoki didn't know. But he left the coin on the shelf, hoping Gimmighoul might return. Then, with Karaden by his side, he headed off to start his daily snow-clearing chores around the ranch. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddy Ursa spent their time playing and exploring around the ranch, taking a break from their adventures. They planned to relax here for a while before resuming their journey. Naoki had mentioned that the new year was fast approaching, a time for family gatherings. In human culture, people would travel from far and wide to reunite with their loved ones, sharing warmth and memories. Teddy Ursa loved the sound of this festival and decided, along with Mew, to stay until after New Year's before setting off again. As Naoki and Koraiden continued shoveling snow, Mew and Teddy Ursa wandered into the glass greenhouse to explore. Inside, they encountered a gentle-looking Pokémon with a large head and kind eyes. This was Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. The previous day, he hadn't been at the ranch. He had ridden his spectral steed to the mountains to pay respects to Pokémon who had passed, offering prayers for their peace. Because of this, Mew and Teddy Ursa hadn't yet met Calyrex. When the king of bountiful harvests saw the two little Pokémon, he was initially a bit surprised but then smiled warmly at them. "I am Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, a friend of Naoki's. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Ursa. Teddy Ursa blinked and tilted its head, curiously studying the Pokémon before it. Meanwhile, Mew sensed a familiar aura, similar to that of the World Tree, emanating from Calyrex. It understood instantly. "Mew, you're the one nurturing the World Tree." Calyrex looked slightly surprised, clearly not expecting the small Pokémon to recognize his connection to the World Tree. He nodded gently. "Yes, indeed. The World Tree is a source of life, and I am honored to contribute to its growth and vitality." Teddy Ursa's eyes went wide with admiration. "Ursa, that's amazing." Mew's eyes sparkled with joy as it grinned. "Mew, will help too." Calyrex smiled, noting Mew's aura and deep, powerful energy. Despite its small and cute appearance, this Pokémon was clearly very old, one that had existed in the world for countless years. Thinking of this, Calyrex raised his hand, summoning a steaming pot of tea and 2 cups, inviting Mew and Teddy Ursa to join him for tea. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Mew and Teddy Ursa blinked, then nodded happily in agreement. Ursa dash. Mew. Later that afternoon, Naoki made his way to the tavern to check on things. He opened the cabinet under the bar and was surprised to find the gold coin he'd left there was gone. Clearly, Gimmigal had returned to claim its coin. Naoki wondered if Gimmigal had heard his invitation to come and go freely. After a moment of consideration, Naoki asked Mew for help with finding Gimmigal. Mew released a wave of psychic energy, scanning the room. After a brief moment, it opened its eyes and directed its gaze toward a shadowy corner of the tavern. Naoki whispered, "Is it still here?" Mew nodded with a soft mew. Naoki let out a sigh of relief. At the end of December in the 198th year of the Alliance calendar, the Paldea region was blanketed by a snowstorm that had lasted nearly 2 weeks. A thick layer of snow covered the roads, completely blocking access to the ranch. Even Zach's delivery truck couldn't make it through. With no other choice, Zach decided to take a few days off, planning to resume work once the snowfall lightened up. Early in the morning, Naoki grabbed his tools and headed out with Koraiden and Cyclizer to clear the snow. Standing in the crisp winter air, Naoki looked out toward Kosagi town and muttered to himself, "Just as I thought." As he anticipated, the road was completely snowed in, making it impassable for vehicles. "Good thing I stocked up on supplies beforehand," Naoki thought, relieved he wouldn't need to make the trek to town in these snowy conditions. In this kind of weather, most people stayed indoors, and even the usual trainers and travelers were absent. With the road to town blocked and no visitors, the ranch felt wonderfully secluded, like a hidden haven, separated from the rest of the world. Everywhere he looked, there was an endless stretch of white. Being surrounded by it felt cleansing, almost as if his soul were being purified. Naoki savored the peaceful isolation, standing in the snow with his eyes closed, enjoying the quiet solitude. But in the next moment, the sound of galloping hooves disrupted the silence. Naoki opened his eyes to see Glastrier sprinting through the snow, enjoying its newfound freedom. Naoki sighed, realizing his moment of peace was over. The whole ranch had come to life now that the snow had stopped. Plumes of smoke rose from the snow-covered rooftop as Sister Indy D prepared breakfast for everyone. Palmot flew out of the living room and made its way to the chicken coop to tend to the hens. Glacian led Dolive and Alchemy in a playful game of drawing patterns in the snow with their footprints. Dragonaires and Dragonites, who took up delivery duties, arrived at the ranch as well. Dragonite, leading the way with a satchel, gathered fresh goat and Momo milk to bring to the customers waiting in Kosagi town. Naoki couldn't help but smile as he took in the lively scene. Even though the ranch was cut off from the rest of the world, he didn't feel lonely in the slightest. Koraiden and Cyclizer stood at Naoki's sides, looking at the lively ranch, happily chattering. Rayo, aga. Noticing Cyclizer's scarf was about to come loose, Naoki walked over to help tie it again. Seeing this, Koraiden stepped forward, lifting its head with a hopeful look. All right, Naoki chuckled, patting Koraiden affectionately. I'll retie yours too. Honestly, you're like a little kid. Koraiden gave a playful, almost puppy-like sound, wagging its tail in excitement. It resembled an overgrown, affectionate golden retriever with its boundless energy and eagerness. Naoki gently nudged its head aside with a smile, focusing on his snow-clearing tasks. Along the way, he checked on the ranch facilities to ensure everything was running smoothly. Last month, as temperatures started dropping, he had set up heaters in the chicken coop and Pokémon house. Since then, the hens and Miltank had happily settled in their warm rooms, rarely venturing outside. Arriving at the Pokémon house, Naoki greeted the Miltank inside with a bright smile. Good morning, everyone. Another day awaits. Moo, the Miltank, cozy on their soft hay beds, responded cheerfully. Excellent, Naoki murmured as he picked up a brush to give them each a gentle combing. He filled their troughs with fresh fruits and hay, then bid them farewell before heading off to the chicken coop. At the coop, Palmot was busy chatting with the hens, gesturing with tiny paws and calling out enthusiastically, Palmot, Palmot, Palmot. The hens clucked and gathered around, clearly captivated by their friend's lively storytelling. When Naoki approached, Palmot scurried over to him. Palmot, can they understand you? Naoki asked, amused. Palmot nodded eagerly. Palmot, it seemed proud to have such good friends among the hens. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at this interaction. Could Pokémon really communicate with regular animals? In his time here, he had learned that not all animals in this world were Pokémon. There were indeed ordinary creatures around chickens, cows, ducks, pigs, fish, and so on. But unlike in his previous world, larger predators like lions, tigers, and sharks were absent. The main distinction between regular animals and Pokémon, he mused, seemed to be the ability to use moves. While most wild creatures had limited abilities, Pokémon exhibited special powers and skills unique to each species. Though some people regarded specific parts of Pokémon as delicacies. For instance, Slowpoke Tails and Claws Naoki had yet to try any of these unusual dishes. Despite his curiosity, he preferred sticking to familiar food. Naoki wasn't a saint. He just saw Pokémon as having emotions and intelligence on par with humans. Many people treated them as companions or even family. With that perspective, eating Pokémon felt indescribable. After pondering for a moment, Naoki said goodbye to Palmot and left the chicken coop. Inside, Sister NDD had already prepared breakfast. Naoki, alongside Cyclizer and Koraiden, washed their paws and joined everyone for breakfast. After they had eaten, snow began falling outside once more. With nothing urgent to do, Naoki moved a rocking chair in front of the fireplace, sat down to warm up, and began reading a book. The Pokémon stayed indoors, gathering around the fireplace to share in the warmth with Naoki. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted down, while the cozy heat from the fire filled the room. Naoki glanced around at the Pokémon nestled close by and couldn't help but smile. This feeling was perfect. Only a few days until New Year's, Naoki thought with surprise. Time had flown by. His first New Year in the Pokémon world felt deeply significant. He pondered over what he could do to make this New Year memorable for the Pokémon. After thinking for a while, he settled on preparing a feast for them, a New Year's Eve dinner filled with all the dishes he'd made throughout the year. We have plenty of ingredients at home, so let's go all out, he thought happily. In the afternoon, Calyrex appeared before Naoki, a hint of excitement in his voice. My strength has returned, and I'm ready to begin the second phase of nurturing. Naoki's eyes lit up. Ignoring the ongoing snowfall, he hurried to the world tree with Calyrex. By his side, noticing the two heading toward the tree, Mew and Teddy Ursa followed with curiosity. Caradon, Cyclizer, Palmot, Alchemy, Dragonite, Glacian, the Go-Goats, and the NDDs also gathered around, creating a large circle of Pokémon around the world tree. Naoki and Calyrex stepped forward, anticipation clear on their faces. Calyrex looked around, smiling as powerful energy. DY. This vital energy expanded outward, forming a dome-shaped energy shield that encircled the world tree. The moment this shield appeared, all the snow on the ground melted away, and fresh, green grass began sprouting from the earth within the vibrant energy field. The world tree reacted immediately. Its trunk grew thicker and more upright, and the bare branches began to fill with lush green leaves. Naoki kept his gaze fixed on the world tree as it transformed. Under his watch, the age of this world tree was shifting at an incredible rate. World tree sapling, a seedling that has absorbed immense grass-type energy. Due to an anomaly in its growth, it has begun a unique evolution. An intense life force is brewing within, ready to burst forth. Approximately 97,995 years until full maturity. 97,980 years. 97,500 years. 96,980 years. 96,001 years. Finally, the countdown halted at 95,995 years. Before him now stood a tree about 1.8 meters tall, roughly the height of an adult. Its branches were full of vibrant, glowing leaves, with faint tendrils of green energy flowing. Among them, just standing near it, one could feel its immense vitality. The Pokémon nearby noticed the transformation and were in awe. Mew and Teddy Ursa stared, eyes wide with amazement. Ursa, the leaves are glowing. Mew, Calyrex is so powerful. Calyrex observed the tree with a satisfied expression. Naoki, recalling the depiction of the world tree from a movie he'd once seen, guessed it might grow hundreds, maybe even 1,000 meters tall. But just after he said this, a thought struck him. If the world tree grew that tall, it would surely engulf the entire ranch and then some. That might be a bit of a problem, Naoki muttered. Naoki fell into deep thought. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. Calyrex considered this, recalling the vision he'd seen when peering into the future. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Naoki, frowning, clearly lost in worry. What troubles you? Calyrex asked, puzzled. Naoki looked up, voicing his concerns. If this tree grows that enormous, it might overrun the ranch. This is my home. I don't want it to disappear. Hearing this, Calyrex remembered the future he had glimpsed. You needn't worry, Calyrex reassured him. I have foreseen the tree's future. After a very long time, it will leave the earth, rise into the sky, and float among the clouds. What? Naoki blinked, trying to process this. The world tree, flying into the sky? How would that even work? He asked in surprise. Calyrex shook his head gently. I cannot say. The vision only allows me to see the end result, not the journey to get there. Much like when he'd foreseen the arrival of Eternatus in the Galar region. I see, Naoki murmured, still a bit dazed. A tree that big, floating in the sky, it defied all logic. How would it overcome gravity? Did someone plan on installing some kind of anti-gravity system? As Naoki pondered these possibilities, he noticed that Calyrex seemed tired from his exertions. Well, Naoki said, setting aside his concerns with a sigh. If that's the future, I'm sure we'll figure it out when the time comes. Thank you for all your hard work. Go get some rest. I'll prepare some dumplings and grass cake for you right away. Calyrex nodded appreciatively, then vanished, returning to the glass greenhouse to recover. Naoki headed back to the living room with the other Pokémon, letting them enjoy some playtime while he went to the kitchen. There, he began preparing snacks and afternoon tea for Calyrex treats that would help him restore his energy. On his way to deliver the snacks to the glass greenhouse, Naoki spotted his 3 go-goats, gathered around the world tree, lounging on the grass that Calyrex had summoned and chewing something contentedly. "What are you eating?" Naoki couldn't help but ask. "Me?" One of the go-goats turned to him, revealing a vibrant green leaf tucked in its mouth. Naoki's eyes went wide. Oh no, are they eating the world tree? Just as he feared, his go-goats had taken a liking to the world tree's leaves. 3 fresh leaves, shimmering with a gentle green glow, detached from the branches above and drifted down, landing neatly in front of the go-goats. "Me?" The go-goats' eyes lit up, and they eagerly bent down to munch on the newly fallen leaves. "Naoki, what's going on?" He stared at the scene in confusion. Could the world tree have its own consciousness? Or was it somehow connected to nature's? Well, deliberately sharing its leaves with the go-goats? Perhaps it even saw them as its chosen companions? Naoki fell deep in thought, recalling the tree of beginning from a movie, which was equipped with a defense system that summoned guardians to protect it from intruders. No way. In disbelief, Naoki approached the world tree. As he drew near, the tree seemed to sense his presence. Another leaf, glowing faintly with green energy, floated gently down. Watching the leaf descend, a wild idea popped into Naoki's mind. He and his go-goats had tended to this tree, watering and fertilizing it since it was planted. Maybe, just maybe, the world tree recognized him as an ally. On impulse, he reached out and caught the leaf. As he held it, information about the leaf appeared clearly in his mind. Unripe world tree leaf, a mythical item, a leaf infused with the raw power of nature. It is a treasured resource for grass-type Pokémon, highly sought after and incredibly rare. Its exact effects are unknown, but it holds great potential. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. Holding the leaf that glowed with a soft green light, Naoki was filled with awe. A mythical item on par with the likes of Dialga's adamant orb and Palkia's lustrous orb. He gazed at the leaf in his hand, realizing what this meant. The world tree was giving back to them. Nearby, the 3 go-goats were chewing their leaves contentedly. They glanced at the snowy landscape, and then at the vibrant green circle of life that surrounded the tree, filled with lush, soft grass as if spring had arrived. The go-goats' eyes sparkled with delight before they settled down around the world tree, basking in its life-giving energy. Naoki couldn't help but watch the go-goats. They were clearly the first Pokémon to receive the world tree's nurturing energy. His mind drifted to the guardians of the tree of beginning, Regice, Regirock, and Registeel. Could his go-goats one day reach that level of power? For now, it was a mystery without an answer. After lingering by the world tree, Naoki headed to the glass greenhouse, carrying the snacks and the precious leaf he'd brought for Calyrex. He placed the treats on the wrought iron tea table and presented the leaf to Calyrex. "Calyrex, can you sense anything unique about this leaf?" Naoki asked. Calyrex leaned closer, eyes widening in surprise. "Such potent natural energy. Where did you find this?" The moment he asked, a look of realization dawned on his face. "Wait, this aura, it's the world tree." Naoki nodded. "Yes, just as I was passing by, the world tree dropped this leaf for me. It even used its leaves to feed the go-goats." Hearing this, a thought sparked in Calyrex's mind. A gesture of gratitude? Exactly, Naoki confirmed. No wonder. Calyrex murmured, lost in thought. Naoki's curiosity grew. "Did you sense something as well?" Calyrex nodded thoughtfully. "When I infused my energy to help the tree grow, I felt a natural essence flowing back into me. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but over time, I noticed my power had strengthened. Now I see why." Naoki's eyes widened in amazement. "So it wasn't just an illusion?" "Not at all," Calyrex affirmed. "I see," Naoki murmured to himself. He thought back to when the go-goats had first tended to the world tree. Could it be that the world tree had been giving back to them ever since? Incredible. Who would have thought that Naoki, who originally brought the go-goats from Casseroya Lake to serve as dairy Pokémon, would end up witnessing something much greater? He could hardly imagine how much these go-goats might evolve alongside the world tree in the years to come. Stunned, Naoki looked at Calyrex and murmured, "What will this world tree become in the future?" Calyrex shared Naoki's curiosity. In response, he once again summoned his power to foresee the future, pouring every ounce of his energy into the vision. In an instant, Calyrex's gaze spanned thousands of years, witnessing a world transformed. He saw the world tree rise majestically, floating above the ground, casting its influence over a world full of life. The earth below was a lush, vibrant paradise, teeming with Pokémon running freely across fertile fields and valleys filled with bountiful fruit. Slowly opening his eyes, Calyrex shared his vision with Naoki. "I saw the world tree becoming the heart of this world. Its power will extend across the planet, giving rise to more Pokémon and enriching nature. The land will flourish like never before." Did that mean the world tree would elevate life on this planet to new heights? Naoki envisioned this future. At the current rate, it would take another 4 years for the world tree to fully mature. For years, he was lucky to witness its growth firsthand. However, as a transmigrator, Naoki knew that the universe held countless worlds, other realms, and even parallel dimensions. Outside this world, there were other universes, each with its own mysteries. And then there was Arceus, the creator who existed beyond these worlds, silently watching the lives of humans and Pokémon unfold. This raised a question in Naoki's mind. Could their actions draw the attention of Arceus itself? After pondering, he concluded that such matters were beyond him. The thoughts of the creator were too vast for an ordinary human to understand. Right now, Naoki was more curious about what effects food made with a world tree leaf might have. With a plan forming, he thanked Calyrex and quickly returned to the kitchen. Dishes made from world tree leaf. Perhaps scrambled eggs with world tree leaf, or a special leaf cake, similar to grass cakes? After a bit of deliberation, Naoki decided on the leaf cake. Excited, Naoki called over Alchemy, his trusted kitchen helper, and together they headed to the baking workshop to bring this recipe to life. Naoki carefully blended the leaf of the world tree into a fine paste, then added eggs, moo milk, and other ingredients. After mixing thoroughly, he poured the batter into a mold and placed it in the oven to bake. When the cake was nearly done, he took it out, spread a layer of butter over the top, and cut it into small, bite-sized pieces. With that, the leaf cake was ready. Eager to know more, Naoki examined the cake's information. Leaf cake, incomplete version. A cake crafted from the leaf of the world tree, blended with eggs, moo milk, and other ingredients. If you listen closely, you can feel the subtle breath of nature emanating from it. Cooking effect, breath of nature. 1. Permanently boost the power of grass-type moves by 20%. This effect is exclusive to grass-type Pokémon and cannot be stacked. 2. Allows grass-type Pokémon to connect with nature's rhythm. When using grass energy to cultivate crops, the growth time for those crops is slightly reduced. This effect is limited to grass-type Pokémon and cannot be stacked. Additional effect, Lord of the World Tree. Naoki, as the caretaker of the go-goats who have nurtured the world tree, has been granted access to all areas within the world tree in the future. This effect applies only to Naoki. Comment. Listen to the breath of nature. When the world tree matures, recipes crafted with its leaves may yield even more remarkable effects. Naoki stared at the description, stunned. Wait, does this additional effect mean only I can access all areas within the world tree? He muttered, try to process what it meant. Reflecting on the journey of his go-goats, Naoki realized he'd assumed they were simply helping to cultivate the world tree. But the effects of the leaf cake hinted at something more. Could it be that the world tree viewed his go-goats as parental figures? And since the go-goats poured their grass energy into nurturing the world tree, wasn't that akin to feeding it? So, is it possible that thanks to the go-goats, the world tree sees me as its guardian? Naoki pondered. Or perhaps its grandfather? The more Naoki thought about it, the more absurd it all seemed. If this is true, then wasn't he, along with his go-goats, essentially benefiting from the nurturing of their child, the world tree? It felt like a bizarre reversal of roles, like parents relying on their own child support. Naoki quickly shook his head, dismissing the strange notion. After all, the world tree represented the pure essence of nature. Surely, wasn't anything quite that fantastical. Of course, all of this was just speculation, and who could say what the world tree's intentions truly were? Pushing aside the odd thought, Naoki refocused on the two specific benefits of a leaf cake. The first effect boosted the power of grass-type moves by 20%. A 20% boost that's comparable to some of the held items Pokémon can carry, Naoki mused. And this was only from the immature leaves of the world tree. Once the tree fully matured, the enhancement would likely be even more potent. The second effect, which allowed grass-type Pokémon to reduce crop growth time, was particularly valuable for the ranch's needs. Whether it was vegetables and fruits for daily consumption, carrots for his Pokémon, like Glastrier and Spectrier, or even the world tree itself, this ability would be incredibly useful. In Naoki's eyes, the second effect might actually be more important than the first. In the future, the ranch couldn't always depend on the Calyrex's powers. With this ability to hasten crop growth, they could rely on Pokémon like the Go-Goats and Dolive to maintain the ranch's productivity, much like how Shaymin could make flowers bloom with its abilities. If Calyrex ate the leaf cake, it could likely accelerate the growth of the world tree even further. When the world tree is fully grown, it'll probably improve crop growth even more, increasing from a minor boost to a significant one, Naoki thought. All in all, the benefits of the leaf cake far exceeded his expectations. He decided to taste a piece himself first, savoring the subtle, natural flavor. Then he placed the remaining 5 pieces on a plate and headed to the pasture to offer them to his 3 go-goats, Dolive and the Calyrex. After eating the leaf cake, the Pokémon didn't show any immediate or dramatic changes, no glowing auras or sudden bursts of energy. They carried on as usual, playing and resting, just like any other day. Only Calyrex seemed to sense something different. After eating the leaf cake, he immediately felt a subtle shift within himself. "Is this another one of your magical dishes?" Calyrex asked, intrigued. Naoki grinned. "Yes, it's a leaf cake made from the leaf of the world tree. It enhances the power of moves used by grass-type Pokémon and can even help reduce crop growth time when they cultivate plants. To think such a dish exists," Calyrex murmured, clearly moved. With a warm smile, he added, "Thanks to you, my strength has grown yet again." He had come here from Galar, hoping to explore a new way of life and perhaps support his devoted follower in any way he could. Yet, it seemed that rather than him providing help, his young friend had continuously shared tea, snacks, and countless treats that somehow enhanced his strength in subtle, unexpected ways. "You've done so much for me," said Calyrex, humbled. "And I've hardly done anything in return. It's a little embarrassing." Naoki shook his head with a gentle smile. "That's not true at all. You've done plenty for me." After all, Calyrex had shared the Spectrier and Glastrier, assisted in nurturing the world tree, and even explored the reverse world of Giratina alongside him. But to Calyrex, these contributions felt modest at best. Sensing his thoughts, Naoki reassured him, "There's no need to feel that way. You've already helped me in so many ways. True friends help each other without keeping score." Calyrex looked at him in surprise. Then his expression softened into a look of calm understanding. "You're right. We're friends. I understand now, Naoki. No more doubts. I'm grateful for our friendship." Naoki smiled, touched by his words. And as they shared that moment, Calyrex looked at his kind-hearted young believer with a serene smile, feeling truly grateful for the bond they had formed. At this moment, Calorex's favorability towards Naoki increased wildly, and it did not stop until it reached the max. The last day of the year arrived swiftly. That evening, Naoki started preparing the New Year's Eve feast in the kitchen with sister. Indeed, he made grass dumplings and grass cakes, the favorite treats of his go-goats. For Karaden and Cyclizer, he whipped up juicy fried steaks. Dragonite had poffins and sandwiches ready for it. For Glacian, he prepared a creamy smoothie. Teddy Ursa's favorites honey pudding and honey lemonade were on the list too. And for the Knackle Stack, he made pickled salted fish and fried rock chips. Naoki made a little of everything, working steadily until after dark. The Pokémon Tavern was closed that day, and with the help of Karaden, Naoki wheeled cart, laden with food around the ranch, sharing dishes with each Pokémon one by one. "Happy New Year," he said to the Pokémon on the ranch. Though the Go-Goats didn't quite understand, they felt the warmth and joy in the air and gathered eagerly around the feeding trough, happily munching on their food. The Miltank, aware it was New Year's, beamed happily. One Miltank mooed appreciatively at Naoki. Naoki was surprised, then quickly munched on a handful of translation seed crisps. He heard the Miltank expressing its gratitude. The Miltank shared how much they loved living here with Naoki and how happy they were to have found such a caring home. They hoped to stay with him forever. Naoki's heart swelled with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he patted each Miltank gently. "Let's make the next year just as wonderful together." Moo! In the underground cavern, Naoki stacked salted fish into a small mound. These were all prepared by him and were a favorite of the Knackle Stack. The pile of salted fish and fried rock chips formed a small hill. Seeing this, the Knackle Stacks were overjoyed, playfully nudging Naoki with their heads in excitement. "Easy now," Naoki chuckled, patting each Knackle Stack on the head in turn. The Belly Bolt, who lived nearby, looked on enviously. Hearing the commotion, Diglett also waddled over. Seeing their eager faces, Naoki stepped out from the group of Knackle Stack and fetched the food he had prepared for them from the cart. "Diglett, Belly Bolt, these are for you. Happy New Year to you too." The Diglett and Belly Bolt were surprised and thrilled, their eyes lighting up with joy. "Enjoy," Naoki said with a smile. "I still have more food to deliver, so I'll see you later." Leaving the underground cavern, Naoki went next to the orchard. When the little Tinkatuff and Minccino saw Naoki and Karaden, they came running out of their burrows with delight. Karaden carefully handed the food over to them, while Naoki stroked the fluffy tail of Minccino and said, "Spring will be here soon, and I'll be able to help rebuild your homes. Don't worry, the hills will look just like they used to." Hearing this, the Pokemon's eyes sparkled with hope. Naoki smiled softly, then left the orchard and headed to the area where the Psyduck lived. He shared some fruit with the ever-confused Psyduck before finally turning to head home with Karaden. The snowy night was quiet, and a gentle warmth seemed to fill the ranch. Looking back at the glowing lights of the ranch house nestled in the snow, Naoki felt an overwhelming peace. He knew that inside, a group of his beloved cute Pokémon were waiting for him to return and share the New Year's Eve dinner together. Happy New Year! Cheers! Naoki clinked his glass of tree sap with his Pokémon friends, then tipped it back, drinking deeply. Outside, snowflakes drifted gently down, while inside, the fireplace crackled warmly, casting a cozy glow over the room. The table was filled with steaming, freshly made food. Palmot, dressed as Santa Claus by Naoki, happily scooped up a bowl of rice mixed with berries, munching contentedly. Cyclizer, sporting a scarf around its neck, was thrilled as it held a sandwich, taking a big bite with a satisfied expression. Glacian dipped its nose toward a creamy smoothie, then eagerly buried its face in the EV-sized bowl, lapping up the delicious smoothie with its small pink tongue. "Bye!" Dragonite, holding a skewer of fried sea bass, took a big bite, unfazed by the oil on its claws. The fried fish had turned golden and crispy on the outside, while the tender, Juicy meat within provided an incredible burst of flavor with each bite. "Oh," it exclaimed, eyes lighting up with delight. "So tasty." Dolive sat quietly nearby, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere, a contented smile on its little face. Meanwhile, Mew and Teddiursa had settled themselves right on the table, surrounded by a honey-themed feast that Naoki had specially prepared just for them. Their spread included honey pudding, honey bread, honey-glazed fish, honey-infused milk, honey biscuits, honey-grilled meat, and fruit drizzled with honey. Encircled by such a sweet bounty, Mew and Teddiursa were in pure bliss, savoring every bite of the honey-filled treats. Compared to the other Pokémon eagerly devouring their food, the NDD siblings ate in a much more refined manner. Yet, the joy on their faces showed they were just as enchanted by the atmosphere. Before coming to the ranch, the NDD siblings had felt uncertain about their future. They had worried about what kind of home awaited them and how their new owner would treat them. With these worries, they had devoted themselves to learning various etiquette and household chores under the guidance of their parents. It wasn't until they arrived at the ranch and met Naoki that they felt reassured. The siblings were delighted to have a kind-hearted person like Naoki and happily took on the responsibility of taking care of the household. What made them even more joyful was the warm, family-like atmosphere at the ranch. Everyone was gathered together, sharing a warm and happy evening where no one was judged by their strength or weakness. Reflecting on this, NDD brother glanced at their caretaker, Naoki. Naoki sipped a glass of hot milk, feeling the warmth spread through him as he watched his Pokémon enjoying their feast in various ways. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze directed his way. Turning, he noticed Brother NDD looking at him. "What's up?" Naoki asked. Brother NDD quickly looked down, trying to brush it off. "AIE." Seeing this, NDD's sister didn't hesitate to chime in, calling him out with a mischievous smile, "AI." Sensing that Sister NDD wanted to say something, Naoki took a handful of translation crisp and began munching them. Sister NDD took a step back from her brother and, without a second thought, revealed, "AI my brother actually likes Naoki a lot, but he's too shy to say it." "AI." Brother NDD's face fell as he lowered his head, resigned to the confession. Though he had suspected it, hearing it from them made Naoki feel deeply touched. "Is that so?" Naoki said, turning to NDD brother with a warm smile. "Well, I like you both a lot too. Let's continue to take care of each other in the new year." NDD brother looked up at him in surprise, then nodded with a beaming smile. "Ayaya. All right then, let's eat," Naoki said cheerfully. NDD's sister, smiling with satisfaction, returned to her brother's side, who sighed in amused defeat at her boldness. Watching the sweet interaction between the two siblings, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Just then, he noticed Koraden staring off thoughtfully, seeming a bit distant. Naoki turned his attention to it. "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry?" Koraden's head feathers drooped slightly, and a warm glow shimmered in its golden eyes. The look in its gaze was so gentle, a contrast to the fierce and mighty creature described in lore. Naoki tilted his head, patiently waiting for Koraden to respond. "Ajie," Koraden said softly, then, with a surge of emotion, declared, "Ajie hi. I like you too, Naoki." Naoki chuckled and reached out to gently pat its head. "I know." Koraden thought for a moment, feeling a bit different from the others, and added, "Agassi, I like Naoki the best." Hearing this, Dragonite stopped munching on his grilled sea base and immediately jumped in to declare his own feelings. "Awoo, I'm the Pokemon who likes Naoki the most." Palmot was drawn into the excitement as well, exclaiming, "Paymo, me too." Meanwhile, Alchemy, who had already finished her meal and was lounging on the sofa, perked up with renewed energy. "Bree, Naoki's favorite Pokemon is obviously me. He even built a cream workshop just for me." Dragonite wasn't having it. "Awoo, it's me. Naoki put so much effort into training me to be the strongest Dragonite." Palmot chimed in, determined not to be left out. "Paymo. And he gave me a cape and a hammer." All the Pokemon were soon caught up in an animated debate about who Naoki's favorite really was. But after much excited chatter, they realized they still hadn't reached a conclusion. They all turned to Naoki, hopeful for an answer. Even Cyclizer, though not joining in the debate, couldn't help but glance expectantly in Naoki's direction. Naoki looked around, a bit flustered. This felt like a no-win question. "You all," he began, pausing. The Pokemon gazed at him, their eyes wide with anticipation. Even Calyrex glanced over with mild curiosity. Naoki took a deep breath. "You're all my favorite Pokemon." Their eyes sparkled with joy. "Paymo." "Oh, God. All right, everyone eat up," Naoki said, gently steering them back to their dinner. "Afterward, I'll read the letters that the townsfolk sent us." The Pokemon were immediately intrigued and happily returned to their meals, enchanted by the prospect of the letters. Relieved, Naoki took a quiet breath, glad to have diffused the situation. Just then, he remembered the little coin-loving Pokemon hiding out in the tavern. Getting up, he gathered some treats and berries, quietly walked to the tavern, and left the plate in the shadows, then turned and left without a word. After some time, a small, cautious Pokemon emerged from the darkness. It crept up to the delicious treats, looked down at the food, then glanced in the direction Naoki had gone, as if deep in thought. After dinner, the Pokemon played happily in the living room. Brother NDD tidied the table and the room, while Naoki and sister NDD took care of the dishes together. By the time all the chores were done, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Naoki dried his hands, then went to his bedroom to retrieve a stack of letters that Ivan had delivered. These had been sent by the townspeople and farmers from nearby over the past few days. Earlier in the morning, he had opened a couple of envelopes and found New Year greetings inside. He decided to save them until the evening, intending to read them with his Pokemon. With the letters in hand, Naoki settled by the fireplace and waved to the Pokemon in the living room. Immediately, all the Pokemon who had been playing nearby gathered around him, eager and curious. The warm glow of the fireplace cast dancing shadows, stretching Naoki's and the Pokemon's forms across the room. Once everyone was settled, Naoki opened the first letter. "All right, here we go," he announced. "Aga." Karaden nodded happily. Naoki grinned, gently stroking Palmot, who had curled up on his lap, as he began to read the letter aloud. "Hey, Naoki, Happy New Year. It's hard to believe you've already been at the ranch for a whole year. If your grandfather could see how well you're running it, I'm sure he'd be so proud. With the year ending, keep up the great work. Oh, and be sure to pass along my New Year's greetings to Cyclizer. Mayor Thomas." Naoki held up the letter and turned to Cyclizer. "Hear that? Mayor Thomas is wishing you a happy new year." Gah! Cyclizer nodded happily, its eyes shining. Naoki chuckled. "Let's bring Mayor Thomas some New Year gifts tomorrow, shall we?" Cyclizer gave an enthusiastic nod, ready for the trip. Next, Naoki opened the second letter. "Happy New Year, Naoki. This is Kelly from the workshop. Thanks for all your hard work this past year. We hope you'll continue to guide us in the coming year. And remember, if you ever need any custom furniture, we're here to help." "Kelly, that's perfect timing," Naoki shared with his Pokemon. "After winter, I'm planning to build a large greenhouse here at the ranch. That way, we'll have fresh veggies no matter the season." The Pokemon listened attentively, nodding along. Even if they didn't quite understand the details, they were happy just to see Naoki excited. "All right, let's see, this next one's from Mr. Leaf," Naoki said, opening another envelope. "Do you all remember Mr. Leaf? He runs the cherry orchard just next door." In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, spring had just touched down in Paldea, but the chill of winter still lingered in the air. As the snow melted away, fresh green buds started to the landscape of Paldea. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains and forests, while streams babbled in the valleys, heralding the start of a new cycle in nature. The ranch, blanketed in snow for much of winter, finally emerged into the light. Grass sprouted up, and vines in the garden began their slow climb up the trellises. The large wattrels, who had migrated south for the winter, returned, their wings flapping as they landed on the rooftop. Using their beaks to tidy up their windswept feathers, they observed the newly lively ranch below, where well-fed Pokémon chased and played with each other in high spirits. Inside the house, soft morning sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows as Naoki enjoyed his breakfast, watching the day's Paldine morning news. On the television screen, a grand and unique academy took center stage in the bustling city. In front of the school gates, a crowd of boys and girls in school uniforms with their Pokémon in tow gathered, listening intently to a man dressed as the principal. Welcome back to Paldea Academy. From today, the Academy's famous treasure hunt will begin once more, he announced. Go forth, children, and seek out your own treasures across Paldea. So, the treasure hunt is still a staple at Paldea Academy. Naoki mused to himself as he watched. Last year, a few students on our treasure hunts had stopped by his ranch, and he wondered if he'd see more visitors this year. In fact, he was hoping trainers would come, giving Dragonite and Palmot, who were eager to train with new challengers, a valuable opportunity to grow stronger. No need to rush, he thought, smiling to himself. If all goes as planned, those students should be heading out soon. Paldea Academy was known for its open approach. While some students preferred adventures, others liked to stay on campus, attending classes and raising their Pokémon. If anyone from the Academy did come to visit, it might not be for another couple of weeks. With that thought, Naoki finished the last spoonful of porridge, stood up, and cleared the table. Today, he had something important planned. Recently, his Go-Goats had been eating plenty of World Tree leaves and were consistently nourished by the tree's energy. Naoki was curious to see if this unique diet had impacted the milk they produced. After cleaning the dishes, he grabbed the milking equipment and asked Karaden to help carry the milk buckets over to the World Tree. By early morning, the Go-Goats were already engaged in their daily ritual of gathering around the World Tree. Positioned in a triangular formation around the World Tree, each goat radiated a soft green aura. The energy of the lush green grass transformed into sparkling particles of light, which rose from the Go-Goats and flowed into the trunk of the World Tree. Even the leaves at the top began to emit tiny, glowing flecks. When Naoki approached with his tools, the Go-Goats happily greeted him with a chorus of "Bah! How are you feeling today?" Naoki asked as he affectionately patted their heads. He placed the milk bucket beneath one of the goats, squatted down, and began milking. The other two goats waited in line, while the Ga-Goat being milked looked utterly content. Mia, it bleated as if to share its delight. "Is that so?" Naoki replied with a smile, eyeing the bucket now filled with milk that radiated a rich, creamy aroma. As he gazed at the fresh milk, a familiar sensation washed over him, and information about it appeared in his mind. Ga-Goat's milk, ultra-pure, fresh goat's milk blessed by the power of nature, with a quality beyond perfection, packed with dozens of times more nutrients than regular milk. Drinking it provides incredible restorative benefits. It's said that even the most severe injuries can heal instantly upon consumption. It's also ideal for making top-grade cheese, butter, and other culinary delights. Just as I thought, Naoki murmured, taking in the new information about the milk. It seems the World Tree's leaves and energy have truly transformed the quality of their milk. Before, the Go-Goat's milk had been enhanced by the grass dumplings, elevating its nutritional content and making it some of the finest milk. But now, after consuming the World Tree's leaves, it had reached an entirely new level. The restorative properties rival those of Revive items. Naoki marveled at this, and an even more astonishing thought crossed his mind. This might not even be the limit of what his Go-Goats and their milk could achieve. As the Go-Goats grow and develop further, who knows what effects their milk might have? Perhaps it could rival the legendary Sacred Ash, known to revive Pokémon from the brink of death, an extraordinary item created from the life force of Ho-Oh. The Sacred Ash was said to fully restore the health of any Pokémon teetering on the brink of collapse. Legend had it that Ho-Oh once used Sacred Ash to revive 3 Pokémon who perished in the flames of the Bell Tower, Brass Tower. These Pokémon later became known as the legendary beasts: Nti, Raikou, and Suicune, ing the North Wind itself. Thinking of this, Naoki's immediate thought wasn't amazement at the effect, it was that he absolutely needed to raise his prices. I'll have to ask Zach to retest the quality of this Gagoat milk and adjust the price, Naoki thought. Such adjustments were commonplace on ranches and farms. Different Pokemon's health conditions could drastically affect product quality. For instance, some Miltank were naturally thinner, producing milk that was watery and less nutritious, sold at lower prices. In contrast, larger, well-fed Miltank, grazing on high-quality grass, produced moo milk that was rich and often sold at premium rates. Zach and other buyers who collected milk from ranches knew this well and based pricing on the milk's specific quality at the time. Prices would vary, depending on freshness and nutritional richness. After some thought, Naoki continued milking his other two Gagoat. Reflecting on his journey, he felt a surge of gratitude. These three Gagoat were truly the backbone of his ranch, each one having contributed so much. Together, they had built Naoki Ranch into what it is today. Naoki's heart warmed at the sight of the Gagoat, who looked at him expectantly, awaiting their next task. Smiling, Naoki said, "All right, you're free now. Today's work is done." Just as he was about to wrap up, Naoki suddenly remembered something he'd need their help with. He asked Karaden to store the milk and led his Gagoat to the ranch's warehouse. Inside, stacks of saplings and grass seeds filled the shelves materials he'd ordered from town. "Today, we're officially starting the Back Mountain Restoration Project," Naoki said. "Do you remember the Pokémon we rescued from there?" The Go-Goats thought for a moment, then nodded and let out a cheerful Mia. The memory of those Pokémon who escaped the forest fire was still vivid for the Go-Goats. The fire had consumed everything in its path, leaving countless Pokémon homeless, and reducing the once thriving mountain forest to an eerie, desolate landscape. Those who survived were left with lingering sadness and fear, haunted by the loss of their home. Seeing that the Go-Goats remembered the incident, Naoki reached out, giving them a reassuring pat. "Today, I'm planning to help them rebuild their home," he said gently. "We're going to plant these grass seeds and saplings to bring life back to the mountain." Hearing this, the Go-Goats bleated with determination. "Mia." They were eager to help, too. "Good." Naoki smiled warmly. His Go-Goats were truly kind-hearted. "Then, I'll be counting on you. Let's carry these supplies up the mountain and give those Pokémon a fresh start." "Mia." The Go-Goats agreed energetically, ready for the task ahead. Naoki began carefully loading the bags of seeds and bundles of saplings onto their backs, soon covering them in supplies for the journey. Each Gagoat now bore the hopes of the rescued Pokémon as they followed Naoki and Karaden toward the orchard. In the orchard, a group of Pokémon who had heard the news of the restoration project eagerly awaited them. Among them were the energetic Minccino, Tinkatuff, Bellybolt, Smeargle, Tandemouse, Watrel, Hoppip, some Fungus, and Shroomish. Apart from the Cricketune who had joined a band, all of the Pokémon that had once fled the blaze were present. Over the winter, they'd found refuge on the ranch, their fur and scales, once singed and scarred, now fully healed. As Naoki and Karaden approached, the rescued Pokémon's eyes shone with excitement and hope. They fixed their gaze on Naoki, filled with a sense of purpose. Seeing their eager faces, Naoki felt his own spirits lift. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "The time has finally come. Are you all ready to restore your home?" Squeak. Minccino, bouncing happily on the grass. With a smile, Naoki said, "Then let's go." "Woohoo! Gummo!" The Pokémon cheered, all forming a little parade as they followed Naoki, ready to restore their forest together. Before setting off, Naoki couldn't help but count the number of Pokémon. 1, 2, 3, 13. Huh, why is there one missing? Naoki paused, scratching his head in confusion. The Pokémon around him looked puzzled as, "Well, looks like we're short one Pokémon," he said, glancing around. The group began to look left and right, trying to recall who might still be missing. Finally, Minccino clapped its little paws, remembering the absent Pokémon. Squeak! It's that lazy Slacketh who loves to sleep. Minccino turned and scampered deeper into the orchard, with Naoki following close behind, instructing the Gagoat to wait for them. Soon, they arrived at a small grassy patch nestled among the trees, where a snoozing Slacketh lay sprawled out, its fur tinted in patches from the berry it had eaten. Naoki! Minccino hurried over and began to gently shake Slacketh with its tiny paws. Slowly, the sleepy Slacketh cracked open one eye, looking drowsy and thoroughly uninterested in moving. Minccino squeaked urgently, explaining why everyone was gathered, but Slacketh merely looked at Minccino in sleepy confusion, then let out a big yawn, its eyes drooping closed. Again, Naoki sighed with a familiar sense of amusement. He reminds me of the folks who always show up with an excuse to skip work. The Minccino looked back at Naoki with a sigh. Minccino was so excited about rebuilding its home that it barely gave the sleepy Slacketh another glance, darting back to Naoki with eager anticipation. Along the way, it began daydreaming about its future life, imagining a time when the forest trees would be tall and lush. It pictured itself selecting the biggest, tallest tree, carving a cozy little den, and stuffing it full of all the berries and fruits it could find until it was brimming with goodies. When Minccino and Naoki returned, Naoki was surprised to see a large gathering of Pokémon from the ranch. Palmot, Dragonite, Alchemy, Cyclizer, Glacian, Gogoats, Butterfree, the NDD siblings, and others had all gathered, eager to join the reforestation effort. Floating gracefully above them, the king of bountiful harvest hovered, its regal form seeming to inspire the other Pokémon. Catching Naoki's sigh, the king of bountiful harvest spoke in a calm, gentle tone. I promise to assist you in the restoration process. I am here to keep that promise. Naoki smiled gratefully. Thank you. Let's get started. With tools in hand, Naoki and the assembled Pokémon began their journey to the Scorched Back Mountain, ready to breathe life back into the land. Meanwhile, in the Pokémon Rescue Center in Kosagi Town, the Paldea League was also organizing an ecological restoration project. The previous forest fire had caused a huge stir, prompting the League to assign forest rangers and skilled planners from across Paldea to assist in the restoration. Even the champion, Gita, was there not only overseeing the Alliance's efforts, but also personally visiting the Pokémon affected by the fire. Nearby, Nurse Joy watched the champion with admiration and said to Officer Jenny, Gita has such an approachable side. It's inspiring. Officer Jenny nodded, recalling stories from League staff about Gita's unwavering dedication. Despite her packed schedule, the champion was known to dash off to her next duty with a crystal bloom tangled in her hair, completely unaware as she focused on her responsibilities. But now, here she was, fully present, tending to the aftermath of the fire with compassion. Officer Jenny nodded. Yes, she truly is a reliable champion. At that moment, Officer Jenny's intercom crackled to life. After a quick exchange, she looked up and addressed everyone. The forest rangers are ready. It's time for us to head out. Gita heard the announcement, straightened up, and casually placed her hands behind her back, preparing to join the group. The nearby Alliance staff, taken by surprise, quickly stood at attention, saluting CH Chief. Champion. Gita smiled reassuringly. I'll be joining you all to take a look. No need to be nervous, just pretend I'm not here. Alliance staff, why yes, ma'am. Gita gave a slight smile. All right then, let's go. As winter gave way to spring, the back mountain once ravaged by a forest fire and blanketed in snow had transformed entirely. The dead branches and leaves consumed by flames had turned into nutrients, rejoining the natural cycle and helping this desolate place begin its journey toward recovery. On the dirt path leading up to the back mountain, Naoki led a group of Pokémon forward, carefully observing the surroundings. Behind him, 3 Go-Goats followed, their backs laden with bags of saplings and grass seeds. After several months, they had finally returned to this place. Initially, the Pokémon who once called the forest home hopped forward eagerly, excited at the prospect of rebuilding their habitat. But as they drew closer and saw the barren, desolate landscape, memories of the past came flooding back, especially for the Minccino. They remembered that fateful night the fire had spread across the back mountain, red flames consuming everything in their path. Pokémon had fled desperately, some managing to escape, while others had not been so lucky. The Pokémon who had once shared this place with them were taken away by the relentless fire. Saddened by these memories, the Minccino lowered their heads, grief weighing them down. Noticing their distress, Alchemy, who understood the hardships these Pokémon had endured, stepped forward to comfort them. "Marie," she cheered, her voice soft and encouraging. Minccino and the other Pokémon looked up. Then, Palmot flew in front of Alchemy, his expression filled with determination, and chirped, "Palmot, they would rebuild this place together. Oh, Paymo." One by one, other Pokémon on the ranch echoed the sentiment, stepping up beside Alchemy and Palmot to show their support for the forest Pokémon. They promised to work together to restore this place to its former glory. The little Tinkatuff, witnessing this outpouring of unity, stood in awe, her eyes welling up with emotion. She couldn't hold back her tears and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the Pokémon who had come to help. "Tinkatuff," she cried, touched beyond words. "Squeak, Gummo, MMM." The Minccino, Tandemouse, and Belly Bolt also chirped their thanks, moved by the support surrounding them. Naoki, who had been walking ahead, turned back to see the scene unfold, a warm smile spreading across his face. It reminded him of a scene from a movie, Secrets of the Jungle, where a group of wild Pokémon united to protect their forest from harm. Even though the Pokémon on his ranch might have their fair share of disagreements in their daily lives, when a real crisis struck, they would put aside any differences and come together, across types, species, and personalities to protect their shared home. Minccino, now in high spirits, led the way, followed closely by the other Pokémon. After about 10 minutes of walking, Naoki and his group finally reached the heart of the back mountain. "All right, this is where we'll start," Naoki announced, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. He approached his Gagote, and with help from Koraidon and Cyclizer, he began unloading bags of grass seeds and saplings, setting them on the ground. With a thoughtful expression, Naoki assessed the eager Pokémon before him. He picked up a few bags of grass seeds and assigned tasks, calling out Palmot, Dragonite, Butterfree, and Watrayur in charge of sowing the grass seeds. "Palmot," Palmot replied enthusiastically, stepping forward to take a bag of seeds from Naoki. The other Pokémon followed suit, each grabbing a bag and awaiting further instructions. Naoki then looked at the NDD siblings. "I need you two to use your psychic abilities to section off the area into small plots. Each Pokémon will be responsible for their own plot." The NDD siblings nodded, fully understanding Naoki's plan. They moved forward and began marking out plots, guiding each Pokémon on where to work. Turning to Smeargle, Naoki said, "Smeargle, could you use your paint to draw markers on the ground? That'll help everyone keep track of their sections." Smeargle nodded eagerly, ready to assist. With the remaining Pokémon gathered, Naoki explained, "I'll be planting these saplings alongside Cyclizer. Diglett, you and Koraidon will form a team. Diglett, you'll use your dig move to make holes, and Koraidon will plant the saplings in them. Can you do it, Diglett?" To restore an entire... The little mole Pokémon puffed up proudly, ready for the task. "Perfect. Let's get to work, everyone." Following Naoki's instructions, the Pokémon scattered across the mountain slope, each eager to begin. Butterfree and Dragonite flew low, carrying bags of grass seeds and scattering them evenly across the land below. Their wings flapped steadily, creating gentle breezes that helped spread the seeds across the soil. Naoki watched the progress with satisfaction. Once the land was covered, he planned to call upon the King of Bountiful Harvest to accelerate the growth of the grass and saplings. Then, he too would lend a hand, helping the land and its Pokémon flourish again. Just as Naoki was about to grab a shovel to dig a hole for planting, he noticed the remaining Pokémon watching him with eager eyes. Naoki, Alchemy, at him, tilting its head in curiosity. Marie, what job do we get? After a thoughtful pause, Naoki had an idea. We still need a cheerleading squad. He looked over the Pokémon who hadn't yet received a task. All right, Alchemy, Dolive, Glacian, Tinkatuff, Petalil, Hopbip, and Fungus. You're all on a cheerleading team. Your job is to cheer for everyone working hard. Tinkatuff looked a bit skeptical, wanting to do something more hands-on. Seeing this, Naoki reassured them with a smile. Cheering is a big responsibility too. Your encouragement will help keep everyone motivated and lift their spirits when they're tired. Hearing this, Alchemy's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly ready to cheer. Marie, it exclaimed, hopping in place. Petalil and Dolive nodded in agreement, their enthusiasm renewed. Only Glacian sighed, quietly. It wasn't exactly the best at cheering loudly. But seeing everyone else's determination, it decided it couldn't just sit back. As the team made their rounds, they arrived at the area where Dragonite was working. Alchemy took a deep breath and shouted, Marie! Dolive chimed in with a gentle, encouraging doll. Glacian, feeling the pressure, whispered, Booey! Alchemy gave Glacian a sympathetic look and demonstrated again, louder this time. Marie! Marie! Be Booey! Glacian jumped, wide-eyed at Alchemy's powerful cheer. Dolive and Alchemy looked at Glacian expectantly, nodding with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Glacian gathered all its courage and finally shouted, Be. Alchemy gave a proud nod, pleased with Glacian's effort. Marie! Alchemy cheered with satisfaction, thrilled with her team's efforts. After a shout, Glacian found that cheering wasn't as daunting as it had first thought. With a newfound confidence, the cheerleading team, led by Alchemy, continued on to rally the next group of hard-working Pokémon. I think I heard Glacian cheering just now. Naoki, who was planting saplings alongside Cyclizer, looked up in surprise toward the source of the sound. Cyclizer turned its head in the same direction and nodded, Gayo. It had heard it too. Naoki chuckled, impressed. I have to say, that's the loudest I've ever heard Glacian. It must. Really want to support the Pokémon who've gone through so much. Cyclizer agreed with a proud nod. Gaia. With a smile, Naoki continued his work, moving a few meters away to plant the next sapling. As he worked, a thought crossed his mind. I wonder when the Paldea League will start their ecological restoration of the back mountain. The back mountain was vast, and their efforts alone couldn't cover the entire area. So much of the land would need attention from a league. Even if they worked at different times, Naoki knew he and his Pokémon could always come back after the league finished planting to help speed up the tree's growth. Time passed, and Dragonite and the other Pokémon worked efficiently. In less than 2 hours, they'd finished sowing all the grass seeds Naoki had provided. Naoki and Cyclizer, meanwhile, had nearly completed planting the saplings, forming what would soon become a small forest. With the main planting nearly done, Naoki opened a final package. Inside were seeds for berry trees. A forest isn't complete without food, he thought with a smile. These berry trees would be planted throughout the forest, creating a reliable food source for Pokémon like Minccino and others who enjoyed foraging. It was a small but essential part of making the mountain feel like home again for its residents. Just as Naoki was about to start planting the berry trees, Cyclizer B, beside him, suddenly perked up, gazing intently in a particular direction. Following its gaze, Naoki turned to see a group of people who had arrived without him noticing. Some wore blue work uniforms and held shovels, accompanied by Pokémon like Sandshrew and Trapinch. The Sandshrew were busily digging holes in the ground, where the workers carefully planted the saplings they'd brought along. A short distance away from the workers, a small group watched over them. Standing to the left was a woman in a white nurse's uniform with a nurse's cap and long pink hair, clearly Nurse Joy. Beside her was a woman in a sharp police uniform with an alert Growlithe by her side, scanning the area intently. And on the right stood an elegant figure with hands behind their back, dressed neatly with an air of calm authority. They chatted with the others as they observed the restoration efforts. Naoki was taken aback at the sight. Wait, is that Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and even Gita, the champion? He murmured to himself in surprise. Just then, Nurse Joy also spotted Naoki and called out in pleasant surprise. Oh, is that Mr. Naoki from Naoki Ranch over there? Hearing this, Officer Jenny and Gita turned, their eyes following Nurse Joy's gaze. From a distance, Gita recognized the familiar figure, a trainer with champion-level strength who has chosen a quiet life, running a ranch. Gita couldn't help but feel impressed, her expression softening into a warm smile as she stepped forward to greet him. Seeing this, Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny followed suit, approaching Naoki with friendly smiles. As they reached him, Gita spoke first, her voice filled with familiarity. We meet again. Naoki. Naoki returned the smile, nodding politely. It's been a while, champion. Are you here to plant trees as well? Yes, Gita replied with a nod, noticing the tools in his hands and the freshly planted sapling behind him. Naoki caught her glance and explained, I took in a few Pokémon who survived the fire, and I promised them I'd help restore their home once spring arrived. So here I am, keeping that promise. Gita's eyes softened, her respect for him deepening. Not only was he remarkably talented, but he also possessed a genuinely kind heart. Nurse Joy, touched by his words, clasped her hands together in admiration. Mr. Naoki, you truly are a kind soul, she said warmly. Officer Jenny, who was already familiar with Naoki's compassionate nature, smiled knowingly. She recalled how he had opened a tavern that served Pokémon in need, not for profit, but to offer them a place of refuge and care something few would do. Naoki felt a bit overwhelmed by the praise, unsure of how to respond. According to his original plan, he had intended to ask Calyrex to accelerate the growth of the plant of grass seeds and saplings. But with Gita and the others now here, that plan felt complicated. If Calyrex used its powers, they'd surely notice the miraculous transformation. This will get out sooner or later, Naoki thought. Might as well take this chance to deepen people's belief in Calyrex. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Nurse Joy suddenly gasped, her eyes wide with recognition. That Pokémon, she exclaimed. Officer Jenny and Gita followed her gaze, spotting a very unusual Pokémon among the group. With a large head emanating a soft blue glow, it floated gracefully above the ground. Gita was momentarily stunned, intrigued by this unfamiliar Pokémon. Calyrex seemed to sense their attention, tilting its head toward them, and, as their eyes met, it offered a gentle smile. Before anyone could react, Nurse Joy blurted out, Oh my goodness, could that be the King of Bountiful Harvests? Upon hearing Nurse Joy's recognition, the king turned its gaze to her, sensing her reverence and belief in him. Officer Jenny, who had heard stories around town, quickly remembered the legend of this revered Pokémon. According to local tales, the King of Bountiful Harvests could bless the crops and flowers of any home where people believed in it, ensuring abundance. In fact, many people in town had small statues of the king in their homes, and Kosagi Town had recently enjoyed a year of good weather and bountiful harvests. Mayor Thomas had even commissioned a large statue of the king, now standing proudly in the town square for celebrations. And now, to see the King of Bountiful Harvests here in person, it was a surprise indeed. Noticing Jenny and Joy's expressions, Gita grew curious. The King of Bountiful Harvests? Nurse Joy nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the god of agriculture, the King of Bountiful Harvests, who can bring a flourishing bounty to crops and make flowers bloom beautifully. Lots of people in town have statues of him for good fortune. I even placed one in the Pokémon Center. Intrigued, Gita turned her gaze back to the king. A god of agriculture? Fascinating. And it seemed that Naoki had somehow gained its favor. Naoki, expecting the king to be recognized, took this moment to speak up. Yes, this is indeed the King of Bountiful Harvests, he said. I came here today to ask for his help in restoring the mountain to its former state. Restoring it? Gita echoed, slightly taken aback. Naoki nodded. The king of bountiful harvests has the power to make plants grow instantly. With his help, it will only take a moment to bring life back to the mountain. Gita's face betrayed a trace of skepticism. To be fair, she'd never witnessed anything like that before. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were equally taken aback. They had seen Pokémon with immense strength capable of crushing rocks or whipping up powerful sandstorms that could raise a forest, but the idea of a Pokémon that could make plants and trees grow instantaneously was unheard of. Naoki sighed and looked at Gita, saying, "Honestly, our plan was to restore this area to its former state today. Since the League also chose today, we might as well work together." No further explanation was needed. Gita understood instantly. She glanced at the young man before her, his confidence evident, and after a moment's thought, responded, "That's something to look forward to restore the Pokémon ecology of the mountain quickly. The Paldea League had deployed numerous staff members to plant trees. Most of them were forest rangers, highly skilled in reforesting lands, and with the assistance of various Pokémon, the restoration project was completed ahead of schedule, just before dusk. The ranger captain, along with his Pokémon, approached Gita to report the completion. After listening, Gita nodded, then turned her gaze to Naoki and the mysterious Pokémon known as the King of Bountiful Harvests. "From here on, I'll leave the rest to you," she said, entrusting the task as the League's champion. Naoki looked towards Calyrex. "It's in your hands now, Calyrex." The majestic Pokémon gave a slight nod, replying, "Leave it to me." With those words, Calyrex floated forward, its gentle aura illuminating the surroundings. Just then, the rangers who had worked tirelessly throughout the day returned to the clearing. They were discussing their plans for dinner when they noticed the glowing Pokémon rising above the forest. "What kind of Pokémon is that? Look, it's floating. What's it going to do?" On the other side, Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny also looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Nurse Joy whispered, "Can the King of Bountiful Harvests really do it?" Officer Jenny didn't answer, but watched with a hopeful gaze. As dusk settled, Calyrex rose gracefully above the newly planted forest. The soft light of the setting sun painted the sky in warm hues, and the king's gentle gaze swept over the land and the people and Pokémon below, radiating a serene and powerful presence. Calyrex could feel his presence spreading across this strange land. Wisps of warm energy drifted toward him from afar, filling his being. This energy came from the humans who knew his name. Alongside this, he sensed a strong emotion anticipation. The Pokémon rescued by Naoki were eagerly awaiting the restoration of their home. "And so, as you wish," Calyrex whispered softly. With a graceful wave of his hand, a rich, vibrant energy surged from his body and sank deep into the ground. In an instant, a blue light glowed beneath the earth, spreading outward until it encompassed the entire barren back mountain. At this moment, the king's energy reached its peak, and the entire back mountain erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The people and Pokémon within this radiant light looked around in awe, scarcely believing their eyes. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment broke the silence. "The flowers! The flowers are blooming!" That exclamation seemed to trigger something, and in the next moment, a lush green glow blanketed the ground. Grass sprouted up at an incredible speed, transforming the once desolate landscape into a vast green sea that spread across the mountain and fields in mere moments. The saplings they had planted began to change, two growing from tender shoots into tall, sturdy trees with thick trunks and branches that stretched high. The newly formed forest thrived with life, some trees even bearing large, ripe fruit. Everyone who witnessed this miraculous transformation was left speechless. Someone murmured, "Oh my, what kind of power is this?" The trees grew in an instant. Was that Pokémon responsible? What kind of Pokémon is that? He's incredibly powerful. Then, someone's voice broke through with pure exhilaration. "It's a miracle. This is truly a miracle." Hearing this, Gita seemed to awaken from a trance. Even as the champion of Paldea, she couldn't hide the awe etched on her face. There's really a Pokémon like this in the world. He truly lives up to the title of the King of Bountiful Harvests. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were equally moved. Joy whispered, "Such amazing power. The King of Bountiful Harvests is truly extraordinary." Officer Jenny remained silent, though a feeling stirred within her, a premonition that one day, the name of the King of Bountiful Harvests would echo across all of Paldea, with his statue cherished in every home. Not only the humans, but also the Pokémon witnessing the event were overcome with awe. They stared, wide-eyed, at the incredible transformation before them. Their home was restored. Seeing the once familiar place, now full of life, some Pokémon couldn't hold back their tears. Their homeland had finally returned. After a time beyond measure, the glowing light that enveloped the mountain slowly faded into tiny stars, scattering softly into the air. Beneath the dissipating light, the mountain and forest stood fully renewed. Tall trees with thick trunks and dark green canopies created a lush canopy, while the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the grass below. Tiny white flowers bloomed amidst the fresh green grass, painting the scene with life and beauty. Looking around, the entire forest was verdant and vibrant, showing no trace of the devastation it had once endured. Calyrex floated back to Naoki's side, nodding at him gently. "Thank you for all your hard work," Naoki said warmly. Then, turning to the Minccino, who were wiping away tears of joy, he continued, "Well, I've finally kept my promise to you. Now, go on and enjoy your new life." Squeak! Minccino quickly wiped its tears with its tiny paws, then, overcome with emotion, leaped into Naoki's arms for a heartfelt hug. The other Pokémon Naoki had rescued gathered around him, each finding their own way to express their gratitude. Naoki smiled, patting their heads one by one. "I feel your gratitude, but there's someone else who deserves it even more." Hearing this, the Pokémon turned to Calyrex, quickly rushing over to express their thanks. The king looked at them with a warm, gentle gaze. Naoki took a deep breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. This task was finally complete. Just then, Gita stepped forward, her gaze resting on the King of Bountiful Harvests and the grateful Pokémon. "I never imagined there could be such a Pokémon in this world." Naoki nodded, yes. Gita was still reeling from the awe-inspiring display she had just witnessed. She recalled what Nurse Joy had told her earlier, that the King of Bountiful Harvests was known as the god of agriculture, able to bless those who believed in him with abundant harvests. The thought stirred something within her. Just maybe if everyone in the Paldea region truly believed in this Pokémon, could the land they called home become even more fertile, even more prosperous? In the heart of the newly restored forest, the rangers assigned by the Paldea League stared in awe at the Pokémon with the large, radiant head standing beside the young man. What they had witnessed was beyond anything they had imagined. What kind of Pokémon could make seeds planted only moments ago sprout into a full-grown forest? Someone murmured in amazement. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind the crowd. A few forest rangers, who had been planting trees in other areas, arrived breathlessly, their expressions full of disbelief as they took in the transformed landscape. What happened here? How did an entire forest appear so suddenly? One of them asked, eyes wide with shock. "That Pokémon did it," one ranger responded, his hand trembling as he pointed toward the King of Bountiful Harvests, who was hovering just a short distance away. The newcomers looked over and saw the extraordinary Pokémon with a serene expression, its gentle smile casting a soft glow on the grassy field. None of them recognized the Pokémon, but from its hovering stance, radiant aura, and regal demeanor, it was clear that this was no ordinary Pokémon. Curiosity ignited among the rangers, who couldn't help but wonder about the identity of this powerful being. "This Pokémon, it can make plants grow instantly," one of them whispered in awe. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" All eyes turned toward the young man beside the king, sensing that he might be the trainer who knew the answers they sought. Naoki felt the weight of their gazes and responded with a calm smile. He spoke clearly. This is Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. Long ago, he ruled over an entire region. See Calyrex? A king of Pokémon, murmured a few rangers, struggling to process what they were hearing. A gentle smile appeared on Calyrex's face, feeling a sense of pride and warmth as Naoki shared his name with others. However, the king of Galar has become a thing of the past, and now he is just an ordinary farmer Pokémon. All right, champion, we've finished up here. Let's head back, Naoki said, turning to Gita. Gita, finally snapping out of her amazement, responded with a grateful smile. Once again, the Paldea League owes you a debt of gratitude. As champion, I'd like to extend our sincerest thanks to both you and Calyrex on behalf of the League. Calm smile, whether human or Pokémon, we're all part of this world. Helping each other just comes naturally. There's no need to thank me. After all, the mountain behind his ranch was as much a resource for him as for others, filled with wild berries and vegetables in spring and summer, and abundant with mushrooms and pine cones in autumn. Even the poisonous mushrooms he found here once led him to encounter the legendary Pokémon Giratina. But Gita shook her head. Regardless, you've helped the Paldea League immensely in restoring this area's ecosystem. If it had continued on a normal schedule, it would have taken at least a year or two for this mountain to recover. Not only that, she continued, the League would have had to dedicate substantial manpower and resources to rehabilitate the natural landscape here. Thanks to you, we can redirect those resources to other important projects. Naoki nodded, choosing not to decline her gratitude further. Then, in a familiar gesture, Gita extended another invitation. The Paldea League would be honored to have talented trainers like you join our ranks. If you're interested, I'd be happy to submit an application on your behalf, inviting you to join directly. Naoki sighed inwardly. Here was again. He knew exactly what Gita was proposing. Working for the League was much like civil service in his past life, a stable career with benefits and a reliable future. Once he retired, the League provided a generous pension, ensuring financial security in later years. For many professional trainers, such an offer was a rare and appealing opportunity. After all, no matter how skilled or young, every trainer eventually grows old. But he truly didn't need it. Seeing this, Gita sighed in mild disappointment. Naoki simply smiled and offered his farewells, turning to wave goodbye to Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny before departing with his Pokémon. Gita watched as Naoki and his Pokémon disappeared into the dense forest. Only then did she turn to the gathered forest rangers and say, "Thank you all for your hard work today." The rangers, momentarily lost in thought after the day's incredible events, snapped back to reality, realizing it was already dusk. Their work for the day was complete. They began packing up their tools, eager to head down the mountain and share the astonishing story with their friends and families. The mysterious Pokémon, Calyrex, had restored the entire mountain to its former glory in an instant was nothing short of a miracle. At last, the restoration of the back mountain was complete. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the sky, Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy took a moment to relax, letting out sighs of relief. Calyrex is truly incredible, Nurse Joy marveled, her eyes still filled with wonder. Officer Jenny nodded, her initial skepticism completely gone after witnessing the miracle firsthand. I never imagined I'd see anything like this. And to think Naoki has a Pokémon with such power. Gita overheard their conversation but chose to stay silent, lost in her own thoughts about how best to thank Naoki for his efforts. In the forest near the ranch, Naoki bid farewell to Pokémon. All right, from today on, this is your new home, Naoki said with a warm smile. Find a spot you love and make it yours. If you get hungry, feel free to roam around the forest. I planted plenty of fruit trees in this area, and they're now full of ripe, juicy fruit. You can pick as much as you'd like. Squeak. Minchino responded eagerly, already glancing around to find the tallest tree to make its new nest. The other Pokémon also looked delighted, each one ready to explore and settle into their new surroundings. Seeing their excitement, Naoki felt a sense of relief. Although they hadn't been together for very long, he'd come to know these little creatures well, their personalities, their quirks, and even their favorite places to rest. Naoki's gaze swept over each Pokémon as he shared some parting advice. Minccino, it might not be the best idea to stash your berries in a tree hollow. If something happens to it, you'll end up going hungry, he advised with a playful wink. Turning to Tandemaus, he added, I hope your little one grows strong and healthy. Watrel, he continued, I noticed a flock of Watrel flying toward Casseroya Lake earlier. If you're looking for company, maybe you could try flying there. But remember to be careful. Then, with a nod to Tinkatuff, Naoki said, thank you so much for helping Palmot make that hammer. Though you got separated from the other Tinkaton and Tinkatuff, I think you've made some great new friends here. You won't feel lonely anymore, right? Make sure you all get along. Each Pokémon listened intently to his farewell words. Gradually, as they came back from the joy of having a new home, they realized that it was nearly time to say goodbye to Naoki. Their expressions softened with sadness and reluctance. Watrel, in particular, remembered the time when it was too injured to fly. Ad tirelessly cared for it every day, applying medicine and preparing its meals. Smeargle also lowered its head, a sad expression in its eyes. It, too, remembered how Naoki had rescued them, bringing them into his care. Without Naoki, they never would have survived the harsh winter. Smeargle murmured, holding its paintbrush tail and gazing up at Naoki with tears shimmering in its eyes. Seeing this, Naoki felt a wave of emotion rise within him. He knelt down, gently reassuring them. It's okay. It's not like we'll never see each other again. This place is just a short distance from the ranch. If you ever miss us, you can always visit anytime. Oh, and since we're neighbors now, I might need your help finding mushrooms when I come back here to forage, he added with a warm smile. Minccino perked up at this, wiping its tears with its tiny paws. With a determined nod, it squeaked its agreement, promising to help Naoki find every mushroom on the mountain. The other Pokémon nodded eagerly, each of them cheering up a bit at the thought of future visits. Naoki smiled softly, waving to the group of Pokémon. All right then, see you all soon. Whoa! The Pokémon called out in response, their voices echoing through the trees. With a final nod, Naoki turned and began his descent down the mountain, accompanied by Koraidon and the others as they made their way back to the ranch. By the time they arrived, it was already 6:30 in the evening. The sun had dipped low, casting long shadows across the fields. Naoki noted with a slight frown that they'd missed Zack, who usually came by around this time to collect goods. But seeing the quiet, empty ranch, he realized Zack must have stopped by earlier, finding no one there and leaving empty-handed. Looking at the barrels of gago milk stacked under the eaves, Naoki paused in thought. He decided to move them into the cellar for safekeeping, planning to have Zack inspect them tomorrow before adjusting the price. The ultra-pure gago milk, with effects akin to potent healing medicines, was a precious resource. Naoki briefly considered keeping it all for himself. But then he reasoned, with go-goats producing milk daily, he would never be able to use it all. Rather than letting it sit in storage, he thought it better to sell it to those in need. Maybe it could even help some injured Pokémon recover or save those in dire straits. He thought of Alder, the champion of the Unova region. Years ago, while defending the Pokémon League, Alder's partner Pokémon, Volcarona, had been gravely injured in battle. Despite treatment at the Pokémon Center, Volcarona never fully recovered and eventually passed away due to its weakened state. The loss had left Alder disheartened and distanced from battling. If only Alder had been able to give Volcarona a bottle of this gago milk, Naoki mused. Perhaps it might have made a difference and saved Volcarona. The thought of this milk potentially helping trainers like Alder and their beloved partners brought Naoki a sense of purpose, and if he could make a bit of money to keep the ranch running, then why not? Feeling satisfied with his decision, Naoki sighed, a weight lifting from his shoulders. After the long day on a mountain, both he and his Pokémon were ready to call a day. After a simple dinner, Naoki and the Pokémon soon drifted off to sleep, their exhaustion from the day's work quickly pulling them into slumber. Meanwhile, deep in the back mountain, a small celebration was taking place. Gathered under the gentle glow of the moonlight filtering through the leaves were Minccino, Tinkatuff, Bellybolt, Tandemaus, Smeargle, and a few other Pokémon. They sat in a circle, each holding a fresh, juicy fruit in their paws, basking in the quiet joy of their newly restored home. Minccino, stomach full and feeling content, exclaimed happily, "Squeak, I'm ready to dig in." But when it looked around, it noticed that the other Pokémon weren't eating. They simply held their fruits, lost in thought. Confused, Minccino tilted its head and asked, "Squeak, why aren't you eating?" Bellybolt, blinking its yellow eyes thoughtfully, replied, "Gummo, Naoki has done so much for us. I want to give him a gift to thank him, but I'm not sure what to give." Tinkatuff nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a similar sentiment. "Whoa, I also want to give Naoki a gift to show my thanks." But none of them had anything to offer. The forest had just been restored, and they had very little to give. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, Minccino blinked, then looked down at the fruit in its paws. An idea began to form, and it thought of the little stash of fruits it had hidden earlier. In a hollow of a tall, sturdy tree, its new, carefully selected home. "Squeak, I know what we can give him." The other Pokémon looked at Minccino, curious and hopeful. "Gummo, what should we give?" Minccino stood up, proudly holding a berry high in its paws. The ordinary Pecha berry gleamed beautifully under the moonlight. "Squeak, it's berries." "Berries?" The other Pokémon looked at each other, puzzled. Naoki's ranch already had plenty of fruit. Would he appreciate this? Minccino nodded confidently. "Squeak, of course he will. If we give Naoki the big, round berries we've collected, he'll be so happy." For Minccino, these berries were its most prized possessions. Now it wanted to offer them to Naoki as a way to show its gratitude. "Woo!" Tinkatuff, the little blacksmith, looked on, awestruck. "Big, round berries? That's it." Tinkatuff's eyes sparkled with excitement. They could give Naoki the best, ripest berries they could find. The next morning, when Naoki opened his door, he found Minccino sitting on the ground, struggling to hold up a makeshift bag crafted from large leaves. As soon as Minccino saw Naoki, its eyes brightened, and it loosened its little claws, letting the leaf bag unfurl. A pile of berries immediately spilled out, rolling across the porch. "Squeak!" Startled, Minccino quickly used its tail to stop the berries from rolling too far. Naoki knelt down to help, pleasantly surprised by Minccino's early visit. "Why are you here so early?" he asked with a smile. Minccino's big, shiny eyes sparkled as it picked up a berry and pushed it toward Naoki. Realization dawned on Naoki. "Are these for me?" "Squeak!" Minccino chirped excitedly, nodding. Minccino nodded vigorously, then added, "Squeak! They're from everyone in the forest." Watching as Minccino mimicked Tinkatuff's hammer-swinging motion, Naoki quickly understood the little Pokémon's message. "Is this you and the others prepared together?" he asked with a smile. "Squeak!" Minccino nodded, looking up at Naoki with hopeful eyes, eager to see if he would like the gift. After all, this was the best they had to offer. Seeing the eager look in Minccino's eyes, Naoki smiled warmly, nodding as he said, "Thank you. I love it very much." Upon hearing his words, Minccino's eyes sparkled with joy. It waved its tail and turned to dash away, but paused when it reached the grass. Turning back, it waved its tiny paws at Naoki. "Squeak!" It wanted to rush back and tell everyone that Naoki truly loved their gift. "Wait!" Naoki called after it, thinking of giving it some berries as a treat, but Minccino was already a blur, vanishing into the distance before he could say another word. Naoki chuckled to himself. Was this really from all of them? He wondered, looking down at the pile of fruit. As he observed them more closely, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw their description. Friendship fruit, a unique ingredient imbued with the gratitude of Pokémon. A token of friendship. When used in cooking, it enhances the dish's quality by one level, unless the dish has already. Friendship fruit, Naoki murmured, looking at the pile of ordinary-looking fruits before him with a hint of confusion. He stood there in a daze until Sister Nddd noticed something seemed off and came out to check on him. Her voice snapped him back to reality. Fruits that could elevate the quality of cooking. That was incredible. This wasn't something that could occur naturally. It had to be the heartfelt gratitude of the Minccino and the other Pokémon. Their emotions had somehow infused these fruits, transforming them in a magical way. This was truly unexpected. Naoki found himself at a loss for words. He had helped those Pokémon without ever expecting anything in return, and yet now he held something so valuable. It was a pleasant and surprising gift. If used wisely, these berries could greatly enhance the ranch and benefit some of the Pokémon in his care. He thought back to the leaf cake he'd made last month during winter with a leaf of the World Tree. The cake had been rated as S-. If he added one of these friendship fruits, could it push the cake's rating up to an S grade? After all, it was well known that when a dish's quality improved, its effects became significantly stronger. An enhanced leaf cake could potentially boost the rate at which the king of bountiful harvests and the Go-Goats cultivated the World Tree. Excitement surged within him as he carefully carried the friendship fruits into the living room. Nddd noticed the pile of fruits in his arms and looked at him with curiosity. "Hey, Naoki, what are those?" Naoki chuckled. "Minccino brought these over. They're gifts from a Pokémon in the forest." He recalled Minccino's eager expression and imagined the group of forest Pokémon gathering the finest fruits for him the night before. He noticed that these fruits were larger and more vibrant than usual clearly. Each one had been carefully chosen by the Pokémon to show their gratitude. Naoki silently thanked those wonderful Pokémon. After breakfast, he eagerly went to the World Tree, plucked a leaf, took one of the friendship fruits, and headed to Alchemy's cream workshop. An hour later, the oven chimed, signaling that the leaf cake was ready. Naoki slipped on heat-proof gloves, carefully removed the warm cake from the oven, spread a smooth layer of cream on top, and added pieces of fruit as decoration. Once the finishing touches were complete, he leaned in to inspect the details of the leaf cake. Leaf cake, enhanced version, S. A cake crafted with leaves from the World Tree, eggs, moo milk, and other ingredients. If you listen closely, you can feel the breath of nature within it. Effect of the dish, breath of nature. 1. Permanently increases the power of grass-type moves by 25%. Effective only for grass-type Pokémon. Effects cannot be stacked. 2. When consumed by grass-type Pokémon, it attunes them to the rhythm of nature, allowing them to harness grass energy to cultivate crops. Crop growth time can be moderately reduced. This effect is exclusive to grass-type Pokémon and cannot be stacked. Additional effect. Lord of the World Tree, you have been recognized by the World Tree. As the caretaker of the Go-Goat that nurtures the World Tree, you are granted access to all areas within the World Tree. This effect applies only to Naoki. Comment. Feel the pulse of nature. Perhaps, as the World Tree matures, dishes made with its leaves will yield even greater effects. Just as I thought, the rating upgraded from S- to S. Naoki thought, his face lighting up with joy. The power boost to grass-type moves is increased by an additional 5%, making it a full 25%, equivalent to a quarter of the increase provided by holding a miracle seed. Naoki mused, wide-eyed. If the effects of the leaf cake and miracle seed can stack, the strength of Naoki couldn't help but imagine the impact. With such enhanced power, even a simple grass field would become overwhelmingly potent, and the force of Go-Goat's leaf blade move would likely be too much for most Pokémon to endure. But as exciting as this was, Naoki's main concern lay with the improvements to crop cultivation. The effect has gone from a small boost to a medium boost, he realized with relief. This means the growth rate of the World Tree will accelerate even more, and it may not take the full 4 years to reach its full height. The thought filled him with joy, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Taking the enhanced leaf cake, Naoki divided it into 5 portions and fed them to his 3 go-goats, Dolive and Calyrex, ensuring each received a taste of the dish. In the glass greenhouse, Naoki watched Calyrex enjoy its dessert among the blooming flowers, mulling over the possibilities for the friendship fruits. A special fruit platter that could improve move effectiveness? Maybe adding friendship fruit would further increase the chance for Pokémon to learn rare moves, he pondered. Or perhaps a lucky pudding to boost fortune, he mused. Or even translator seeds, maybe to help lengthen word translations? He chuckled at the idea, his mind racing with possibilities. What left him most regretful, though, was that he couldn't make storm buns or lightning buns just yet. If he could incorporate the friendship fruit into those recipes, the resulting dishes might reach an entirely new level of effectiveness. No, he decided. These fruits would be perfect for brewing. He recalled the previous batch of fruit wine he had made, which helped increase resistance to poison and paralysis. 1 friendship berry for a single barrel of berry wine. Then each Pokémon on the ranch gets a glass, giving them permanent resistance to poison and paralysis. It was perfect. Naoki couldn't help but feel proud of his idea. Meanwhile, Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, picked up a piece of leaf cake, savoring it with graceful bites. Noticing Naoki's joyful expression, Calyrex spoke softly. Naoki, I can feel that more beings believe in me. Naoki looked up a bit surprised and asked, Do you not like that? Calyrex shook his head, his expression thoughtful. It's not that I don't like it. It's more a feeling of sentimentality, he said slowly. I was once a forgotten king. After that, I thought I would no longer be affected by humans' actions. But now, seeing admiration and gratitude from both humans and Pokémon, it brings me joy. That's only natural, Naoki replied. In fact, I believe that, for us humans, you're a Pokémon unlike any other legendary Pokémon. Oh, Calyrex looked over with mild curiosity, then seemed to reflect for a moment. Legendary Pokémon? Are there classifications now? Naoki nodded. Yes. Take Zacian and Zamazenta, for example. They're also legendary Pokémon, he explained. Pokémon that have ancient legends surrounding them, have existed in the world for centuries, and possess immense power are often called legendary. Calyrex listened thoughtfully. Naoki continued. The reason I say you're different from other legendary Pokémon is because of your connection with humans. Calyrex's gaze softened as he listened, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Most legendary Pokémon rarely appear before humans, Naoki said. They're powerful, proud, and sometimes distant. Maybe it is for this reason that they disdain to communicate with humans. Hearing this, Calyrex nodded in understanding. I see what you mean. I once ruled over Galar, living among the humans who revered me as their king. I answered their prayers and blessed their lands to make them fertile. Yes, exactly, Naoki replied with a nod. Take Giratina, for instance. It's another legendary Pokémon. Giratina resides in the distortion world, maintaining the balance between that realm and ours. Calyrex tilted his head, intrigued. It sounds like you know quite a lot about legendary Pokémon, he said thoughtfully. You even knew of my legend and built a statue and a shrine. For me, was that to honor me? So, Calyrex thought, had Naoki believed in his existence all along? Naoki felt a twinge of guilt. Could he really tell Calyrex that he was initially more interested in catching Spectrier and Glastrier, Calyrex's loyal steeds? Deciding against it, he smoothly shifted the conversation. Would you like to hear about other legendary Pokémon? Naoki offered. Calyrex, sipping the tea that the Polteageist poured for him, gave an elegant nod. Yes. With a smile, Naoki launched into his story. This world was created by a Pokémon called Arceus, often regarded as the god of all Pokémon. Calyrex's eyes widened in astonishment. The world we live in was created? Naoki nodded. According to legend, Arceus, the creator Pokémon, brought the world into existence. In awe, Calyrex murmured, So, could we Pokémon also have been created by him? Not exactly. Worried Calyrex might misunderstand, Naoki quickly clarified, humans and Pokémon weren't directly created by Arceus. Life here came into being gradually, naturally emerging from the world itself. I see. Calyrex mused, comprehension dawning. The god of creation. What kind of power must it take to bring an entire world into existence? If I had the chance, I'd love to meet this Arceus to see what a god truly looks like. Naoki hesitated, then shrugged with a slight grin. Well, you might look something like an alpaca. An alpaca? Calyrex asked, puzzled. Is that a type of Pokémon? Realizing his mistake, alpacas didn't exist in this world, Naoki laughed. It's kind of like your loyal steeds, Spectrier and Glastrier. Arceus has 4 legs, is covered in white fur, and radiates an aura of power and grace. As he spoke, Naoki recalled a funny picture he'd once seen. In that picture, Arceus, the mighty creator of the Pokémon world, replacing Spectrier and Glastrier, with the king of bountiful harvests riding it. He glanced at Calyrex, wondering if it would ever entertain such a rebellious thought. Meanwhile, Calyrex mused that if Arceus, the world's creator, truly resembled his loyal steeds, it might change his view of Spectrier and Glastrier forever. The thought was almost too strange to bear. But Calyrex suddenly noticed that Naoki's description of Arceus was remarkably detailed, as if he had seen the god of creation himself. Have you actually seen the creator? Calyrex asked, intrigued. Naoki hesitated. Not exactly. Its legend is widely known in the Sinnoh region, which is said to be the birthplace of its worship. Ah, I see. Calyrex nodded, accepting the explanation. Naoki continued. In addition to Arceus, humans have revered many other Pokémon as gods. There's Groudon, the god of the earth, Kyogre, the god of the sea, Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. He listed them one by one. After hearing this, Calyrex's eyes widened with awe. I had no idea the world was so vast, with so much I've yet to learn. Naoki smiled. There's a lot out there, that's for sure. Reflecting on his own journey, Naoki thought about how, if he hadn't traveled from another world, he might have felt just as amazed as Calyrex hearing about these legendary Pokémon for the first time, and why he ended up here in the first place. Perhaps it was simply to meet and befriend this remarkable group of Pokémon. With that thought, Naoki bade farewell to Calyrex. He stepped out of the glass greenhouse, only to be greeted by Cyclizer and Coraidon waiting on the grass just outside the door. These two Pokémon really had a knack for being in sync about certain things. Perhaps, Naoki mused, he'd come to this world just to meet Pokémon like Cyclizer and Coraidon. With a smile, he reached out and patted their heads, saying, "All right, let's head home. I have some new, delicious dishes to create." Dash. Rayo. Cyclizer and Coraidon chimed in happily, following Naoki as he made his way back. Once home, Naoki walked straight to the kitchen, checking the refrigerator to see if he had the ingredients to experiment with new recipes. The back mountain restoration was complete, and now he could focus on ranch matters. Spring was here, which meant it was time to prepare. The farmland. Although raising livestock was the ranch's main source of profit, cultivating crops was equally essential. The vegetables and fruits grown here, many of which had special effects due to slight mutations, were valuable for both the ranch and the Pokémon. With that in mind, Naoki decided which dish he'd enhance with the friendship berries, the green grass cake. When a grass-type Pokémon eats this cake, it channels grass-type energy into crop cultivation, and there's a small chance the crops will mutate. The results could be remarkable, like enormous pumpkins or bioluminescent pineapples. If I use the friendship berries, I might even elevate the green grass cake to an A+ level. Naoki thought, smiling. That should boost the chances of crop mutations. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. Too bad the friendship berries can't be used repeatedly, he sighed. If they could, I'd raise the cake to an S level, where the effects would be drastically better. Just then, Naoki remembered the black truffles he'd found in the back mountain last year. They didn't have any effects on their own, but they enhance the potency of dishes remarkably. What if I use friendship berries and black truffles together for the green grass cake? He pondered. Maybe their effects would stack. Curious, Naoki wondered if the back mountain's instant transformation under Calorex's power had encouraged any more black truffles to grow. I could take a walk back there and ask Minccino for help. They know the area well and could help me track down any truffles. If the Minccino had already eaten too many berries, Naoki chuckled, he might consider raising a few lechonk on the ranch. Their strong sense of smell would make them perfect for truffle hunting. Reached the maximum level. On a warm, sunny spring afternoon, the room was filled with the delightful aroma of cream. Naoki carefully removed the freshly baked cake from the oven, slicing it in half and filling it with a layer of tree fruit pulp. He then finished it off with a spread of dark chocolate and cream, creating a beautiful new version of his grass cake. Grass cake, a cake crafted with ripe summer grass, flour, moo milk, special tree fruits, and alchemy's rich cream. Effect: 1,000 transformations. When fed to a grass-type Pokémon, there's a small chance that crops grown with grass-type energy will undergo slight mutations. Evaluation: the flavors of each ingredient blend seamlessly, making it a favorite among grass-type Pokémon. A grass-type Pokémon that enjoys this treat might even surprise you with a show of gratitude. Naoki looked over the evaluation, pleased. It worked. The grass cake's level increased from A to A+, and the chance of mutation is now a small probability rather than almost impossible. That's a decent improvement, right? He mused. Though the specifics of the mutation rate weren't detailed, Naoki didn't mind. He could plant more land, and soon enough, some unique crops would surely appear. Content: Naoki divided the grass cake into 5 portions, giving them to Dolive, the Go-Goats, and Calorex. In the glass greenhouse, Calorex looked at the grassy dessert in front of him, a faintly amused expression crossing his face. His little believers were so considerate. If I keep eating like this, he thought with an internal chuckle, I'll turn into the plentiful king. But seeing the hopeful look in Naoki's eyes, Calorex gave a small sigh, took up a fork, and began savoring the grass cake. I'll let you enjoy it, Naoki said with a smile, turning to leave. Suddenly, he paused and added, oh, by the way, the flowers in the meadow are in full bloom. I built a little flower stand and tea table there while you were away. If you feel like relaxing, you could sit in the sun and enjoy the view. As the season warmed, Butterfree and Combi had returned to the outdoors, settling back into the natural rhythms of the ranch. Recently, Naoki had moved the hive for the 3 Combi to an outside spot to ease their nectar collection. When Naoki mentioned the flower fields, Calorex nodded in approval, indicating he'd visit the garden soon. Naoki grinned, then headed off and found Cyclizer sunning itself in the nearby grass. Up for a quick trip to town? He asked. Gah! Cyclizer responded enthusiastically, shaking off the pollen that clung to it before crouching to let Naoki hop on. Shortly after they left, Calorex teleported to the ranch's flower fields, taking in the view from above. The field was a vibrant square, with a circular area cleared in the middle where Naoki had set up a flower-laden trellis. The vines climbing up the trellis created a cozy nook, with sunlight streaming down, illuminating the blooming flowers around it. 3 diligent Combi were flitting from bloom to bloom, collecting nectar, while Butterfree rested on a flower, basking in the warmth. Smiling at the peaceful scene, Calorex gracefully landed in the center, seated himself on a wooden bench, and gazed at the verdant countryside stretching before him. Suddenly, an idea struck Calorex. Raising his hand, he summoned Polteageist and Sinistia, who appeared among the flowers. He looked at them and murmured, why don't you join me in this little sunlit sanctuary? In the nearby town of Kosagi, a Hue seed shop. With Hue's guidance, Naoki carefully selected the seeds he needed. Cyclizer waited nearby, staring at the ticking clock on the wall with a hint of impatience. A year has already flown by. Hue said, a bit nostalgic. How's life here treating you? Quite the change from your travels, I imagine. Are you settling into this country life? Naoki chuckled and said, "Honestly, I didn't think I'd be able to handle all this farm work at first. I almost threw my back out on the first day of tilling. If it hadn't been for Cyclizer and Coraden by my side, I don't know how I'd have managed." Huh. Hugh laughed heartily. It's always tough the first time, but once you get the hang of it, it gets easier. Exactly. Naoki agreed with a nod. He'd finished selecting his seeds, gathering garlic, potatoes, strawberries, radishes, cucumbers, cabbage, and turnips. Garlic would be perfect for making garlic sauce, a savory addition to grilled dishes. Potatoes, versatile as they are, could be turned into mashed potatoes or crispy fries. And cucumbers, once pickled, would make for a refreshing, sour-side dish ideal for days when one's appetite needed a boost. Hugh packed the seeds and handed them over with a grin. "That'll be 4,200 poke dollars. Enjoy the harvest." Naoki paid, thanked Hugh, and headed back to the ranch on Cyclizer. Back at the farmland, he called into a small burrow. After a moment, Diglett popped its head up, curious. Naoki handed it a slice of bread, grinning. "I'll leave the plowing to you." Energized by the treat, Diglett chirped excitedly, "Dig, dig." It dove back into the ground, and in no time, zipped across the fields, softening the soil with expert precision. As Diglett worked, Naoki followed, scattering seeds into the freshly tilled earth. But just as Diglett reached the halfway mark, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Diglett stopped in its tracks, and a brilliant white light burst from its body. Cyclizer was drawn to the sight, eyes wide with surprise. Hearing the commotion, Naoki turned and saw Diglett's form shifting rapidly. What had been one head quickly split into three, each identical except for their varying heights. It had evolved into Dugtrio. Naoki blinked in astonishment, a smile spreading across his face. "Congratulations, Dugtrio." The newly evolved Dugtrio let out a series of enthusiastic squeaks. "Dig, dig, trio." Energized by its evolution, it plunged back into the earth, now working with renewed vigor. With three heads coordinating together underground, Dugtrio's speed was astounding. In mere moments, it had covered a vast stretch of soil, leaving the field neatly tilled in its wake. "Wow, the strength of Pokémon is truly impressive," Naoki murmured, still amazed by Dugtrio's sudden evolution. Yet, as he considered it, Naoki realized that perhaps ordinary evolutions like this triggered by steady growth rather than moments of crisis were typical in this world. The dramatic evolutions in the anime might just be rarer occurrences. It's good to have things a bit more ordinary, he thought, smiling as he continued following Dugtrio, scattering seeds in the soft earth it left behind. Thanks to Dugtrio's evolution, their work efficiency skyrocketed. In just over 2 hours, they had finished planting all the fields. As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink, orange, and gold. Naoki stood beside the freshly tilled field, giving Dugtrio a thumbs up. "Great job, Dig Dig Trio." Dugtrio squeaked in response, clearly pleased with its hard work. "Go take a well-deserved rest now," Naoki said, smiling. "I'll bring you your favorite sandwich later." With an enthusiastic squeak, Dugtrio nodded and burrowed back into the earth, heading toward its nest for a break. By 5 p.m., Zach pulled up to the ranch in his truck right on time. Naoki quickly brought out the milk collected from his Mount Gogoat, suggesting, "Zach, how about retesting the quality of the milk today?" "Retest?" Zach asked with a hearty laugh, then paused, his expression turning to surprise. "Wait, does that mean the milk quality has improved?" Naoki nodded with a smile. "I believe it has. This is unreal." Zach's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to ask Naoki how he had managed to raise his go-goats to produce such high-quality milk, but decided against it, knowing ranchers often keep their unique methods private. Zach began testing the milk, but as the readings appeared, his jaw dropped in astonishment. His eyes were as wide as a toro's with surprise. "This is incredible. I've been in the dairy business for years, and I've never seen fresh milk of this quality before." Zach was speechless, recalling how the milk for Naoki's go-goats had previously been known to restore stamina with just a sip. Now, with these new levels of quality, he couldn't even imagine the health benefits it might offer. "I don't think I can put a fair price on this," Zack finally said, shaking his head in amazement. "I've simply never encountered anything like it." Naoki stood there, a bit taken aback by Zack's reaction. Zack, still in awe, hadn't quite recovered from the shock. Zack stood there, deep in thought. The fresh milk available on the market wasn't just for humans, it was for Pokémon too. Everyone knew that milk produced by Pokémon like Miltank was incredibly nutritious. It helped people grow strong and healthy, and for injured Pokémon, it could even restore energy. After a long pause, Zack finally said, "I can't set a new price right now. I need to conduct more in-depth tests on this goat milk to understand its effects." Naoki nodded, understanding. All right. In the end, Zack took only 2 bottles of goat milk, promising to return with a fair price after running some tests. As Zack's truck disappeared down the path, Naoki sighed and headed back inside. The day was ending, and it was time to prepare dinner for everyone. Tonight, Naoki went all out with the meal. He prepared grilled steaks, sandwiches, hearty stews, mushrooms and vegetables, and tree sap juice. As they were eating, Teddy Ursa suddenly looked up at Naoki with a wistful expression. "Ursa?" Naoki noticed the little bear's gaze and sensed that Teddy Ursa wanted to say something. He took a couple of bites of translation berry crisps and asked, "What's on your mind?" Teddy Ursa hesitated, then spoke up, explaining that it wanted to continue its journey. Ursa. Naoki, I made a promise with Hero Weed, keep traveling to help Pokémon in need." Naoki was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in understanding. "I see. So when do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Teddy Ursa replied. Although excited for the adventures ahead, it looked a bit sad, clearly reluctant to leave Naoki and the ranch. Seeing this, Naoki gently reassured it. "Go without worry." "Ursa." Teddy Ursa looked at him, curious. Naoki smiled warmly. "The ranch will be just fine. The Doug Trio can help me with the fields, NDD with the housework, and there's always Golden and Cyclizer to lend a hand. While you're out there, don't worry about us here. Go out and follow your path. If you ever feel tired or need a break, the ranch will always be here for you. I'll have honey pudding and honey tea waiting." Teddy Ursa was visibly touched, its eyes shining with gratitude. Ursa, Naoki is the best." Nearby, Mew looked equally moved, softly echoing Mew. Naoki turned to Mew and smiled. "And you're always welcome here, too. Once the world tree is fully grown, you can regard this as your home." Mew. Hearing Naoki's words, Mew looked touched but also a bit embarrassed. A few days prior, Mew had secretly used its powers to create a hidden base somewhere on the ranch, a cozy little spot filled with all its favorite toys. "But there's one more thing," Naoki said, catching both Mew and Teddy Ursa's attention. Naoki continued, "When you're out traveling, make sure you stay safe. Don't do anything too dangerous, and try not to draw attention from too many humans." Naoki couldn't help but remember their past travels in Kanto. Thinking back, he felt a chill at the thought of Mew being discovered by someone like Team Rocket's Giovanni. Even though Mew was powerful and Teddy Ursa had quick reflexes, he knew even legendary Pokémon like Lugia, Dialga, and Palkia had been captured by humans at times. Hearing his warning, Mew and Teddy Ursa nodded in understanding. "Good," Naoki said with a sigh of relief. He knew Mew's ability to transform would help keep it hidden if it ever needed to escape notice. The next morning, under the watchful and loving eyes of Naoki and the Pokémon on the ranch, Mew and Teddy Ursa set off on their journey once more. They flew over forests, mountains, rivers, and lakes, eventually arriving at a bustling port city. Ships of all sizes lined the docks, ready to embark on new adventures. Transforming into the form of a Wattrel, Mew landed on one of the ships with Teddy Ursa by its side. Together, they looked out over the vast blue sea, brimming with excitement for the road ahead. Teddy Ursa turned to Mew with a sparkle in its eyes. "Ursa Dash," Naoki said, We can invite any new friends we meet to come live with us on the ranch. Mew. Mew chimed in happily, feeling a warm thrill at the idea. Throughout its travels, it had met many Pokémon, but parting ways after a short time was always bittersweet. With a home they could share, they'd never have to say goodbye again. Teddy Ursa's thoughts drifted to Zapdos, the electric bird who lived at the power plant, often disturbed by curious humans despite preferring solitude. Ursa, let's visit Zapdos first. Maybe it'd like to live with us on the World Tree. Mew nodded with delight. Mew, yes. And we can visit Farfetch'd, Pidgeot, and Krabby. 2. Mew listed off the friends it wanted to see, but a wistful look crossed its face when it thought of Mewtwo. Mew, it's a shame we can't find Mewtwo. It'd be wonderful if Mewtwo, Meowth, and Pikachu could join us too. Seeing Mew's sadness, Teddy Ursa tilted its head, then reached out a comforting paw and patted Mew's shoulder. Ursa, Naoki always says that as long as we keep traveling, we'll see them again someday. Hearing this, Mew's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Mew, then let's keep going. Together, they declared, the Hero Expedition team is back. Just then, a whistle sounded from the ship beneath them. Attention, passengers. A Sagei is about to set sail. Next stop, Olivine City in the Johto region. With Mew and Teddy Ursa off on their journey, life on the ranch had returned to its usual peaceful rhythm. But this morning, Glacian came running over, clearly panicked. Booey! It cried, eyes wide with terror. Naoki was surprised to see his typically aloof Glacian so distressed. What could have frightened Glacian like this? He wondered aloud as he popped a translation seed crisp into his mouth. Take a deep breath and tell me what happened. Glacian took a moment to steady itself, swallowing hard before describing the eerie events of the previous night. Its voice was shaky as it recounted, Booey, booey, Buey. There was a ghost in the cave. I was asleep on my favorite ice rock, but around midnight, I heard a horrible, sinister laugh echoing from a wall. Even recalling the incident seemed to make Glacian shiver, and it glanced back toward the ice cave in dread. Booey, booey. The cave walls are solid rock. There's no way a person or Pokémon could hide there. It has to be a ghost. A ghost. Naoki was genuinely startled. He had lived on the ranch for over a year, and, apart from the occasional mischievous Ghastly or playful Misdreavus, hadn't encountered any true ghostly presences. Could it be a ghost-type Pokémon? Naoki asked, trying to calm his anxious Glacian. Glacian shook its head fervently. Booey. No, this was different. The laughter was sharp, chilling. It didn't sound like any Pokémon or person. Seeing Naoki's hesitation, Glacian pressed urgently. Booey. It's real. The laughter is still coming from the cave. Deciding he couldn't ignore the situation, Naoki gathered Koraidon and a few other Pokémon to investigate. They followed Glacian back to the ice cave nestled behind the old house. As they approached, a faint, high-pitched laughter echoed from within the stone walls. NDD hid behind Naoki, nervously whispering, AIE. There really is laughing. Glacian shivered, giving Naoki a look that seemed to say, see? I told you. Naoki, however, was more curious than frightened. Something about the laughter didn't seem to match the usual traits of ghost-type Pokémon. Let's check it out, Naoki said, calming his team. He led them into the cave, following the direction of the laughter until he reached a spot in the wall where the sound was the clearest. He pressed his ear against the cold stone, trying to pinpoint the source. Koraidon stood nearby, watching him closely. After a few moments, Naoki straightened up. This doesn't seem like a ghost, he murmured thoughtfully. Stepping outside, he scanned the area, listening closely to track down the sound. After a few minutes, he pinpointed a spot on the outer wall of the cave. Right here, he said, gesturing to Koraidon. Give a good punch. Koraidon nodded and raised its fist, ready to strike the wall, just as Naoki instructed. Koraidon clenched its fist and delivered a solid punch to the wall. With a loud crash, a hole opened in the rock face, revealing a small hidden space inside. Curious, Naoki stepped forward, brushed aside the rubble, and peered into the opening. To his surprise, instead of finding solid stone, he discovered a cozy little nook filled with various toys, plush dolls, plastic Pidgeot figures, and tiny toy race cars. The eerie laughter that had frightened Glacian was coming from a fluffy bear toy nestled among the collection. Naoki was momentarily puzzled. Who could have made this little hideaway? Reaching in, he pulled out the bear, examining it closely. Unzipping its back, he found a sound module inside. It seemed the battery was almost drained, which made the toy's laughter sound distorted and eerie just enough to resemble a ghostly wail. "It's not a ghost. It's just a toy," Naoki reassured Glacian and NDD, showing them the toy. As soon as he removed the battery, the laughter stopped completely. Glacian, realizing it had mistaken a toy for a ghost, froze for a second, then blushed in embarrassment. It had really overreacted. "Boo, EY," it muttered sheepishly, pawing at the ground in slight embarrassment. "I really had made a fool of myself." NDD also breathed a sigh of relief, though it raised another question. "NDD, but who put all these toys here?" Karaden thought for a moment before offering an idea. "AGA, could have been Mew? I remember seeing it around here, using its powers on this wall." Naoki immediately connected the dots. He recalled Mew's fondness for toys and its habit of collecting them. That it hit him, it must be secret power. This move, known for creating hidden bases in trees, caves, and other spots, was perfect for Mew's playful nature. Clearly, Mew had created this cozy little den as its personal hideaway, filling it with its cherished toys. Mew must have accidentally left the bear toy on, and with the battery slowly draining, the laughter had become distorted, leading Glacian to think it was haunted. Naoki chuckled. "So, it's all just a misunderstanding." After the mystery was revealed, Naoki explained his theory to Glacian, then placed the laughing teddy bear toy back in a small hidden space and covered the hole Karaden had made with a stone. "When Mew and Teddy Ursa return, I'll explain everything to Mew." "All right, everyone, you can go back now," he announced. Meanwhile, in Kosaji Town, at the headquarters of Kosaji Market, Zack had brought the 2 bottles of high-quality gago milk from Naoki's ranch to the market's headquarters for thorough testing. The milk produced by Pokémon is unique. Similar to the fruits found in nature, it has special properties that can restore the physical strength of injured Pokémon. For humans, prolonged consumption of this milk can also have benefits, strengthening the body over time. Studies have shown that children who consume Miltank's Moo Moo milk from a young age tend to grow healthier and stronger than those who don't. A single Miltank can produce up to 20 liters of nutritious milk a day, making Moo Moo milk as essential to people as staple foods like rice or flour. Compared to Miltank, although Go-Goats can produce milk, the quantity they produce is much smaller and the nutrients aren't usually as rich. This limited the appeal of Go-Goat's milk in the past, with most consumers favoring the richer Moo Moo milk. Zack had always held this view until he began sampling Go-Goat milk from Naoki's ranch. The high-quality Go-Goat milk from Naoki's ranch had proven far superior to the typical Moo Moo milk in nutritional content, even supporting frail seniors in regaining energy and vitality. And now, after another year of Naoki's careful cultivation, the quality seemed to have reached an even higher level. Reflecting on this, Zack handed one of the bottles to the inspector at the Kosaji Market headquarters for testing. Because Kosaji Market is surrounded by several nearby ranches and farms, it is equipped with advanced testing equipment specifically designed for assessing fresh milk quality. The inspector took the bottle of milk, poured it into the machine, and asked casually, "Which ranch did you get this milk from?" "It's not Momu's milk," Zack explained with a grin. "It's Go-Goat's milk from Naoki Ranch." The inspector's eyes lit up. "Oh, you mean the famous magical goat milk everyone's been talking about?" "Exactly," Zack replied, still smiling. "Well, I'm definitely going to have to check the nutritional content in this thoroughly." The inspector was intrigued. She had heard the stories about Naoki's goat milk. Rumor had it that Madame Dante's husband, who had been bedridden and weak, had regained his strength after consuming dishes made from this goat's milk. He was now seen jogging around town every morning, full of life. The machine powered up, and the computer began analyzing the nutrients and properties in the goat milk. As the test progressed, the data graph on the screen shot upwards, representing the milk's exceptional quality. "It's maxing out," the inspector gasped. "The scale is full. This is goat milk of superlative quality." Hearing this, Zach leaned over to look at the screen. A second later, the graph not only maxed out, but actually broke the chart boundaries. Both of them stared at the screen in shock. The data was off the charts. This meant that the nutrients in this bottle of goat milk exceeded even the machine's measurement capacity. More than 800 types of nutrients beneficial to the human body, the inspector exclaimed, typing furiously at the keyboard as new results emerged. She suddenly paused, eyes wide. "There's a very unusual type of energy in this goat milk." "What kind of energy?" Zach asked, curiosity piqued. "I'm not entirely sure," the inspector admitted, shaking her head. "But I can guarantee it's completely safe for humans." "Wait, this milk contains an extraordinary level of active elements." The inspector looked at the bottle of goat milk in amazement, then turned back to Zach, her voice hushed with awe. "If my analysis is correct, this milk has astonishing healing properties." "Like moo milk?" Zach asked, eyes wide with wonder. The inspector nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, but its healing power is dozens, maybe even hundreds of times stronger than moo milk. I need to run a specific test to confirm its full potential." The two shared a determined look, and they knew exactly where to go. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Kosagi Town, clutching the remaining bottle of goat's milk. They were in luck. Just as they walked in, a young trainer burst through the doors, carrying a severely injured and unconscious Watrel. Ms. Joy, please help my Watrel," he cried. Ms. Joy examined the Pokemon's condition and frowned deeply. "This is serious. How did it get hurt so badly?" The trainer's voice cracked as he explained, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone to such a dangerous place. Watrel tried to protect me and was attacked by a Pokemon. Ms. Joy, please. You have to save it." Zach quickly stepped forward, saying, "I might have a way to help." Ms. Joy blinked, surprised to see him there. "Mr. Zach?" Without further explanation, Zach approached the injured Watrel and carefully poured some of the goat milk into its beak. What happened next left everyone stunned. As Watrel swallowed the goat milk, its injuries began to heal, visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Within moments, the once ailing Watrel opened its eyes, stretched its wings, and took flight, looking as if it had never been injured at all. The trainer hugged Watrel, tears streaming down his face. "You're okay. You're really okay. Thank you, Watrel." Ms. Joy stared in shock at the scene before her, hardly able to believe what she had just witnessed. What just happened?" she asked, turned to Zach. In her experience, Watrel's condition was critical. It should have taken weeks to recover, if it even survived. But here it was, completely healed in seconds. Zach and the inspector were just as astounded. "Its healing power is incredible," the inspector whispered. Ms. Joy looked back at Zach, recognizing him as the delivery man from the Kosagi market. "Mr. Zach, what was that milk you used?" Zach was still reeling from the shock. "It's the milk of life." "Milk of life?" Nurse Joy echoed, slightly taken aback. Zach nodded. "This milk can instantly restore a Pokemon's health, even from the brink of death, healing all injuries. I can't think of a better name." The inspector, equally astonished, agreed. "Yes, it's truly life-giving goat milk, capable of bringing seriously injured Pokemon back to full health." The young trainer, now calm, turned to Zach, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Zach shook his head, smiling. "No need to thank me. If you're grateful, you should thank Naoki Ranch and its owner." Nurse Joy perked up in surprise. "Naoki Ranch? What does Mr. Naoki have to do with this?" The boy looked equally puzzled. "Naoki Ranch?" Zach chuckled. "That goat milk that saved your Watrel was produced by a Gagoat raised by Naoki himself, using a special method. So that's it." Nurse Joy recalled the joyful goats she'd seen frolicking at Naoki's ranch. "Mr. Naoki?" The young trainer, looking thoughtful, nodded seriously. "I'll remember it." Eager to confirm the milk's effects, Zach asked Nurse Joy, "Could you give Watrell a thorough examination?" "Of course." Nurse Joy responded with a smile. After a short while, she returned with the Watrell, its trainer looking anxious while Zach waited with anticipation. Nurse Joy reassured them gently. "Rest assured, Watrell's injuries have fully healed, and even some older wounds from past battles have disappeared. The milk of life works wonders." Impressed, Nurse Joy thought about Mr. Naoki and his talent with Pokémon. Even the Pokémon League chief had tried to recruit him personally, but he had declined. Perhaps such a gifted individual, capable of taming even the king of bountiful harvests, didn't need a position in the Paldea League. Hearing Nurse Joy's report, Zach was satisfied. He thanked her, then left to finalize matters. The last hurdle was setting a price for this extraordinary goat milk. But with its unprecedented healing properties, figuring out a fair price was tricky. Should it be 10,000 poke dollars? 20? 30? Even 50,000? As Zach arrived at the ranch with the test results for the goat milk, he found Naoki carefully grooming Glacian and Palmot. Spring had brought a burst of growth, and cockleburs were scattered throughout the grass. When the long-haired Pokémon rolled around, the burrs inevitably clung to their fur. Some got stuck in places they couldn't reach, so they'd return, looking a bit sorry for themselves, hoping Naoki could help. After plucking the last burr from Palmot's head, Naoki patted it affectionately. "All right, you're all set. Go on and play." "Palmot," it squeaked happily, scampering off. Naoki turned to Zach, noticing his excitement. "What's going on?" Zach was practically glowing with enthusiasm. "Naoki, this goat milk is incredible. It's loaded with nutrients, and it also contains a mysterious energy that rapidly restores strength and heals injuries." Mysterious energy? Naoki was surprised, but quickly considered. Could it be the natural energy Calyrex mentioned? Or maybe the grass-type energy imbued in the goats? Zach continued. "Plus, I went to the Pokémon Center to test its effects firsthand. A seriously injured Watrell, which was nearly unconscious, fully recovered after drinking the milk. Not even the full recovery potions at the Pokémon Center can work that fast." "I see." Naoki's reaction was more measured. He already knew the milk's potent effects. It was akin to the Phoenix King's sacred ash. Zach continued. "After a lot of discussion, we settled on a price of 30,000 poke dollars per bottle. Does that sound fair to you?" 30,000? Naoki was momentarily taken aback. Given the yield from the go-goats, that meant he could earn millions in a single round of sales. After some thought, though, he realized it was reasonable. Any higher, and it might be out of reach for those who really needed it. He had initially wanted this milk to help trainers and Pokémon like Alder and his Volcarona to prevent the kind of tragic loss Alder had faced. With a nod, Naoki agreed to the price. "That sounds good to me." "Fantastic. I'll take today's shipment." Zach beamed. He'd come prepared with enough funds this time, and, after carefully calculating the total, paid Naoki for the goat milk and other items, then left in his truck with a satisfied smile. As nearly 1,000,000 poke dollars was deposited into his account, Naoki looked at the pile of large denomination bills, feeling a wave of satisfaction and purpose wash over him. "It's a lot of money," Naoki muttered, surprised by the amount. But with the ranch running smoothly and most needs met, he didn't really have much use for it. "Maybe I'll save it for now," he thought. "Perhaps I can look into getting a villa somewhere scenic, so I can take Koraidon and the others out for the occasional getaway." With that in mind, Naoki grabbed his travel backpack, packed the money safely inside, and rode Koraidon to Kosagi Town to deposit the money at the bank. By the time they returned, the sun was setting, and a gentle twilight had settled over the ranch. As spring warmed the days, the Pokémon had been more energetic, no longer huddling around the fireplace to stay warm. Even as night began to fall, they were still running around outside, playing in the twilight. Naoki watched from under the eaves, a mix of fondness and exasperation on his face, before heading back inside. The thought of Alder and his Volcarona lingered in his mind, and he decided to reach out to Gita using the video phone. Gita's face soon appeared on the screen, and she greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Naoki, calling to discuss joining the Paldea League, are we?" she teased. "Naoki," Gita chuckled. All right. What can I help you with, then?" "Actually, I wanted to ask if you know much about the champions of other regions," Naoki replied. Gita raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "The champions of other regions?" While we don't interact all that often, I do know some. Each region is pretty autonomous, after all." She thought for a moment and then continued. "For instance, I know of Diantha, the champion of the Kalos region. She's actually quite famous outside of Pokémon battles. She's also a well-known actress. There's also the champion of the Unova region, Alder, the Sinnoh region's Cynthia, and the Galar region's Leon. I'm not too familiar with others, as they're quite far from Paldea," Gita explained. She paused, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, speaking of Galar, Leon, their strongest champion, applied to visit Paldea not long ago. I wonder what's keeping him. He hasn't arrived yet." "Leon? Coming to Paldea?" Naoki was surprised. Could he have gotten lost on the way? "What's with the sudden interest?" Gita asked, a curious look on her face. Naoki gave the prepared answer he'd thought of earlier. "I heard from trainers passing by the ranch that champions in other regions are incredibly strong." Gita's eyes lit up with interest. "Are you thinking of challenging them?" Naoki quickly replied, No. I'm just a rancher. I don't have that kind of strength." Inwardly, Gita thought, "You say that, but you're the trainer who managed to befriend and work alongside Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests." Then, as if a thought crossed her mind, Gita added, "While it might be possible to battle some champions, Alder would be an exception." Naoki blinked, a little surprised. What happened to Mr. Alder? Alder's main Pokémon, Volcarona, suffered a severe injury, an injury the Pokémon Center couldn't fully heal. Since then, Alder has lost interest in battling and has stepped back from league duties. Now, the affairs of the Unova League are mainly managed by the Elite Four, Gita explained, a hint of sadness in her voice. "It's truly a shame to see such a gifted trainer step away." "I see." Naoki nodded thoughtfully. He found himself wondering why Gita was so well versed in the happenings of the Unova League. Gita seemed to sense Naoki's curiosity, so she offered an explanation with a smile. "Recently, the Paldea Alliance and the Unova Alliance have strengthened their ties, especially with the establishment of the Academy. Not long ago, they set up Blueberry Academy on an offshore island, which serves as a sister school to Naranja Academy and Yuva Academy. Every year, the schools exchange students, giving them a chance to study at each other's campuses." Naoki was taken aback. "Really? I hadn't heard anything about this." Just then, Naoki heard other voices in the background from Gita's side. "I have a few things to handle in the department," she said. "But let's catch up later if there's more to discuss." Naoki, having gathered the information he sought, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much for sharing this." Gita smiled warmly, about to end the call, when she suddenly remembered, "Oh, and by the way, the Paldea Alliance is aware of how Calyrex used his powers to restore the ecology around Kosagi Town. To express our gratitude and honor his deeds, the Alliance has decided to build a shrine of plenty in his name. The lead on this project should be arriving at your place soon." "Hey, Shrine of Plenty." Naoki was caught off guard. He stared at the screen as Gita ended the call, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, deep within Area Zero in the heart of the Paldea crater, the time machine continued its operation, periodically bringing Pokémon from ancient times and distant futures into the present. Not every Paradox Pokémon appeared here every moment, only those that met certain criteria and responded to the time machine's signal could be transferred. For instance, only Pokémon that found themselves near the time machine signal or grew curious about it would be drawn toward it. At that very moment, within the vast chamber housing the time machine, a flash of intense white light illuminated the surroundings. As the light faded, a mysterious Pokémon with long, wild fur and an appearance akin to a giant nightmare materialized, gliding gracefully through the air. Below, Professor Sada and Dr. Turo observed the Pokémon and immediately recognized it. It's a paradox Pokémon known as Fluttermane, recorded in the Scarlet Book. Dr. Turo warned, "Be careful," he added. "Fluttermane has a fierce and warlike temperament." Professor Sada nodded calmly. They'd already gained plenty of experience handling such situations. Their protocol was clear. If a paradox Pokémon showed signs of aggression, they would use Pokeballs to capture it immediately and then seal the Pokeball to keep it contained. However, Fluttermane did not appear to be aggressive. Instead, it hovered in the air, its blood-red eyes calmly observing the two below. Seeing this, Professor Sada hesitated as she prepared to throw the Pokeball. Moments later, Fluttermane's figure gradually faded into the shadows and vanished. It disappeared. Professor Sada's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Turo readied his Pokeball, anticipating a surprise attack from the shadows. However, after a long moment, it became clear that Fluttermane was not planning an ambush. Realizing this, Dr. Turo made a quick assessment. It fled. Professor Sada was surprised. Such behavior was unusual. Luckily, the time machine facility was empty, so Fluttermane's escape posed no immediate danger to anyone else. Dr. Turo surmised that Fluttermane would likely make its way to the upper levels of Area Zero, where it would blend into the ecosystem there. What a missed opportunity, Professor Sada lamented, to encounter an ancient paradox Pokémon with such a calm temperament. Dr. Turo comforted her. "No need to worry. Our research shows that these paradox Pokémon, summoned from both the distant past and future, are slowly adapting to this era and to humans. As long as we remain patient, we'll realize our goals eventually." Professor Sada nodded, her optimism restored. "You're right. With no other Pokémon appearing from the time machine that day, they checked the time, noticed it was late, and decided to leave." Unbeknownst to them, Fluttermane watched silently from the shadows, observing the strange figures. Fluttermane slipped back into the shadows, silently trailing the two researchers as they returned to the lab. Dr. Turo headed straight to check on the paradox Pokémon, studying their gradual adaptation to the modern era. Meanwhile, Professor Sada sat down at her desk and began documenting the day's findings in her research notes. Today, Turo and I ventured deeper into Area Zero and discovered a vast cavern in its lower levels. Within this cavern lies Terrapagos, the mysterious relic of Zero, dormant in its depths. The crystalline structure surrounding it appears to be a form of protection against potential threats. However, it seems it may require more time to awaken. Interestingly, a unique crystallization phenomenon, unlike anything seen on the surface, is occurring throughout this cavern. Turo and I have decided to label this all-encompassing crystal Star Crystal. Professor Sada paused, turning to a new page in her notebook, then continued her notes. After further discussion, Turo and I have named the area below Zone Zero the Area Zero under depths. Based on the geological structure, I estimate this cavity was formed around 2 million years ago. Remnants indicate that the cavity was once filled with some unknown material before nearly forming. The depth of the collapse is approximately 1,000 meters, and repeated collapses have left signs throughout. We speculate that crustal movement and erosion from rain and groundwater may be responsible. Since its ultimate formation, Area Zero under depths has remained geologically stable to this day. She set down her pen, pondering the connection between Terrapagos and the mysterious star crystal. There was no doubt in her mind that Terrapagos was the origin of this crystallization. But, according to her research, this Pokémon had once been part of a larger group in ancient Paldea, likely living deep within the Earth's crust. Reflecting on the massive collapse marks in the underdepths, Professor Sada couldn't help but wonder, could it be that due to tectonic shifts, all other Terrapagos perished, leaving only this one? Now locked in slumber, lost in thought, she was unaware of Fluttermane lurking in the shadows behind her. Fluttermane's gaze wandered around the lab, taking in the cluttered piles of research. Materials and tools scattered across the room. By a nearby whiteboard stood stacks of data and photographs. Most photos were of Paradox Pokémon, each meticulously taken by Professor Sada and Dr. Taro. Among these, there were several pictures of Koraidon and Miraidon, along with snapshots of Naoki's interactions with Koraidon as it grew accustomed to the human world. Flutter Mane's calm gaze eventually settled on a photo of Naoki gently stroking. This Pokémon had finally found the one it was searching for. Flutter Mane looked at the familiar Koraidon in the photo and was flooded with memories. Back then, when the land was dominated by a brutal and powerful Koraidon, even its own territory had been claimed by that fearsome Koraidon who had won a fierce battle to take it. Defeated and desperate, Flutter Mane had been on the verge of fleeing until a remarkable Koraidon arrived. The new Koraidon fought an intense battle with the dominant Koraidon, ultimately emerging victorious. Just when Flutter Mane thought its territory was about to change hands yet again, the victorious Koraidon simply looked at it, then turned and walked away without a word. Confused, Flutter Mane reclaimed its territory, unsure why the Koraidon had shown mercy. However, its peace was short-lived. Another formidable Pokémon soon arrived, and after a desperate struggle, Flutter Mane once again lost its home, forced to flee in fear. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Flutter Mane crossed paths with the special Koraidon once more. It watched from a distance as this Koraidon wandered through the land, constantly fighting for survival. The Koraidon would stumble into other Pokémon's territories, battle fiercely, and often find itself in grave danger. Throughout all these encounters, a shadowy figure was always by the Koraidon's side. It was old and mysterious with white markings that seemed almost spectral. Yet the Koraidon appeared completely unaware of its silent companion. One day, the Koraidon encountered a particularly powerful adversary, the very Koraidon that reigned supreme over this land. Despite fighting with every ounce of strength, the special Koraidon was ultimately overwhelmed, knocked to the ground, and about to be defeated. Just as the mighty Koraidon raised its fist for the final blow, the ghostly figure stepped forward to shield the fallen Koraidon. Flutter Mane was shocked as it watched the ghostly figure exhaust its last remaining energy to protect the Koraidon, sacrificing itself to allow the Koraidon to escape and ultimately turn the tables on its foe. At that moment, something awakened in Flutter Mane's heart. For the first time, it felt something beyond survival, beyond the endless cycle of battle. It felt a spark of understanding and empathy. Curious and moved, Flutter Mane decided to follow the remarkable Koraidon. From then on, its life began to change. It no longer revolved solely around aggressive hunts or brutal territorial skirmishes. There was now something more, a desire to learn and understand. Eventually, the Koraidon noticed Flutter Mane's presence. In a brief exchange, Flutter Mane learned that the Koraidon was searching for someone of great importance. To this end, it has traveled to almost every place on this earth just to find the person. To explore the changes it felt in its heart, Flutter Mane had decided to travel with Koraidon to help him find that person. Eventually, they arrived at a massive cavern. Koraidon sensed a powerful and ominous presence below and asked Flutter Mane to wait while it descended alone. Flutter Mane agreed, but after waiting a long time, Koraidon didn't return. Worried, Flutter Mane finally entered the cavern to search for it. However, there was no trace of Koraidon, only a group of shiny, simple-minded, turtle-like Pokémon. At that moment, Flutter Mane felt a mysterious call. Following this faint calling, it spotted a white light ahead. With a few flaps, it disappeared into the white light. When it opened its eyes, it found itself in a new place, facing two strange creatures with hair on their heads. They looked almost identical to the ghostly figure it had once seen protecting Koraidon, clearly members of the same race. Based on what Koraidon had once mentioned, this creature was likely a human, the very being Koraidon had been searching for. Staring at the photo of Koraidon's smile, Flutter Mane felt a warm sensation in its heart. How wonderful! Flutter Mane thought with contentment, genuinely happy for Koraidon. Its calm expression softened as it reflected on this moment. Suddenly, a surprised cry sounded from behind. Startled, Fluttermane snapped back to reality, realizing it had been spotted by a human. Not wanting to linger, it quickly slipped into the shadows and vanished from sight. Professor Sada looked at the spot in shock. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Was Fluttermane looking at the photo? At that moment, Professor Turo entered after hearing the commotion. What happened? Professor Sada recounted what she had just observed. Professor Turo thought for a moment, then looked up at the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. 3 minutes later, the two professors were in the monitoring room, reviewing the footage. On screen, they watched as the Pokémon emerged from the shadows, drawn to the whiteboard. Its gaze traveled over the various images and then lingered on a particular photograph, one of Koraidon and Naoki. Seeing this, Professor Turo furrowed his brow. Professor Sada, still stunned, murmured, "Was it looking at Koraidon number 1? What's going on? Could it be that Fluttermane and Koraidon come from the same era? Did they actually know each other?" Professor Sada's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it's true, that would be an incredible discovery. Calm down, Professor Turo said, noticing her excitement. It's possible it was just intrigued by the photo. Paradox Pokémon from ancient times have likely never seen anything like it. Just like certain Pokémon that get startled the first time they see their reflection in a mirror, Professor Sada acknowledged, nodding. She thought for a moment and decided to try a few small experiments first. If this Fluttermane did indeed know Naoki's Koraidon, they might eventually need to invite Naoki to the lab. However, more pressing matters awaited. The vast, mysterious underdepths of Area Zero held countless secrets yet to be unraveled, and even Professor Sada and Turo, the original explorers of the region, had yet to find answers to many of their questions. The two scientists had been conducting deeper explorations of the underdepths for weeks, uncovering new mysteries each day. After a night's rest, they packed their equipment at dawn and prepared to descend into the cavern once again. But just before they were set to leave, they were stopped by a report from the Institute's cafeteria chef. "Doctors, there's something strange going on. The Institute might be haunted. All the meat and berries I stored in the pantry last night are gone," the chef said, looking bewildered. Professor Sada raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, gone?" "I don't know," the chef exclaimed, throwing up his hands. The pantry door was locked, tightly sealed. No one could have snuck in. But when I went in this morning, all the food was missing. And it was all raw ingredients, too. Professor Sada paused, pondering. "Interesting. Let's take a look at it when we return from our expedition." "Yes, Professor." After seeing the chef off, Professor Sada and Turo made their way to the elevator leading into the depths of Area Zero's underdepths. Hidden in the shadows, Fluttermane watched the two humans carefully, tracking their every move. Silently, it followed, lurking in the darkness as they descended into the deeper levels. When the elevator doors finally slid open, Professor Sada and Turo stepped out, prepared to resume their investigation of the immense cavern. As Fluttermane observed this strange and unfamiliar place, a faint sense of recognition stirred within it. If it remembered correctly, this was the very spot where it had first encountered the cluster of tiny, turtle-like Pokémon. Back then, these little Pokémon would gather here, basking on the radiant crystal-covered stones and stretching their necks to drink the dew that dripped from the stalactites high above. But now, the cavern lay silent and empty. There was no trace of the turtle Pokémon. Fluttermane felt a pang of confusion. What had happened to the world I once knew? While the two humans continued their exploration, Fluttermane cautiously flew around, searching the vast cavern. The changes it saw were overwhelming. It had entered a blinding white light, and when it emerged, everything in the world had shifted. Even the air felt different, strange, unfamiliar. The more it searched, the more disoriented Fluttermane became. Eventually, it found itself completely lost within the labyrinthine depths of the underdepths. Only when it caught sight of the two familiar figures did Flutter Mane feel a small sense of relief. Not daring to stray far again, it decided to trail closely behind the two humans, hoping they would lead it back to the surface. But the professors didn't return to the elevator. They pressed forward, venturing deeper into the mysterious cave system. After what felt like ages of wandering, they finally arrived in a chamber lined with glimmering crystals. There, Fluttermane froze, its gaze locked onto the figure lying motionless on one of the glowing stones, a small turtle Pokémon, its form shimmering as if fused with the crystal itself. Its breaths were faint as if it were lost in a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, a whole month had passed since the World Tree last ripened. Today was the day Calyrex would once again nurture the World Tree. That morning, Naoki gathered all the Pokémon on the ranch around the World Tree. Once everyone had assembled, Calyrex gave Naoki a gentle nod and raised his arms. In the next moment, a surge of powerful grass-type energy flowed from the Calyrex's body, streaming directly into the World Tree before him. The tree immediately responded, each of its leaves glowing with a vibrant green light. The branches rustled even though there was no breeze, their leaves making a soft, musical sound under the warm spring sun. The World Tree's trunk grew thicker, its height increased, and the crown of leaves became even lusher and more abundant. Naoki watched in awe as the World Tree transformed before him, and the tree's details appeared in his mind, showing its progression. World Tree, a young tree that has absorbed significant grass-type energy. Due to its nurturing environment and the Gagote that tends to it, it has undergone a mutation during growth. It holds an immense life force within, preparing to fully mature. As Naoki looked at the countdown, he saw the remaining years needed for the World Trees. Growth gradually decreasing. 95,995 years. 94,563 years. 94,336 years. The number eventually settled at 93,995 years. Just when Naoki thought that was it, the number suddenly dropped again. 93,995 years. 91,220 years. An astonishing leap. In one fell swoop, another 2,775 years had been shaved off the growth time. Was this the effect of the leaf cake enhanced with friendship berries? Naoki could hardly believe his eyes. With the growth acceleration effect of the friendship-infused leaf cake now in play, the World Tree began to hum with renewed life, and its growth reignited. The dense foliage of the World Tree suddenly expanded, forming a vast green canopy. The shade it cast in the sunlight enveloped Naoki and the Pokémon beneath, providing a cool refuge. In an instant, the World Tree surged from just over 2 meters to more than 3, maturing into a flourishing, vibrant tree. Marie, Paymo, the Pokémon gathered around, gazed up at the World Tree, murmuring in awe at its sudden growth. Even Calyrex looked astonished by the scene before him. Then, as if something clicked in his mind, he reached out telepathically to Naoki, asking, "Is this the effect of the leaf cake?" Naoki nodded, smiling. "Yeah," Calyrex murmured. "It's truly remarkable." Just then, a voice sounded from behind them. "Is this the power of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests? It's as incredible as Gita described." Naoki turned to see a young woman with long green hair, wearing brown overalls over a khaki high-collared shirt, gazing at the World Tree in awe. Noticing Naoki's attention, the well-dressed woman smiled, nodded, and greeted him. "Hello, the prodigious talent selected by the chief. I'm Rika, here on behalf of the Paldea League to extend our gratitude to you and Calyrex." Rika? The ground-type elite 4-member of the Paldea region. Naoki was taken aback, but considering Gita's influence, he understood. He returned the greeting politely. "Hello, I'm Naoki, the rancher of Naoki Ranch. The chief shared everything with me. You're truly impressive. I heard you're incredibly strong," Rika said with a friendly smile. Naoki hesitated, unsure how to respond. Finally, he managed, No, it's really not that grand. I'm just an ordinary rancher. Rika raised an eyebrow playfully. How can you say that? You're far too humble. Well, though, I'd love to chat more. I have something important to handle right now. She then turned to approach Calyrex. Though clearly surprised by its unusual big head, she composed herself and spoke sincerely. Naoki, Calyrex, on behalf of the Paldea League, I formally express our deepest gratitude to both of you. Naoki remained silent, but Calyrex beside him responded in a dignified tone. There is no need for formality. Rika's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Did the Pokémon just speak? She had heard of powerful Pokémon with such abilities, but it was rare to witness firsthand. However, keeping her composure, Rika continued. As a gesture of our gratitude, the Paldea League will establish a shrine of plenty in the hills behind the ranch to honor the king of bountiful harvests for your incredible support. Naoki wasn't overly surprised, as Gita had already briefed him on the plan, but he found it amusing to imagine the future. With the shrine of plenty in place, perhaps in a few hundred years, tales of Calyrex breathing life into the fields and forests of these hills would become a cherished legend. Generations of trainers might journey here to explore the myth, much like how people in the Johto region had built the bell tower to honor Ho-Oh. In time, Calyrex might be revered similarly to the rainbow Pokémon, with stories of his blessings spreading far and wide across Paldea. The Paldea League moved with impressive speed. Rika had mentioned they'd be coming to construct a shrine for Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. That very morning, a truck pulled up the hillside. Curious, Naoki followed Rika to see what was happening. Several large men in blue work uniforms hopped out of the truck and immediately began setting up on the mountaintop. In no time, an ornate shrine had taken shape. At its center stood a magnificent statue of Calyrex, portrayed with a gentle smile, radiating kindness and wisdom. Naoki was taken aback. Isn't this a bit much? Rika chuckled, and since they'd grown more comfortable talking, her tone was casual. This is the efficiency of the Paldea League. Everyone is dedicated to their work, and this is just the beginning. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, these workers will construct a staircase leading down the mountain and build an even grander temple. Naoki stared in surprise. Isn't that a little over the top? He had initially thought they'd just put up a modest shrine, something small and peaceful. Rika laughed, then spoke sincerely. Compared to what Calyrex has done, this is a small gesture. The mountain's ecosystem had been severely damaged, and restoring it would have required extensive manpower and funding. Calyrex's incredible powers saved the Paldea League considerable time and resources. So, both outwardly and deep down, the League genuinely wants to show their gratitude to Calyrex and to you, Naoki. The chief told me about how Calyrex, once a figure of great reverence, had become forgotten, wandering the vast snowfields alone. They say this legend is well known in Kosagi Town. Rika paused, then asked gently, This way, we can help Calyrex regain his followers, right? Inspire belief in him once more and restore his strength. Naoki nodded. That's right. Calyrex's powers had already reached their peak, but increased faith could certainly speed up his energy recovery and even aid the growth of the World Tree. Though not essential, it would be beneficial. Hearing Naoki's confirmation, Rika's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. If Calyrex knew, he'd be pleased, Naoki added, though Calyrex had stayed back at the ranch and wasn't there with them. Rika sighed, then suddenly remembered something. Would you like the Paldea League to announce that Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, is here with you? Naoki had already considered this matter beforehand. So, he shook his head and replied, Let's keep it low-key. He imagined that, over time, some trainers might hear legends about Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, and feel inspired to visit the shrine on the hillside near Kosagi Town. That way, they would simply pay their respects rather than rushing straight to the ranch, eager to challenge a legendary Pokémon. After all, Calyrex, who had transitioned from being a king to enjoying the peaceful life of a rancher, would surely find such challenges quite bothersome. Rika nodded in understanding. Understood. After the forest fire incident, which attracted a lot of attention, many people sent supplies to help the surviving Pokémon. She then added, so, the Paldea League is planning to announce through the news that a kind-hearted legendary Pokémon couldn't bear to see the devastation and used its extraordinary powers to restore life to the mountainside and bring the forest back to its original state. How does that sound to you? Naoki nodded. That sounds perfect. This way, the legend of Calyrex's compassion would be remembered across the Paldea region. In this era of the League far more advanced than the ancient kingdoms and with newspapers and television to record such events, Calyrex's legacy would surely endure. Even Gita, the champion of the League, would find it difficult to erase the memory of Calyrex under such circumstances. This ensured that wherever Calyrex went, he would never face the same fate as before, forgotten by the world and left to wander alone in snowy isolation. This was the least he could do for Calyrex, Naoki thought. At that moment, the construction crew had finished the shrine dedicated to the king of bountiful harvests. Naoki assumed they would soon pack up and leave, but to his surprise, they drove even deeper into the forest. Watching them go, Naoki looked puzzled. Where are they going? Rika sighed. To honor the Pokémon that perished in the fire, the Paldea League has decided to establish a Pokémon cemetery deep in the forest, hoping those who lost their lives can find peace. It's still quite saddening. Naoki recalled the Pokémon they had found when searching the forest last year. Back then, he had dug a resting place for them, buried them, and brought Palmot along to offer a prayer for the fallen Pokémon. Perhaps the Paldea League wanted to provide a proper remembrance as well. The two followed the workers until they reached a clearing in the woods. In the open space, workers in blue uniforms were carefully digging and placing tombstones inscribed with the names of the deceased Pokémon. Watching the scene, Rika murmured, I've heard that when Pokémon pass, they don't simply disappear. They transform into spirits, wandering this land, always searching for their way home. Naoki stayed silent. He understood this topic better than Rika knew. In the cycle of life, both humans and Pokémon would become spirits after passing, eventually returning to the spirit world and rejoining nature's flow. But if a spirit held onto an unfulfilled attachment, the gatekeeper of the spirit world would appear to lead it into the underworld. I wonder, Naoki thought to himself, if a foreign soul like mine would be taken to the spirit world by Dusknoir when the time comes. Seeing his pensive look, Rika offered some comfort. Don't be too sad. Have you experienced the loss of a Pokémon before? Naoki assured her he wasn't sad, and shook his head at her question. Birth, aging, illness, and death are all natural in this world, Rika continued, gazing up at the cloudy sky. Have you ever heard of a Pokémon called Greavard? Naoki blinked in surprise. Greavard? Yes. Rika nodded with a gentle smile. Greavard is said to be the reincarnation of deceased Pokémon. People say that if someone holds the memory of a lost Pokémon close to their heart, they might one day encounter a Greavard. A Pokémon, sensing its trainer's love and longing, may be reborn as a Greavard and find its way back to them. That's real. What? Naoki trailed off, at a loss for words to describe it. Rika chuckled softly, then added, but as long as you keep your Pokémon healthy and strong, they'll stay by your side for a very long time. I once saw a Butterfree that lived for almost 60 years. Rika shared. Its trainer would exercise with it every day and feed it a variety of berries to keep it nourished. With all the care and attention, that Butterfree, which usually only lives 30 to 40 years, lived over 20 years longer. Naoki blinked, surprised. Is that even possible? You're not joking, are you? Of course not. Rika laughed, feigning offense. Do I look like the type to joke about? Something like that? This is something I, Rika, have seen with my own eyes. Naoki was speechless for a moment. He had never thought of this approach. It's settled, he thought. When he returned to the ranch, he would make a point to train all his Pokémon and provide them with all the nutrients they needed to live longer, healthier lives. Glancing at Rika, who looked even younger than him, a thought occurred to Naoki. If he remembered correctly, the Elite Four of the Paldea region were quite unique. There was Rika, the master of ground types, Hassel, the dragon-type trainer, Larry, who specialized in flying types, and the youngest of them all, Poppy, the steel-type trainer, who was only about 9 years old. Curious, Naoki couldn't help but ask, "By the way, who are the Elite Four of the Paldea League?" Naoki's question was so abrupt that Rika blinked in surprise, taking a moment to process it. Then she chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "The Elite Four? Did Gita offer you a position as one of them? If so, that could be interesting." Naoki shook his head, smiling. "No, nothing like that. She only invited me to work within the league." "Is that so?" Rika thought for a moment before answering. "Currently, there are only 3 members of the Paldea Elite Four. Me, specializing in ground types, Hassel, the dragon type, and Larry, who is recruited by Gita and works part-time as the flying type expert. As for the 4th spot, it's still vacant. Ever since the previous steel type specialist retired, no one has stepped in to fill the role, and it stayed open." Naoki asked, "What if a trainer wants to challenge all 4 elite members?" Rika grinned. "We just pull in one of the champion trainers to cover the role temporarily." Naoki was momentarily speechless. The Paldea League really did have a unique approach. Holding multiple roles seemed pretty standard here. Larry, for instance, was primarily a Pokémon League staff member, but was also asked to be both a gym leader. Not to mention Rika, who also worked as a league interviewer. Even Gita wasn't exempt, balancing league management duties with gym inspections and scouting potential talents. Compared to all that, life on the ranch felt leisurely and easygoing. That afternoon, Rika hurriedly left the ranch after receiving a phone call. Apparently, a trainer had just collected their 8th gym badge and was on their way to league headquarters to challenge the Elite Four. As one of the league's interviewers, Rika needed to get back to work as soon as possible. Naoki watched her figure disappear in the distance, amused. Judging by the current pace, it was clear that building the Shrine of Plenty wouldn't be a quick project. Besides constructing the shrine itself, the workers also planned to build a staircase leading down the mountain. According to Rika, the Paldea League and Mayor Thomas had discussed plans to create a full-fledged shrine and designate the day of Calyrex's miracle as the Festival of Harvest, a celebration of renewal and abundance. Every year on this day, the town would hold a grand festival at the shrine to honor the remarkable deeds of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. Naoki only had faint memories of seeing such festivals in anime, a young girl dressed in festival attire, sake being served, and an elderly man presiding over the ceremony. People would illuminate the entire mountain trail with torches, journeying from the base of the mountain to the shrine to pay their respects to the god enshrined there. As dusk approached, the sky was painted with hues of the setting sun. From the ranch, the joyful sounds of Pokémon playing filled the air. They frolicked on the grassy fields, some gathering wildflowers from the nearby bushes. When Naoki returned to the ranch, he was greeted by his cyclizer, who presented him with a handful of vibrant yellow flowers. The sight instantly reminded him of last spring, when Cyclizer had given him flowers, sparking a little jealousy in Coraden, who then went off to gather a bouquet of his own. Naoki accepted the flowers from Cyclizer, planning to place them in a vase inside, and patted its head affectionately. "Thank you, Cyclizer. I love these flowers." Rayo, Cyclizer, chirped happily, its tail wagging with excitement. Curious about Coraden's reaction this time, Naoki turned to find Coraden, only to see it missing from its usual resting spot under the eaves. Moments later, he spotted it emerging from the dense flower field, holding a vibrant array of wildflowers it had picked. Naoki couldn't help but smile. Some things never change. He reached out to accept the flowers from Coraden, as well he knew if he took only Cyclizer's flowers, Coraden would be jealous. "All right, go on, enjoy yourselves," he said cheerfully. But Coraden lingered, having noticed Naoki patting Cyclizer's head. It leaned in expectantly, waiting for the same attention. With a chuckle, Naoki gave Koraiden a fond pat. Naoki couldn't help but think, Koraiden's just like a playful school kid. He turned and headed inside to start dinner preparations, with both Cyclizer and Koraiden trailing him, one on each side. As he took ingredients from the refrigerator, Naoki's thoughts drifted to what Gita had shared earlier. She had mentioned that Alder had distanced himself from the League and was now likely wandering somewhere in the Unova region. Finding him would be no easy task. Looking at the bottle of life-giving goat's milk on the counter, Naoki sighed, feeling a bit wistful. It's a shame, he thought. He couldn't simply abandon everything here at the ranch to embark on a quest to track down Alder in Unova. As evening settled, the Pokémon that had been playing outside gradually made their way back home. Seeing them all, Naoki remembered what Rika had mentioned earlier that day. Raise your Pokémon to be healthy and strong, and they'll live long lives. Whether it was Teddiursa, Cyclizer, Glacian, or Butterfree, Naoki was determined. No one will be left behind. He'd make sure each Pokémon was well cared for and had the longest, happiest life possible. The next morning, Naoki began organizing the Pokémon on the ranch for their morning jog. Even Dolive, who usually preferred to stay out of sight, was gently nudged into joining. Starting from the front steps, they jogged past the glass greenhouse and the orchard, circling the edge of the pasture. Caught off guard by Naoki's sudden enthusiasm for exercise, the Pokémon exchanged looks of bewilderment. The more active Pokémon, like Koraiden, Cyclizer, Pawmot, Gagote, and Dragonite, found the run easy and kept pace with ease. But for Pokémon like NDD, Glacian Alchemy, Miltank, and Knucklestack, who were used to a slower pace, the jogging was a challenge. Miltanks, panting heavily, finally decided rolling was easier than running. Curling up into a ball, they swiftly rolled along, making its way from the back of the group to the front. Nearby, Spectrier and Glastrier watched the spectacle from their stable, munching on carrots and enjoying the lively scene. After completing a lap, Alchemy flopped onto the grass, completely exhausted, a look of pure misery on its face. Marie, Naoki stood before the group, facing their puzzled expressions, and explained, I'm sure you're all wondering why I asked you to start exercising today. Dragonite nodded its big head. While it didn't mind the workout, it was certainly surprised by this new routine. It's because I've learned that the stronger and healthier a Pokémon is, the longer it can live happily in this world, Naoki explained. Live longer. The Pokémon blinked, looking at Naoki with puzzled expressions. Most of them didn't really understand what he meant by lifespan. Sensing their confusion, Naoki tried to explain further. Lifespan means the time we get to spend here together. For most creatures, it's limited, and it varies based on who they are. He paused, realizing that a detailed explanation might only make them feel sad, so he softened his message. In short, if we get stronger, we can all be together for a long, long time. The Pokémon's expressions brightened as they grasped this idea, nodding with newfound determination. Even if they didn't understand every part, the last sentence was clear. As long as I become stronger, I can stay with Naoki forever. Naoki glanced at the Pokémon in front of him. Some looked lost, while others had clear, understanding expressions. NDD, the caring brother and sister Pokémon, appeared to grasp his words. Then Pawmot raised its paw and chirped, Pawmot. Since all the translation seeds had been consumed, Naoki couldn't directly understand what Pawmot meant. Seeing his confusion, Pawmot darted over to the glass greenhouse, calling for Calyrex to join them. With Calyrex's telepathic help, Naoki understood what Pawmot was asking. What about your lifespan, Naoki? Naoki paused, then smiled softly. Me? I'll live for about 100 years. Seeing the puzzled faces, he clarified, that means I'll live to be a little over 100. But Pawmot, not entirely satisfied, pressed on. Pawmot, what happens after 100 years? Naoki considered his words carefully before explaining. In human terms, it likely means death. Death is when you leave this world forever. Hearing this, the Pokémon gathered in front of him looked downcast. They understood the concept of death, having seen it happen to other Pokémon during past events like the forest fire. They knew that death meant closing your eyes and never waking up and being laid to rest in the ground forever. But don't worry, Naoki continued with a warm smile. Even if I were to pass on, I'd still be with you. I'd come back as a ghost and stay by your side. I'd be with you forever. After all, ghosts were very real in this world. And if the gatekeeper of the spirit world, thus forever, came to guide him away, Naoki believed his Pokémon friends would stand by him. By then, the world tree would have grown tall and strong, and he imagined living happily there with his Pokémon friends, watching over the ranch together. Palmot's eyes glistened with tears. Palmot, really? Naoki nodded, reassuring them. Of course, it's true. At this, Dragonite swept him up into a big hug, relieved and overjoyed. So, Naoki chuckled, patting Dragonite's large, gentle claws, ready to train hard. Oh, Dragonite nodded enthusiastically, determination rekindled. Then let's keep going. Naoki took a deep breath, smiling as he prepared to lead them again. However, the Pokémon stood still, glancing at each other before making a series of chirps, growls, and sounds that Naoki couldn't quite understand. Koraidon stepped forward and took Naoki's hand, while the other Pokémon gathered around, forming a tight circle around him. They nudged him forward, making it clear he was now a part of this workout, too. Watching from the side, Calyrex laughed, translating the Pokémon's sentiment with a warm tone. They're saying, we want Naoki to live a long life, too, so Naoki should train with us. Just as Naoki wished to be with them forever, they, too, wanted him to live a long and healthy life, so they could all stay together. Naoki couldn't help but smile, feeling a mix of humor and gratitude. So, I guess I've dug my own grave here. Training wasn't just about exercise, it also required proper nutrition. With care, Naoki used the life-giving milk from Gagote to prepare an array of nutritious meals for his Pokémon. The effects of the milk were almost as miraculous as the sacred ash of Ho-Oh. In a way, you could say that Palmot and the others were practically dining on holy nourishment. With the vitality and power from these supplements, the Pokémon on the ranch showed remarkable transformations in just 1 week. That afternoon, Naoki gathered everyone from around the ranch to check on the progress. Butterfree looked particularly vibrant. Its wings, delicate-looking yet strong, shimmered with a newfound brilliance under the sunlight, their black veined patterns standing out. Boldly, Naoki inspected it closely, jotting down observations in his notebook. After extended consumption of Milk of Life, Butterfree appears to have undergone a secondary development phase. Its wings are now sturdier and capable of generating stronger. Gus when it flies. Satisfied, he moved on to check on Cyclizer. Rayo, Cyclizer stretched out its limbs in a playful display of cooperation. Cyclizer's physique seems noticeably stronger, Naoki observed with a smile, noting the new muscle definition and its slight increase in height. If this were a game, Cyclizer would probably have earned the big badge by now. He chuckled to himself, documenting Cyclizer's growth in his notebook. Next, he examined Koraidon. Compared to the others, Koraidon's changes weren't as noticeable. Perhaps it was because Koraidon was already a powerhouse on the ranch. Its scarlet muscles, taut and powerful, would undoubtedly make any other Pokémon envious. Then he turned to Dragonite, giving its scales a curious poke. Interesting, its scales feel denser, Naoki murmured, noting that Dragonite's resilience seemed to have increased significantly. Perfect, he smiled. Soon I can discuss the details of the Storm Trial and Lightning Trial with Dragonite and Palmot. Judging by the timing, students from the Paldea Academy should be arriving here shortly. He recalled what Rika had mentioned about the Paldea League planning to broadcast updates about the forest fire that had shocked the entire region. When the news aired, it would likely attract many trainers to learn about Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, so Naoki wanted to be prepared. At that moment, the nearby Miltank could hardly contain their enthusiasm, mooing and shifting impatiently, eager for their own checks. Naoki turned his head, catching sight of the Miltank trio, each brimming with energy and letting out enthusiastic moves. Naoki chuckled. All right, go ahead. Just be careful and watch out for other Pokémon. Moo! The three Miltanks flexed their sturdy limbs, then curled into balls and started rolling joyfully across the grass. Watching them, Naoki jotted down a note in his journal. After drinking the milk, the Miltanks seemed to have boundless energy. They're always lively and use rolling as their exercise of choice. He couldn't help but compare them to the Skiddo that used to consume tons of grassy treats and burn off the energy by dancing around the pasture. However, Miltank had a more direct approach rolling, and rolling nonstop. With enough training, Naoki mused, they might even become as formidable as Whitney's Miltank, which had challenged many trainers with its formidable rollout. The question was, could he train them to match that level here on the ranch? While he mentally mapped out a training regimen for the Miltanks, Naoki continued to check on the other Pokemon's progress. Currently, there are around 30 Pokemon living on the ranch, excluding those who come and go. Among the residents were 3 Go-Goats, 3 Miltanks, 5 Knacklestack, and 3 Combi. Alongside them were Cyclizer and Koraidon, Glacian, and Palmot, the NDD siblings Butterfree, Dragonite, and Diglett. Then, of course, there was Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, along with his loyal steeds, Spectrier and Glastrier, and the royal T-Set companions, Sinistia and Polteageist. Several Dragonite and Dragonairs from Dragonite Island came to help out, though they didn't live on the ranch full-time. There was also the mischievous Gimmighoul, who hid in the ranch's cozy tavern and rarely made an appearance. All in all, it was an impressive roster of Pokemon to manage. Remembering each one's moves and preferences would be a challenge for most, but Naoki had long since started a detailed observation log to record the moves, dietary needs, and overall conditions of each Pokemon on the ranch. It was his way of making sure every Pokemon had the attention and care they deserved. By the time Naoki finished recording all the Pokemon information, the evening had already settled in. It was the weekend, and the Pokemon Tavern was closed, so after dinner, Naoki settled on the sofa with his Pokemon companions, tuning into the Paldea news channel on TV. After a few minor updates, the broadcast finally shifted to a report on Kosagi Town. On the screen, a female reporter, holding a microphone, faced the camera and began briefing the audience on the forest fire that had struck the area. Today is May 22nd. 5 months have passed since that heartbreaking disaster. I'm sure many viewers are curious about the current state of the forest and the Pokemon who survived. So, today, we'll be taking a look at the recovery efforts here. On the screen, the reporter pulled out a Pokeball and released a large Pokemon. She climbed onto its back, and together they took to the skies, flying toward the forested hills. As the camera panned over the landscape, a lush, vibrant forest came into view, filled with tall trees and dense, healthy grass. The sight left the audience stunned. Wait, wasn't this place completely destroyed by the fire? Someone in the audience exclaimed in surprise. How could it look like this now? Yeah, trees don't grow back that quickly, said another voice. What exactly happened here? Came another puzzled remark. Just as the audience was steeped in confusion, the reporter and her Pokemon landed gracefully at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the scene, the reporter smiled warmly. It seems the recovery efforts here have been quite successful. I'm sure everyone watching is curious. This area suffered a devastating fire, yet now it appears as if nothing happened. The audience at home nodded in agreement. Without further suspense, the reporter continued, walking along the newly built path that wound up the mountainside. As it turns out, shortly after the Paldea League sent teams to restore this forest, a legendary Pokemon with a compassionate heart arrived. Unable to bear the sight of the devastation, it used its immense power to revive the mountainside, bringing the forest back to life. Wait, could that even be possible? Viewers watching the broadcast were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. What kind of Pokemon could restore an entire forest? Another viewer murmured in awe. On screen, the reporter kept walking up the trail, narrating as she went. In fact, there are stories of this Pokemon that have been passed down in Kosagi Town. Some say this Pokémon is the king of bountiful harvests, who blesses farmlands with fertile soil and brings abundant crops to those who believe in him. Others say he was a kind-hearted ruler in ancient times who would come to the aid of injured Pokémon. It sounds almost like a fairy tale, doesn't it? I was stunned when I first heard about it myself. But witnesses say they saw this Pokémon performing his miracle, and even our region's champion was there to see it. And I imagine you'd like to see who this remarkable Pokémon is, she added with a smile. By now, the reporter had reached the top of the path, passing through the traditional torii gate, and arriving at a newly constructed shrine. In the center of the shrine stood a statue of the legendary Pokémon. The figure depicted a serene expression, exuding kindness and wisdom. The reporter looked up at the statue, speaking in a reverent tone. This is the Pokémon who restored this mountain to its former beauty. His name is Calyrex, known as the king of bountiful harvests in the legends of Kosagi Town. Doesn't he look friendly? The camera zoomed in, capturing a close-up of the statue within the shrine. The statue of Calyrex, facing the screen, seemed to smile gently, as if offering a warm greeting to everyone in Paldea. Meanwhile, in the glass greenhouse, Calyrex, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, sensing a powerful shift. What is happening? How could there be such an immense surge of faith? Calyrex's pupils widened, feeling the warm energy that now flowed steadily into him. This wave of belief was unlike anything he had felt before, leaving him both deeply moved and stunned. With a slight shift in focus, he manifested within the ranch, gazing out into the distance, hoping to pinpoint the source of this power. But to his astonishment, he found that the faith wasn't originating from a single person. Instead, it was streaming in from all directions, from every corner of the land. These were the hearts of those who lived across this entire region. Overwhelmed by a wave of emotions, Calyrex stood silently, taking in the reality of it. The sheer volume of this faith was staggering, even surpassing the devotion he had once received in the Galar region. The force of this belief, as vast as an ocean, coalesced into pure energy, surging into his being. Within moments, Calyrex realized his power had grown, surpassing even his peak strength. How could this be? He murmured in awe. Eager to understand the cause of this remarkable change, he transported himself to Naoki's side, sharing the incredible transformation he was experiencing. I sense more and more people are believing in me. Their collective belief is amplifying my power beyond measure. While Calyrex stood in awe, Naoki received the news with a calm smile. He invited Calyrex to sit and offered him a cup of tea, ready to explain what had been happening. Because you used your power to restore the mountainside forest, the Paldea League, which holds great influence in this region, built a shrine in your honor as a way of expressing their gratitude, Naoki explained. This drew the attention of reporters, who shared the story of what you did with everyone across this land. Calyrex, and used to such modern customs, blinked puzzled. Reporters? What are they? And how can they tell so many people what I did in such a short time? Corner of the world. Oh. Naoki paused for a moment, then explained everything to Calyrex in as much detail as he could. A journalist is a bit like a messenger. They seek out memorable events or important news, record it, and then broadcast it on television. And, well, that's what television is. Naoki gestured to the TV, which was currently showing a Pokémon cartoon. The cartoons on TV were light-hearted shows about the daily lives of Pokémon and their interactions with humans. Shows like Cozy Lava House, the mischievous Pancham who dreams of being a hero, Snowy Summer Adventures, and the melody of Jigglypuff were among the popular choices. Palmot and Glacian watched the screen intently, fully absorbed. Following Naoki's pointing finger, Calyrex looked over at the TV, his expression curious. Although he had been living on the ranch, he rarely ventured into these aspects of human life. Instead, he spent his days in the glass greenhouse Naoki had prepared for him, enjoying the flowers and tea. Now, for the first time since leaving the Crown Tundra, Calyrex felt the profound changes in the world around him. Naoki continued, "That's the television. People make shows like the cartoons with humans and Pokémon you see here, and broadcast them on TV so that everyone with a television can watch." Calyrex nodded thoughtfully. "So, the reporter shared what I did on this television, and then all those humans who watch TV learned about it." "Exactly," Naoki nodded, impressed with how quickly Calyrex grasped the concept. Calyrex looked back at the TV, marveling. "I've never seen anything like this. In just a few thousand years, humans have developed so much. It's truly remarkable." Naoki smiled. In the era when Calyrex roamed the land, society was still in the early stages of civilization. There was no television, no internet, and no telephones. Sharing information took time, and the world felt incredibly isolated. Even if Calyrex used his powers to make the plants and trees bloom, news of such wonders wouldn't spread quickly. And it was clear that Calyrex wasn't one to seek attention or showcase his deeds. Whether he was searching for Zacian and Zamazenta or quietly shifting forests, he always worked behind the scenes, unnoticed. Even if a few people witnessed his miracles, those stories would rarely travel far. In that time, when communication relied entirely on letters sent over long distances, such news was challenging to spread. Reflecting on this, Naoki could understand why the Galar royal family was able to erase Calyrex's legacy so easily. But now, things were different. In this age, the king of bountiful harvests would never be forgotten. The groundwork had been carefully laid, and Naoki felt a surge of joy at seeing everything fall into place. Calyrex was a Pokémon worthy of deep respect, and Naoki genuinely hoped his future would be brighter. He was more than willing to do anything to help ensure that Calyrex was recognized. In that moment of realization, Calyrex, too, understood. He recognized that this devoted follower of his had been behind it all, ensuring that his legacy would endure. Calyrex was deeply moved, his voice soft as he spoke. "With this newfound belief, my powers have now reached unprecedented levels." Naoki nodded, smiling. "And they're bound to keep growing." With the news broadcast reaching viewers across the region, stories about the king of bountiful harvests would soon appear in major newspapers. Word of mouth would spread, and soon, even more people would learn of Calyrex's existence. This was just the beginning within the Paldea region. If Calyrex's deeds were eventually shared with other regions, his legend could reach people far and wide. Naoki could hardly imagine the kind of power Calyrex might possess if his name became known across all regions. This was the strength of belief of recognition. The more people who were aware of him, the greater his power would become. Yet Calyrex was unique among legendary beings. Unlike traditional gods who required deep faith, Calyrex didn't need people to worship him earnestly. Mere awareness of his name and existence allowed him to draw strength. In a word, incredible. Naoki thought to himself, though the internet isn't that advanced yet, so far, the story of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, has spread only within Paldea. But one day, when live streaming becomes widespread and online forums gain popularity, Calyrex's name will reach the entire world. Naoki could already imagine it. Whether in the Sinnoh region, the Hoenn region, Unova, or even the distant Kanto and Johto regions, the legend of Calyrex would eventually reach every. After learning about the functions of the television, Calyrex became quite intrigued by this rectangular box that could produce sound and display moving pictures. Seeing Calyrex's interest, Naoki invited him to join everyone on the sofa and watch television together. The king graciously accepted the invitation. Since the seats next to Naoki were already taken by Palmot and Coraden, Calyrex settled comfortably into a single-seater sofa nearby. This, however, didn't hinder his enjoyment of the program. At that moment, a heartwarming documentary titled Warm Lava Worm House was airing. The story revolved around Anna, a young girl who returned from the bustling city to visit her grandparents in the countryside during her winter vacation. Her grandparents lived a cozy, simple life with a host of Pokémon companions. The documentary showcased a Pokémon chopping firewood with its strong jaws, a Frostless serving as a refrigerator, a Galvantula generating electricity, and an Ariados weaving silk for sweaters. The highlight of their home, however, was a group of slugma living inside specialized heating pipes. These lava Pokémon not only provided warmth to the house during the chilly winter months, but also helped light fires for cooking. Anna quickly grew fond of the slugma and wanted to befriend them. However, the slugma, shy by nature, kept moving through the heating pipes to avoid her. Her grandfather explained that when slugma are happy, they emit cheerful bang-bang sounds and release small puffs of smoke. In the end, the slugma realized Anna's sincerity. On the day of her departure, they delighted her by filling the house with their bang-bang, noises and smoky puffs as a heartfelt goodbye. Though short, the documentary conveyed a warm, nostalgic atmosphere, highlighting the harmonious relationships between humans and Pokémon. It painted a picture of a world where even non-trainers could share their lives with Pokémon, a testament to the progress made over thousands of years. After the show ended, Calyrex sighed softly, clearly moved. "Television is truly extraordinary," he remarked, admiration in his tone. Naoki chuckled, nodding. "Humans have never stopped moving forward. Who knows? Maybe in the near future, we'll even fly to other planets on spaceships." Calyrex's eyes widened slightly, and he mused, "Even with all my powers, I could never achieve such a feat. Humanity's ingenuity is truly remarkable." During the commercial break, Palmot was still captivated by the documentary. The little Pokémon tugged at Naoki's sleeve, its eyes full of excitement. "What's up, Palmot?" Naoki asked, turning to face it. "Palmot," it exclaimed. Calyrex, acting as translator, smiled as he relayed the message. "It says, Slugma is such an amazing Pokémon." Naoki blinked in surprise. "You really like Slugma?" Palmot nodded vigorously. It seemed to have developed a dream to, one day, have its own heating pipes filled with Slugma, living together as friends. Naoki scratched his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Well, that's an interesting idea. But Slugma usually lives in volcanic areas. They're not easy to find elsewhere." Naoki considered the situation and realized there was indeed a potential solution. "For instance," he mused aloud, "I could take some time to visit the Hoenn region and explore the area around MT Chimney. It's known for being home to Magcargo and Slugma. If I come across one, maybe I can invite it to live with us here on the ranch." The idea of adding a lava Pokémon to the ranch excited Naoki. A Pokémon like Slugma could serve as a natural heating source, replacing traditional heating systems and even assisting with cooking due to its naturally high body temperature. However, there would be challenges. The house's infrastructure, including fireplaces, ventilation systems, and heating pipes, would need to be redesigned to accommodate the lava Pokémon. Naoki began mentally drafting a plan for these renovations. Hearing this, Palmot's eyes sparkled with joy. "Palmot," it squeaked, bouncing happily in place. However, it quickly seemed to think of another question. Tugging at Naoki's sleeve with its tiny paws, it looked up at him with wide, expectant eyes and asked, "Palmot, when will your granddaughter visit the ranch? I want to become her best friend, just like the Slugma in the show." Naoki froze, utterly caught off guard. "What?" He stared at Palmot in disbelief. "Granddaughter? I don't even have anyone I like yet. How would I possibly have a granddaughter?" Palmot was already daydreaming about the future. "Palmot, will your granddaughter live here with us?" Alchemy, sitting nearby, chimed in with its opinion, nodding earnestly. "Marie, of course she will." The Pokémon's imaginations began to run wild, filling the room with playful chatter about this hypothetical future family member. Even Calyrex was amused, watching the scene with a serene smile. Through his telepathy, he relayed their thoughts to Naoki. Exasperated but fond, Naoki gently scooped Palmot into his arms, cutting off its increasingly fanciful ideas. "Okay, enough of that. Let's clear something up. I don't have a granddaughter. No one is suddenly going to show up from the city to visit me. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't live here." Palmot looked crestfallen, its ears drooping. "Palmot, why not?" Naoki sighed, trying to find a way to explain the complexities of human life to the Pokémon in a way they would understand. Because, he began patiently, children eventually grow up and have lives of their own. They meet new people, find Pokémon partners, and move away. It's just like how all of you left your parents to join me here on the ranch. Life moves forward. The Pokémon seemed to grasp his explanation, nodding thoughtfully. Only Koraidon remained calm, lying beside Naoki's legs, seemingly unbothered. After all, there was a secret that only Koraidon knew, a secret it wasn't ready to share. Meanwhile, Palmot seemed lost in thought, its cheerful demeanor dimmed. Unlike the other Pokémon, who had voluntarily left their parents to embark on new adventures, Palmot's journey had been different. It was brought to the ranch by a Pokémon known as a Bombardier, and now it couldn't help but wonder, were its parents worried about it after it left? Naoki noticed Palmot's sudden shift in mood and immediately guessed what was troubling. I'll figure something out, he said reassuringly. Naoki knew that Bombardier primarily lived in the mountainous regions southwest of Paldea. These Pokémon were known for crafting bags from their chest fluff and fallen feathers. Wick. They used to collect stones, branches, and other objects. They would then drop these items from the sky as part of their peculiar play behavior. With this in mind, Naoki returned to his room and pulled out a detailed map of the Paldea region from his desk. He spread it across the table, and the Pokémon eagerly gathered around. Watching him intently, he located the ranch on the map, then traced a line to a nearby mountainous area known to be home to Bombardier. If they brought you here, then they likely didn't stray far from there. Nesting area, he explained. Naoki circled a wilderness zone in the southern part of Kosaji town with his pen. This area might be a good starting point, he said. Still, he wasn't entirely sure. Turning to Palmot, Naoki asked, "Can you remember anything else about where you lived before?" Palmot furrowed its brow, recalling carefully before answering. Palmot, it was a forest with lots of trees, and there was one really big tree in the middle. Naoki frowned slightly. A forested area with a large tree? He tapped the map thoughtfully. That could describe a lot of places. For a moment, Naoki felt stuck. If only Mutuo were here, he murmured to himself. Mutuo's psychic powers could delve into the memories of Pokémon and humans alike, uncovering details buried deep in the mind. With its help, they might have been able to pinpoint the exact location. But Mutuo had departed some time ago, leaving the ranch behind. Naoki sighed, glancing at the other Pokémon. What about those Pokémon who visit the tavern? Over time, the Pokémon Tavern had become a popular destination, attracting an ever-increasing number of Pokémon guests. Among them were several wild Pokémon who had migrated from distant places. These travelers often stopped by the tavern after hearing other Pokémon talk about its warm atmosphere and excellent reputation. They would rest for a while before continuing on their journeys. Naoki, inspired by this influx of visitors, decided to post a missing Pokémon notice at the tavern, hoping the wild Pokémon passing through might come across Palmot's parents during their travels. Without delay, he shared his idea with Sister Indy, who managed the tavern. He asked her to spread the word to the Pokémon guests. Indy, ever kind and helpful, nodded with a reassuring smile. AI. Palmot, moved by her kindness, chirped softly, "Paymo." "Thank you." Indy chuckled warmly, her soft laughter putting Palmot at ease. The next evening, as the Pokémon Tavern opened its doors, Indy made sure to relay Naoki's message to the visiting Pokémon. Standing in her usual spot, she addressed the guests, explaining the situation and asking anyone who spotted Palmot's parents to inform her. Naoki, busy tending to the ranch, didn't visit the tavern that evening, but learned the outcome from Indy later. The Pokémon guests had all agreed to keep an eye out for Palmot's parents during their travels. With the missing Pokémon notice now widely shared, the next step was simply to wait patiently for news. While they waited, something unexpected happened. One morning, as Naoki was weeding in the fields, Mrs. Dantes, who lived in town and regularly ordered fresh goat's milk from the ranch, came see him. Her visits were always friendly, though her unannounced appearance this time surprised Naoki. "Mrs. Dantes?" He greeted her, setting down his tools. "Is everything all right?" The kind old lady smiled warmly. "Oh, Naoki, has the quality of your goat's milk improved? Recently, I noticed that the market in Kosagi is now selling something called life goat's milk. Did they purchase it from you?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, that's correct. We've started supplying it recently." Mrs. Dantes hesitated briefly before continuing. "Well, I've been wondering, do you still sell regular goat's milk, or is it all this enhanced variety now?" Naoki was taken aback, sensing a peculiar tone in Mrs. Dantes' voice. Concerned, he asked, "Did something happen?" Mrs. Dantes looked genuinely surprised as she explained, "Ever since my husband drank the goat milk delivered by Dragonite the other day, he's been bounding around like a child with boundless energy. It's as if he can't sit still. But that's not all, he's been having nosebleeds several times a day." Shaking her head, she continued, "We went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said it was due to overnutrition. At first, we couldn't figure out what caused it. Then it hit me, it had to be the goat milk." Naoki stood there, stunned. Really? The goat milk caused that? He himself usually drank the milk from the mill tanks on the ranch, as he wasn't a fan of goat milk's distinct taste. While he'd sampled the life goat milk once, it hadn't become a regular part of his diet. Mrs. Dantes nodded emphatically. "It's true. That goat milk is far too potent for an older man like him. So, I came to ask, do you still have regular goat milk? Something a bit milder?" Naoki frowned thoughtfully and shook his head. "Unfortunately, we don't have any regular goat milk left. The goats on the ranch produce only the enhanced life goat milk now." He paused, considering her situation. "But how about switching to fresh milk from the mill tanks instead?" he suggested. "The mill tanks here produce milk of exceptional quality, though it's not quite as intense as the life goat milk." Mrs. Dantes seemed relieved by the idea. "That might be just the solution. Let's give it a try." With a smile, Naoki nodded. "All right, we'll replace the goat milk with mill tank milk for you." She breathed a visible sigh of relief and handed Naoki a small paper bag. "Here," she said warmly. "I baked some cookies. Please have a taste." "Thank you very much," Naoki said with a polite smile. He took the bag of cookies from Mrs. Dantes and waved goodbye as she turned to leave the ranch. Naoki thought her situation was a one-off, but over the next few days, he started receiving calls from other customers who had been buying goat milk. One after another, they shared similar concerns. The goat milk was too nutritious. They complained of sleepless nights, frequent nosebleeds, and even significant weight gain. Some admitted they'd started worrying about becoming overweight just from drinking too much of it. Most asked to switch their orders from goat milk to the more traditional moo milk from the milk tanks. Naoki found himself dumbfounded. After hanging up yet another call, he opened the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of the infamous life goat milk, and stared at it. "Can it really be this overpowered?" he muttered. With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, Naoki unscrewed the cap, raised the bottle to his lips, and took a large gulp. Almost instantly, he felt a surge of vitality flood his body. The fatigue from working in the fields earlier that day vanished in an instant, replaced by a boundless energy that made him feel like he could take on the world. He clenched his fists, feeling a wave of power coursing through his veins. His muscles felt primed, his mind sharp. "Wow," Naoki whispered in astonishment. "This is unreal." Then, without warning, 2 warm streams trickled down from his nose. Startled, he touched his face and found blood smeared across his fingers. "What the dash?" he yelped. "A nosebleed?" Seriously. Brother NDD, who had been nearby, immediately sprang into action. The concerned NDD handed Naoki a box of tissues, his little hands trembling. AI. NDD cried out, visibly worried. "Thanks." Naoki grabbed a handful of tissues and pressed them to his nose. He tilted his head slightly and dabbed furiously until the bleeding finally subsided. "Phew." Naoki let out a deep breath and looked towards NDD with an apologetic grin. Guess the life goat milk really is that potent. But even as the blood dried, the energy coursing through his body refused to subside. Naoki felt so invigorated that standing still seemed impossible. I can't just sit around like this, he declared suddenly, grabbing the nearest axe and rushing. Outside, before NDD could stop him, Naoki made a beeline for the firewood pile. Under NDD's worried gaze, he began chopping logs at an almost superhuman pace. A few hours later, Naoki finally placed the axe down, wiping his brow with a satisfied sigh. Every log in the firewood pile had been neatly chopped, and the ranch now had enough wood to last for weeks. Feeling the tension in his muscles ease, Naoki headed back to his room for a shower. The warm water cascading over him washed away the dirt and fatigue, leaving him refreshed and energized. That life goat milk is no joke, he muttered, drying off with a towel. It's definitely not something the average person can handle in large quantities. The milk's effects were undeniably potent, a remarkable tonic for boosting energy and vitality. But Naoki knew he'd need to be more cautious moving forward. Drinking an entire bottle in one go had been reckless. Perhaps smaller, more controlled portions would provide the benefits without the overwhelming surge of energy. Coupled with regular exercise to burn off the excess nutrients, it could become an incredible regimen for long-term health and vitality. As Naoki mused over this idea, a voice rang out from outside the house. Curious, he quickly dressed and stepped out to see a short-haired girl in a Yuva Academy uniform standing by the ranch gate, a backpack slung over her shoulders. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. "Hello, I'm a student from Yuva Academy. Could you tell me how to get to the Shrine of Plenty?" Naoki blinked in surprise. A trainer already? It seemed the news coverage of Calyrex had been incredibly effective. He pointed down the main path leading away from the ranch. "Just follow this road straight ahead. At the end, you'll find a mountain trail that leads to the shrine." The girl clasped her hands together in gratitude. "Thank you so much." Without another word, she turned and jogged off in the direction he'd indicated, her backpack bouncing as she disappeared down the path. Naoki watched her go, deep in thought. This girl wouldn't be the first, and she certainly wouldn't be the last. The legend of the King of Bountiful Harvest was already drawing trainers to the region, eager to learn more and test their mettle. This could only mean one thing: the lightning trial and storm trial he'd envisioned were finally ready to be put into motion. Determined, Naoki called over Palmot and Dragonite. The two Pokémon hurried to his side, their eyes bright with curiosity. "Do you remember the lightning trial and storm trial we talked about?" Naoki asked, crouching down to their level. "Paymo," Palmot chirped, nodding eagerly. "Oh," Dragonite responded with a rumbling cry, its wings fluttering in excitement. Naoki smiled. "Good. These trials are designed to make you stronger than you've ever been before." Both Pokemon's eyes sparkled with determination. "Great," Naoki said, standing up. "Let's go over the trial details together so we can prepare." He turned to Dragonite, who blinked at him expectantly, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Dragonite blinked, looking expectant. "Oh, whoa. The trial you're in charge of is called the Storm Trial," Naoki explained to Dragonite. "As the name suggests, your goal is to unleash the most powerful storm you can muster to challenge your opponent." He began outlining the strategy. Start with Rain Dance to set the field. Follow it up with Hurricane for devastating storm coverage. Depending on the situation, you can mix in other moves like Thunder, Thunderbolt, or Dragon Rage for added offense. Naoki's tone became serious as he continued. "But remember, the goal isn't to defeat your opponent outright. The purpose of this trial is to gain valuable experience. Treat your opponents as sparring partners, test your moves, learn how to adapt in real battles, and grow stronger through real combat. Do you understand?" "Oh, whoa," Dragonite responded enthusiastically, nodding with vigor. Naoki couldn't help but smile. Ever since Dragonite ate the buns last time, it had been itching to test its newfound strength. The announcement that challengers would soon arrive clearly excited the Pokémon. Flapping its wings in anticipation, Dragonite created a sudden, powerful gust of wind that rustled the grass and shook nearby trees. Naoki blinked in surprise, marveling at the display. "It seems your compatibility with the storm bun is even better than I expected," he mused. With Dragonite ready, Naoki turned his attention to Palmot, who stood clutching its miniature hammer, its expression filled with determination. Before Naoki could say anything, Palmot began swinging the hammer in its paw. As the hammer twirled, bright arcs of lightning crackled around it, sending sparks dancing through the air. "Pamo!" Palmot exclaimed, its eyes shining with resolve. "It wants to become stronger and become a powerful Pokémon, and then use this power to punish evil and promote good, like the Pokémon named Thor, and become a real superhero." Naoki chuckled, impressed by its enthusiasm. "It seems like you're already raring to go. I don't even need to explain your mastery of that hammer speaks for itself." "Pamo!" Palmot cheered, sparks of excitement crackling around it. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Everything was falling into place. Now, all that remained was to wait for the challengers to arrive at the ranch. February 6th, Alliance Calendar, Year 199. That morning, Naoki received a letter from the Leaf Cherry Orchard. The invitation read that this year's Cherry Blossom Festival would soon take place and encouraged Naoki to bring his Pokémon along for the festivities. Cherry Blossom Festival. The memory brought a smile to Naoki's face as he recalled attending last year's event. It was a perfect opportunity to bond with Pokémon and friends while enjoying the serene beauty of blooming cherry blossoms. This year, the NDD siblings who had since joined the ranch would finally have a chance to experience it too. But as always, plans could change. That afternoon, Naoki received a call from Area Zero Research Institute. Answering, he was greeted by the image of Professor Sada, who appeared unusually animated. "Professor?" Naoki blinked in surprise. "What's going on?" Professor Sada, visibly excited, nodded eagerly. "Naoki, remember the discussion we had about identifying Paradox Pokémon that could integrate well with human environments?" Naoki nodded slowly. "Yes. What about it?" Professor Sada's expression brightened. "Well, the search has paid off. We've made a remarkable discovery." "What kind of Paradox Pokémon?" Naoki asked, intrigued. Sada leaned closer to the screen, her voice practically bursting with enthusiasm. "We've confirmed the presence of Fluttermane in Area Zero. It's an ancient Pokémon, much like Koraidon, recorded in the Scarlet Tome." Naoki's eyes widened. Fluttermane? He had not expected that the Pokémon in question would be Fluttermane, a creature often described in eyewitness accounts as fiercely aggressive and highly combative. "That's right," Professor Sada confirmed, nodding as she began explaining Fluttermane's unique circumstances. "Not long ago, we used the time machine to bring it from ancient times into our era. At first," she continued, "both Dr. Turo and I assumed it would immediately attack us, given the accounts of its violent nature. But to our surprise, it didn't. Instead, it stayed hidden in the shadows, observing us as if trying to understand who we were." Naoki listened intently, intrigued. "Not only that," Sada added with a chuckle, "it also managed to sneak into the cafeteria storage and steal a significant amount of food supplies. But there's more, something truly fascinating." Naoki leaned forward, curious. "What did you discover?" Sada's expression turned serious yet excited. "We noticed that Fluttermane showed a peculiar interest in a photograph taken at the Area Zero Research Institute, the one featuring you and Koraidon." Naoki blinked in surprise. "The photo of me and Koraidon?" Sada nodded. "Yes. That behavior led Dr. Turo and me to form a rather bold hypothesis. Could Fluttermane and Koraidon have known each other in the ancient past?" Naoki's mind raced. The idea that these two Paradox Pokémon might share a history was both thrilling and mysterious. "Because of this," Sada continued, "we'd like to invite you and Koraidon to the Area Zero Research Institute. We believe that bringing Koraidon face-to-face with Fluttermane could help us verify this theory." Naoki nodded slowly, already considering the implications. "And if they do recognize each other?" Sada smiled. "If that's the case, We think Koraidon could be instrumental in taming Fluttermane. It may help the Pokémon feel more comfortable and secure. And bringing Fluttermane back to the ranch? Absolutely, Sada confirmed. If their bond is real, the ranch could become the perfect sanctuary for Fluttermane. I'll handle the formalities with Gita. You don't need to worry about that part. Just focus on coming to the Institute and bringing Koraidon with you. Calm down, Doc, Naoki said, holding up a hand. After considering the situation for a moment, a different possibility came to mind. He looked directly at Professor Sada on the screen and asked, is it possible that Fluttermane and Koraidon aren't friends, but enemies who fought each other in the past? Professor Sada blinked, momentarily taken aback. Naoki's suggestion seemed to cool her excitement, prompting her to think more critically. You might be right, she admitted after a pause, her expression thoughtful. Most of the Paradox Pokémon we've summoned from ancient times tend to be violent, territorial, and inherently combative. They rarely cooperate, except when hunting, and most of their interactions involve territorial disputes or fights. Naoki nodded, recognizing the truth in her words. But, Sada continued, a hint of determination in her voice, my intuition tells me that Fluttermane is different. There's something unusual about its behavior, something we've never seen in the others. It didn't react with hostility, and its interest in that photo suggests more than simple aggression. She sighed softly, as if letting go of some of her earlier enthusiasm. Regardless, I still believe it's worth exploring. Naoki, I hope you and Koraidon can come to the Area Zero Research Institute. Seeing them meet might reveal the truth. I'll talk to Koraidon first, Naoki replied, glancing toward the ranch. Good, Sada said, her voice hopeful. Without ending the call, Naoki made his way to the grassy fields where Koraidon was basking in the sunlight. The legendary Pokémon lay sprawled out on the grass, soaking up the warmth of the golden rays. Its vibrant scales glimmered under the sun, and its body seemed completely at ease. The air around the ranch carried a mix of earthy grass scents and the sweet aroma of freshly baked poke puffs drifting from Naoki's kitchen. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance right to where Koraidon lay, its body visibly relaxing further with every breath. Hearing the familiar sound of Naoki's footsteps, Koraidon lazily opened one eye and turned its head toward him. Rayo, it rumbled curiously, its voice deep but calm. Naoki crouched beside it, his tone gentle. Koraidon, do you remember having any Pokémon friends in ancient times? Koraidon blinked, the question catching it off guard. But after a moment, its eyes brightened with recognition, and it nodded. Rayo, the image of a Pokémon floating gracefully in midair emerged in its mind. Fluttermane. Koraidon remembered their encounter in that primitive, ancient world at a time when it was roaming in search of Naoki. The journey had been fraught with danger, filled with ferocious Pokémon that attacked at every turn, including rival Koraidon. Initially, it hadn't recognized Fluttermane. It wasn't until later that Koraidon acknowledged it and allowed the Pokémon to accompany it on its arduous journey. Countless battles and trials passed as they ventured forward. Guided by something almost instinctual, they faced fierce challenges, including a battle with a rival Koraidon, which left Koraidon wounded but victorious. After many hardships, they finally reached their destination. At that time, Koraidon still remembered sensing an incredibly dangerous aura deep below. It bid farewell to Fluttermane, telling it to stay behind. Fluttermane agreed without hesitation. So, Koraidon ventured into the depths of Area Zero alone, nursing its injuries, until it arrived at a vast underground cave filled with glowing minerals. There, it encountered a group of shining turtle Pokémon. The turtles, curious about the newcomer, gathered around Koraidon and asked who it was and why it had come. Koraidon replied with a heavy heart, I'm Koraidon, and I'm searching for Naoki. The little turtles tilted their heads, confused, and asked, Who is Naoki? Koraidon answered sadly, He is someone very important to me. I miss him dearly, but I cannot find him. Hearing the sorrow in Koraidon's voice, the turtles lowered their heads, sharing its sadness. Then, As if moved by its plight, some of the small turtles stepped forward, offering to help. What happened next astounded Koraidon. The small turtle Pokémon began to glow with a radiant light. In an instant, their forms changed. They became larger, shining turtles, their shells gleaming like crystals. The giant turtles unleashed an extraordinary power. Before Koraidon's eyes, the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a dazzling crystal light. A surge of immense Terra energy distorted time and space. At that moment, Koraidon felt an undeniable call, something pulling it from the other side of time and space. Before it could react, the brilliant light engulfed it entirely. When Koraidon emerged from the light, it found itself facing Professor Sada and Dr. Turo, both wearing expressions of astonished excitement. Their intent to capture it was evident as they reached for Pokeballs, but Koraidon had no interest in staying. Overwhelmed with longing to see Naoki again, it swatted the Pokeballs away with a single claw swipe. Without delay, Koraidon bolted from the research facility, soared out of Area 0, and flew tirelessly across the Paldea region, navigating by memory towards home. By the time Koraidon finally reached the ranch, its body, battered and weakened, succumbed to unconsciousness. It remembered the moment Naoki and its younger self Cyclizer dragged its limp body inside. Together, they prepared grilled steak to help it recover. Initially, Koraidon felt dazed and confused by the sequence of events. But seeing its past self standing alongside Naoki, it began to piece everything together. Those early days at the ranch were a challenge. Koraidon struggled to accept the Cyclizer as its younger self. It couldn't help but feel pangs of jealousy and frustration whenever it saw Naoki being affectionate with Cyclizer. Cyclizer, sensitive to Koraidon's emotions, approached it cautiously during that time, trying not to provoke it. Over time, however, Koraidon adjusted to the new dynamics of its life at the ranch. Eventually, it reluctantly accepted Cyclizer as part of its family, though the journey to harmony had been long and fraught with tension. Now, reflecting on these memories, Koraidon realized it had lived through these moments. Before, having gathered the information he needed, Naoki knew he couldn't keep Professor Sada waiting. He turned and left to report back. Returning to the video phone, Naoki relayed everything he had learned from Koraidon too. Professor Sada, I asked Koraidon if it had ever made friends before, and Koraidon said it had. Hearing this answer, Sada's expression turned to one of surprise. Fluttermane, she murmured. Naoki thought for a moment before agreeing to her request. We'll leave for the Paldea crater tomorrow. If Fluttermane was indeed Koraidon's friend, it meant the two Pokémon could coexist peacefully and wouldn't clash like other Paradox Pokémon often did. Perhaps this even meant he could tame Fluttermane. Professor Sada's eyes lit up with excitement. In that case, Dr. Turo and I will be waiting for you and Koraidon at the lab. With that, the call ended. Naoki went to inform the NDD siblings, who handled the ranch's day-to-day operations, about his upcoming departure. The brother and sister reassured him, promising to take excellent care of everything while he was away. Naoki had complete confidence in their abilities. The next morning, he set off for the Paldea crater, riding on Koraidon's back. Koraidon seemed energized, even a little excited. It had been so long since it had last seen Fluttermane, and it couldn't help but wonder how its old friend was doing. Koraidon flew at its fastest speed, covering the distance from the ranch to the Paldea crater in just over 2 hours. Looking down at the world below, shrouded in misty clouds, Naoki couldn't help but feel nostalgic. His previous visit had been awe-inspiring. Witnessing the untamed and ancient behaviors of the Paradox Pokémon had left a lasting impression on him. But this time, he had a different purpose. The awe of the first trip had faded, replaced by a focused determination. Riding Koraidon, he passed directly through the layers of mist and reached Area 0's research lab at the crater's base. Professor Sada was already waiting to greet him. Long time no see, Koraidon, she said warmly, her smile widening as she saw the Pokémon. Agaho, Koraidon replied with a happy rumble. Naoki, standing beside Koraidon, gave the professor a polite nod, which she returned before, motioning for them to follow. "Come with me," she said. "Fluttermane is hiding inside the lab. It seems incredibly shy. Neither Dr. Turo nor I have been able to coax it out. That's where you and Koraden come in." "Shy," Naoki repeated, surprised. Shyness was not an attribute he associated with the aggressive reputation of Paradox Pokémon. Professor Sada nodded. "Yes, this Fluttermane is unique. Of all the Paradox Pokémon I've observed, it's the one most similar to modern Pokémon in temperament." As if recalling something, she paused and lightly smacked her forehead. "Oh, and I almost forgot there's also Koraden. That's another exception." Naoki glanced down at Koraden, walking calmly beside him. Professor Sada murmured to herself, could there be an unknown connection between the two? Was it that Fluttermane was influenced by Koraden and changed its personality? Or was it Koraden that was influenced by Fluttermane and became quieter? Well, that was a question. As a researcher with a PhD in Pokemon studies, one must learn to make bold assumptions and verify them with careful analysis. Professor Sada glanced at Koraden and thought about Fluttermane, a sudden and incredulous idea forming in her mind. She covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be that in ancient times, Koraden and Fluttermane belonged to the same egg group? Hearing this, Naoki was momentarily stunned. Egg group? Could it be? He trailed off, looking at Koraden in shock before murmuring. Could it be that Koraden and Fluttermane are in love with each other? Like that Tropius in the anime that fell for Nurse Joy's Meganium. Professor Sada continued her analysis with a calm demeanor. Although there are no documented cases of Paradox Pokémon laying eggs, we can't entirely dismiss the possibility. At this point, Koraden, who had been listening to the conversation, seemed to grasp their meaning. Shaking its head vigorously, it exclaimed, "Aga! Not true. It and Fluttermane were just good friends." Noticing Koraden's reaction, Naoki asked, "So it's not like that?" Koraden nodded firmly. "Aga." Professor Sada then proposed another hypothesis, her tone speculative. Could it be that Fluttermane fell in love with Koraden and responded to the call of the time machine to follow it into this era? Koraden, Naoki. Seeing their speechless expressions, Professor Sada quickly realized she might have gone too far. She turned to Naoki with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but I can't think of another explanation for Fluttermane's behavior." Naoki thought Professor Sada's imagination was remarkably vivid, befitting someone brilliant enough to create a time machine. However, as far as he knew, Paradox Pokémon didn't seem capable of reproducing like regular Pokémon. Furthermore, legendary Pokémon like Koraden were genderless, similar to Groudon and Kyogre. Still, it raised an important question. If Paradox Pokémon couldn't reproduce, how did they sustain their populations in ancient times? If they lacked the ability to reproduce, wouldn't they have faced extinction after a few generations? Naoki couldn't help but wonder, did an asteroid strike the Pokémon world, wiping out ancient Pokémon like Koraden, Roaring Moon, and Slitherwing, just as it had with the dinosaurs? It was a question with no clear answer. The truth could likely only be uncovered by traveling back through time via time machine and witnessing the events firsthand. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Naoki, Dr. Sada, and Koraden arrived at the massive research facility situated beside the glowing Terra Crystal Pillar. Dr. Sada swiped her ID card, and the Institute's entrance slid open with a quiet hum. Leading the way, she explained, Fluttermane is somewhere inside this facility, but it's highly cautious. It rarely shows itself around humans. We've been relying on the surveillance system to keep track of its movements. Naoki nodded. That makes sense. For a Paradox Pokémon like Fluttermane, this era was as foreign as an advanced civilization would be to a lost, primitive tribe. While Fluttermane might try to evade capture, it had little understanding of modern technology, leaving it vulnerable to detection through surveillance. Dr. Sada paused, then suggested, "Why don't we let Koraden call for it?" Naoki turned to his companion. "What do you think? Want to give it a try?" "Agashi," Corraden responded with a sharp nod, its tail swishing in agreement. It then began walking slowly through the Institute's dimly lit corridor, peering left and right in search of Fluttermane. Naoki and Dr. Sada followed quietly a few steps behind, careful not to disturb the silence. The atmosphere in the corridor was still, the air thick with anticipation. It felt as if time itself was holding its breath. Naoki couldn't help but notice that the massive research facility seemed deserted. His best guess was that Dr. Sada had ordered the other researchers to vacate the area, likely out of concern that Fluttermane might react aggressively to their presence. Minutes passed with no sign of Fluttermane. Corraden sniffed the air cautiously, its sharp gaze scanning every shadow. Dr. Sada eventually stopped and frowned. Could it be avoiding us because we're here? Naoki considered the possibility. That's entirely possible. Dr. Sada thought for a moment before proposing, let's head to the monitoring room and leave Corraden here alone. If we give Fluttermane some space, it might feel comfortable enough to reveal itself. Good idea. Naoki knelt beside Corraden, gently stroking its scales. It seems your friend might be shy. We'll wait for you outside, so you can meet them in peace. Corraden let out a soft, reassuring growl, as if to say it understood. Naoki and Dr. Sada exited the building and soon encountered Dr. Turo, who was returning from the ecological observation zone. After a brief explanation of their progress, Dr. Turo's curiosity was piqued, and he joined them on their way to the monitoring room. Inside, the trio watched the surveillance feeds closely. One screen displayed Corraden as it wandered slowly down the corridor, its posture calm yet alert. Dr. Turo scanned through the other camera feeds, looking for any movement. Suddenly, he pointed to a monitor. There it is. Naoki leaned in and spotted Fluttermane emerging cautiously from the shadowy edge of the hallway. Its spectral, floating form moved almost soundlessly as it approached the far end of the corridor, stopping just short of Corraden's path. The tension in the room grew as Fluttermane locked eyes with Corraden. Corraden's head snapped around, its sharp gaze meeting Fluttermane's.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.